On the leaderboard, Chris's name quickly vanished. He had withdrawn from the competition outright. Many other top fighters from Britannia also dropped out one after another. There was simply no point in continuing the contest. Though the top 10 in this military combat event would receive generous rewards, would Prince Chris care about such prizes? Killing Yi Fan was no longer possible, and slaughtering Great Xia's elites was also off the table. The key issue was that Prince Chris was severely injured and needed immediate medical treatment. As for the other foreign forces allied with Prince Jean, they were now completely scattered and ineffective. The Europa Martial Arts Guild had originally planned to set up an ambush for Yi Fan, but before they could act, a horde of savages suddenly emerged from the wilderness, instantly dismantling their trap. These savages were none other than the Hidden D Clan, a force under the Tycoon base. This was an SSS tier support unit, teaming with martial emperor-level experts and armed with special formations. Dealing with Europa's dispatched elites was no challenge at all. After Chris's ambush was crushed, Yi Fan, Ji Ningxuan, Gu Changsheng, and the others regrouped with Yu Linglong, Yan Quan, and their allies. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. For factions friendly with Great Xia, Yi Fan left them some points as a gesture of respect. But for those hostile to Great Xia or harboring ill will toward the Yi family, he stripped them of all their points, even pushing their scores into the negatives. By sunset, the battles on the deserted island had largely ended. Yi Fan's wristband displayed a staggering score of over 1,000 points. Coincidentally, Ji Ningxuan and Yu Linglong were tied for second place with 500 points each. Though Yi Fan had already discussed matters with both women beforehand, the moment of truth had arrived. Whoever he gave his points to would become the undisputed champion. Ningxuan. At the island's exit, as the crowd prepared to board the ship for score verification, Yi Fan looked helplessly at Ji Ningxuan. This girl, destined to be an imperial consort, had already given herself to him so passionately that night. The pressure and sacrifices she had to endure were unimaginable. Brother Fan, this championship means nothing to me. As she spoke, Ji Ningxuan removed her wristband and pressed the reset button, instantly zeroing out her score and forfeiting the competition. Leaning close to Yi Fan's ear, she whispered, "Brother Fan, don't forget, I'm already your woman. You have 3 weeks to figure out a solution. Otherwise, next month, I'll really have to marry someone else." Her warm breath tickled his ear. Gazing at her blushing face, Yi Fan's heart stirred. Without caring about the 1,000-strong crowd around them, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist and crushed his lips against hers. No. There are so many people here. You're so bad, Though Ji Ningxuan had been thinking of Yi Fan all day, she was still a candidate for imperial consort, representing the royal family. Such a public display with him was improper. But the domineering Yi Fan gave her no chance to resist, sealing her lips with his own. MMPH. The next moment, Ji Ningxuan melted into his arms, powerless to stop his advances. "You horrible jerk. Always bullying me. But if you're going to bully me, at least find a private place." Really. What Ji Ningxuan didn't know was that Yi Fan had done this deliberately. When he, Ji Ningxuan, Yu Linglong, and the others had exited the island, he had spotted several royal family members secretly observing them from afar. Ji Ningxuan's personal bodyguard, Captain Gao, and the royal family's martial emperor-level protector, Elder Qin, had already grown accustomed to such scenes and turned away. But some of the royal family's lackeys were still staring intently. When they saw Yi Fan and Ji Ningxuan embracing and kissing so openly, they snapped a few photos and discreetly reported back to the royal family. And that was exactly the reaction Yi Fan wanted. He wanted to see what Emperor Ji Yuchen was up to. Why did he keep pushing Ji Ningxuan into his arms? Is Ji Yuchen out of his mind? His own fiancée is about to marry him, yet he keeps shoving her toward another man. From Huadu to Guangxing, from the operation against Prince Jin's secret base to this military exercise, it had already happened 3 or 4 times. After all the life and death experiences shared with Ji Ningxuan, and with such a beautiful girl throwing herself at him, refusing any further would be a betrayal of his own conscience. Yi Fan wanted to test the emperor's reaction. Now that he had made his stance so public, what would Ji Yuchen do? Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Your Majesty, our informants have just reported this. Yifan was seen embracing and even kissing the future imperial consort. And now the consort has forfeited the competition. What is the meaning of this? Royal Steward Hong Hai frowned as he handed a tablet to Emperor Ji Yuchen. Your Majesty, shouldn't we reprimand the consort and Yifan? If this continues and the press gets hold of these images, the royal family's dignity will be in shambles. Reclining in his chair, Ji Yuchen studied the photos, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Judging by Ji Ningxuan's blissful expression, the girl was clearly smitten. Humph! In Ji Yuchen's memory, his childhood friend, the holy maiden of Yaoqi, had always been reserved, her emotions tightly controlled. But now, it was obvious. Ji Ningxuan had fallen deeply in love with Yifan. You little brat, I've given you such a fine man. That should make up for all the lies over the years, shouldn't it? However, Ji Yuchen had decided not to reveal the truth to Ji Ningxuan before the wedding. He planned to surprise her and Yifan on their wedding night. In fact, he had even secretly ordered 2 bridal gowns to be prepared. Not groom's attire, but 2 bridal gowns. What for? That remained a mystery. Next month, on the wedding night, that bastard Yifan was in for a treat. No reprimands are necessary. As for the press, even if I handed them these photos myself, would they dare publish them? Ji Yuchen's lips curled faintly, exuding authority. Hong Hai was taken aback. He had watched the emperor grow up, and though they weren't father and son, there was a familial bond. In just a few years, Ji Yuchen had matured into a true ruler. That, at least, was a relief. As for Yifan and the consort, I have my own plans. You need not interfere. However, there are 2 matters in the northwest that require your attention. Gu Tang, that old tiger, must never recover. Understood. This old servant understands. I will make the arrangements at once. In the Vermilion camp, the results of this military exercise had been announced. Because Yifan had given all his points to Yu Linglong in the end, Yu Linglong became the undisputed champion of the 3-round competition. Meanwhile, Ji Ningxuan withdrew from the competition, so Jiang Jiwei still secured 2nd place overall. After witnessing Yu Linglong's award ceremony, Yifan had no time to pay attention to the subsequent presentations. The Vermilion camp distributed the rewards accordingly. As the 1st-place winner, Yu Linglong naturally received the treasured pill and some cultivation manuals. Yifan had arranged everything in advance. The pill was meant for Gu Chongqing. So, as soon as Yu Linglong received the pill, she handed it to Yifan without hesitation. Xiaofan, what's the plan for the pill? Yifan took it and immediately passed it to Gu Chongqing. Young Master Gu, I keep my word. You can take this pill back and let your father try it first. Yifan trailed off, glancing at Ji Ningxuan. The imperial family had only just managed to weaken the Gu family by ensuring Gu Tang's severe injuries remained unhealed. How could they allow him to recover and become a formidable force again? Since Gu Chongqing hadn't won 1st place and obtained the pill himself, the imperial family might have relaxed slightly. But now that Yifan had given the pill, originally awarded to Yu Linglong, to Gu Chongqing, such a significant move would inevitably reach the imperial family's ears. Yifan predicted that the imperial family would send assassins to intercept Gu Chongqing. They wouldn't necessarily kill him, but they would certainly seize the pill. Ah, thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you. Gu Chongqing clutched the pill with both hands. This was his father's hope for recovery. Though Yifan had already promised him earlier, after disciplining him, that as long as Gu Chongqing stopped harassing Yu Linglong and helped her win the championship, the pill would be his, and Yifan would personally ensure his father's recovery. But now, holding the pill in his hands, Gu Chongqing was still overwhelmed with emotion. Be careful on your way back, Yifan said with a faint smile. I suggest you avoid taking a flight. If the imperial family wanted to stop the pill from reaching the Northwest Red Tiger domain, they might simply steal it if Gu Chongqing traveled by car. But if he took a plane, they might resort to extreme measures, like blowing up the entire aircraft to ensure the pill never made it back. Got it. The military exercise concluded with an overwhelming victory for Great Xia. Yu Linglong won the championship, received the pill as a reward, and then passed it to Gu Chongqing. Multiple parties had their wishes fulfilled, and all owed Yi Fan a great debt of gratitude. Moreover, by killing Prince Chris and Chief Mike, Yi Fan had prevented a devastating blow to Great Xia's elite forces. Zhuke Domain's high-ranking officer, Wei Hang, had been globally exposed and was now a wanted fugitive. Most of Yi Fan's objectives in Guang City had been achieved. The only remaining task was to track down Wei Hang and retrieve the case left behind by his third brother. After bidding farewell to Yu Linglong, Jining Xuan, and the others, Yi Fan set off with Wang Fugui and Guoli on a ship, leaving Guang City's coast and heading south based on their leads. In truth, Yi Fan's journey to the southern seas had two purposes: to pursue Wei Hang and to search for the manhwa flower, a crucial ingredient to cure Xian Yufei's condition. Though Xian Yufei had publicly broken off their engagement at the funeral, she had been under Zhou Ming's mind control at the time. Her true feelings for Yi Fan had never wavered. Later, she repeatedly risked her life for him, even using a soul contract to save him at a critical moment, at the cost of her own soul being damaged, leaving her in an eternal slumber. The key to reviving her was the manhwa flower. According to the Jinwu Division's intelligence, traces of the flower had been spotted on a secret island in the southern seas. Brother, are we really chasing blindly like this? We don't even know where Wei Hang has fled. Wang Fugui, who had been thriving under the care of women lately, grumbled with a ruddy complexion. I don't know what Ho Tianji was thinking. He sent so many men, yet Wei Hang still escaped. As he complained, he nervously glanced around. After all, he was now involved with Ho Tsuehua, making Ho Tianji his grandfather-in-law. If Ho Tsuehua overheard his complaints, his ears would suffer. Guoli also looked at Yi Fan doubtfully. The southern seas were vast. Even with a precise map, tracking Wei Hang could take forever. Yi Fan smiled faintly. In the southern seas, he still had an old acquaintance, Princess Area of the Blood Demon tribe. Back in the Penglai Gorge, Yi Fan had saved Aria's life. In the final moments, her forces had eliminated the southern barbarian commander, allowing her to take control of the Blood Demon tribe's military and sever ties with Zhou Yao of the Xuanwu domain, ensuring Yi Fan and Yu Linglong's escape. Ring ring. Just as Yi Fan thought of Aria, his phone buzzed, an unknown number. He initially ignored it, but the caller persisted. Humph, you heartless man. You took advantage of me and then ignored me for so long. How hateful. The moment he answered, a familiar voice scolded him. None other than Princess Aria. Yi Fan's mind flashed back to the stunning beauty he had rescued by the seaside outside Penglai Gorge. Her figure had been extraordinary, and in the process of saving her, he had touched places both appropriate and less so. I was in a hurry back then. I didn't even get your contact info. Yi Fan deflected. Anyway, why are you calling? Did Wei Hang flee to your territory? The Blood Demon tribe had kept the death of their southern barbarian commander strictly under wraps. If Wei Hang knew the commander was already dead, he wouldn't seek refuge with them. Humph. Kiss me first. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Aria teased playfully over the phone. Hearing her tone, Yi Fan smirked. He already had a rough idea. The fact that Aria had called at all was telling. Wei Hang must have already reached the Blood Demon tribe's territory and was likely under Aria's surveillance. After all, the conflict between Yi Fan and Wei Hang was no secret. Aria had already decided that Yi Fan was her man. She wouldn't let her beloved suffer. No, why should I kiss you? You're nothing to me. Yi Fan retorted, refusing to indulge her. Aria immediately flared up on the other end. Hey, Yi Fan, are you going to take advantage of me and then pretend nothing happened? You heartless scoundrel. I'm so mad at you. At the Penglai Gorge back then, Yi Fan had seen Aria completely naked, and even her first kiss had been taken by him. More importantly, Aria had given Yi Fan her most precious talisman, the pendant around his neck. It represented the core secret of the Blood Demon Sect's First Division. By entrusting it to him, she had essentially handed her life over. You horrible jerk. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You just love bullying me. I'm an innocent girl, and you took my first kiss. Took so much from me, and yet you, well, I'm telling Sister Linglong. Over the phone, Arya's voice trembled with grievance before dissolving into sobs. The delicate sound tugged at Yi Fan's heart. Memories of their time in Panglai Gorge flooded his mind, filling him with tenderness. That little minx Arya, not content with just a kiss, she had even been ready to follow him into the woods. When she had given him her personal talisman, Yi Fan had assumed it was just a fleeting impulse, that once she returned to the Blood Demon sect, she'd forget about him in time. But to his surprise, even after all this while, Arya hadn't forgotten him at all. Instead, her feelings had only grown deeper. This is a debt of love I'll never escape. All right, stop crying, silly girl. I didn't say anything bad, did I? Yi Fan softened his voice. When we parted at Panglai Gorge, didn't we agree that once you settled things with the Blood Demon sect, you'd come to Daxia to find me? You were the one who didn't show up. Hearing this, Arya grew frantic. That's not true. Fanji, I've wanted to see you for so long, but after returning to the sect, I had to deal with the remnants of Commander Nanba's faction. And on top of that, another force in the Western Blood Demon territories saw my father's illness as a chance to make their move. I couldn't get away. Her voice turned pleading. Fanji, I've missed you so much. Can't you come to me instead? The tenderness in her tone was unmistakable. Even through the phone, Yi Fan could picture her pouting, vulnerable expression. Oh, Fanji, I have good news for you. That strategist you've been tracking, Wei Hang, has arrived at the Blood Demon sect. He wanted to team up with Commander Nanba to stir up trouble, but I tricked him into staying put. I told him Nanba was away on business and wouldn't be back for 2 days. Arya excitedly laid out her plan, completely forgetting that she had originally intended to make Yi Fan kiss her before sharing the intel. A faint, sly smile curled on Yi Fan's lips. Wei Hang fled to the Blood Demon sect, hoping to join forces with Nanba? Ha! Talk about walking right into a trap. After all, Nanba had already been eliminated back in Panglai Gorge. The news just hadn't spread yet. You did well. I'll head to the Blood Demon sect right away. When I get there, I'll give you a big reward. Really? Arya's voice sparkled with excitement. Fanji, you better not lie to me. Blood Demon sect, a luxurious villa. Wei Hang lounged on the balcony in a wicker chair, sipping champagne as he gazed at the white sandy beach beyond. For the first time in a long while, he felt truly at ease. Damn, I finally made it out. No matter how tight Ho Tianji and Yi Fan's net was, they can't catch me now. The Blood Demon sect's 1st Division was a formidable power in the southern territories, notorious for raiding Daxia's coasts. The two factions had been mortal enemies for years. Daxia had long wanted to crush the Blood Demon sect, but their strength made it impossible. Even if Yi Fan and Ho Tianji tracked him here, their forces wouldn't dare approach Blood Demon territory. I'm safe at last. Wei Hang took another sip, his mind already plotting his next moves. The case left behind by the 3rd young master of the Yi family was in his possession. The problem was the key. Li Mo had taken it and handed it to Yi Fan. His next step was to convince Nanba to mobilize troops and help him retrieve it. That case most likely contained a map to the Celestial Palace. With even one such map, Wei Hang would hold enough leverage to negotiate with any faction. Already a martial emperor, if he could somehow enter the Celestial Palace and obtain its relics, breaking through to the next realm, touching the threshold of immortality, his future would be limitless. Eternal life, supreme power, even the imperial family would grovel at his feet. Wealth, women, boundless resources. Wei Hang's imagination ran wild, his gaze unfocused. Before long, he dozed off in the chair, though his foot remained firmly clamped around the briefcase. Nanba and he were sworn brothers, bound by secret dealings. Wei Hang slept soundly, confident that in Nanba's territory, nothing could touch him. Awakening to danger. When Wei Hang finally stirred, his drowsy eyes caught sight of unfamiliar warships docked at the harbor. Why do they look so familiar? At first, he paid them no mind. But as the setting sun's glow illuminated their silhouettes, realization struck like lightning. Holy shit. Those are Juvexia's warships. What the hell are they doing in blood demon territory? Instantly wide awake, Wei Hang bolted upright, his mind racing as he reviewed every detail since his arrival. He had arranged for the case to be delivered ahead of time, and before coming, he'd sent a trusted subordinate to receive him. Yet, while the case was in his hands now, he hadn't seen that subordinate. Worse, none of Nanba's usual men were around. The guards patrolling the villa were all under Princess Aria's command. Something's wrong. Very wrong. The pieces clicked together. The blood demon sect must have undergone a major upheaval. Before arriving, Wei Hang had contacted Nanba days in advance, ensuring his protection. There was no way Nanba would leave at such a critical time, let alone without leaving a single familiar face behind. Only one explanation. Nanba might already be dead. Run. Cold sweat-drenched Wei Hang's back as he grabbed the case and lunged for the exit. If Juvexia's warships were here, it meant the blood demon sect had struck a deal with Ho Tianji or worse, Yifan. No matter how close he and Nanba had been, he'd be sold out in a heartbeat. Panic set his nerves ablaze as he sprinted for the door, only to freeze at the sound of a chillingly familiar voice. Strategist Wei Hang, remember what I told you? Yifan stepped into view, smirking. Did you really think you could escape? Look at you now, caught in my hands again. Hearing the familiar voice and words, Wei Hang felt his entire body go numb. Because these were the exact words he had heard earlier that morning spoken by none other than Yifan. What baffled Wei Hang was, how did Yifan get into the blood demon sect's territory without any resistance? Weren't the blood demon sect and Great Xia supposed to be bitter enemies? The blood demons would never allow any Great Xia citizen, let alone a warship, to trespass into their domain. Was he hallucinating? Clutching at a sliver of hope, Wei Hang stepped out of his room and looked ahead. Under the streetlights stood Yifan, Guoli, Wang Fugue, and Song Yang, the infamous Dead Men's Squad. Yifan was a martial saint, Song Yang a martial emperor, while Guoli and Wang Fugue were still only martial masters. But even this lineup was more than enough to deal with Wei Hang. Yifan, you, all of you. Wei Hang sensed Yifan's aura, there was no mistaking it. It was really him. This is the end. Yifan had come in person, and thanks to Deng Bao's video call, Wei Hang had practically confessed his entire plan to him. With Yi family's third young master dead by Wei Hang's hand, did he really think Yifan would let him go? Wei Hang, you hid well. Yifan's gaze burned into him. Did you really think fleeing to the blood demon sect would save you? I warned you, kill a member of my family and I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. Hand over the case. I'll make your death quick. Wei Hang's crimes needed no trial. Conspiring with Prince Jin to massacre Great Xia's elite, exterminating the Yi family, any one of these was enough to condemn him to death. The only question was how he would die. Wei Hang froze, then remembered. The case. The one left behind by Yi family's third young master, his last bargaining chip. Yifan, let's make a deal. Spare me and I'll give you the case. Otherwise, I'll destroy it right here, no one gets what's inside. Even now, Wei Hang dared to threaten him. Yifan smirked. Wei Hang, do you really think you're in any position to negotiate? You killed my third brother. Blood must be repaid in blood. 3 seconds. My patience is thin. Under Yifan's piercing stare, Wei Hang felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cavern, his hair standing on end. His heart sank. Yifan's resolve was absolute, no room for negotiation. If I'm going to die anyway, then what's mine, no one else will have. Fine. You leave me no choice, the case dies with me. With a roar, Wei Han channeled his martial energy and slammed it into the case. Boom. The case shattered into dust. Wei Hang stared in disbelief. What the? He had tested this case countless times before, no amount of force could even scratch it. Yet now, with one strike, it had disintegrated. He had only meant to bluff, but the case had actually broken. Worse, a green mist swirled in the air, carrying a strangely sweet fragrance. The moment Wei Hang inhaled it, his limbs turned to jelly. Shit. Poison? He frantically tried to seal his breath, but it was too late. Even that tiny amount of toxin had already weakened him, his martial emperor-level strength plummeted to martial master. If he couldn't even fight Yifan at full power, what chance did he have now? You. Yifan, you bastard. Wei Hang glared with hatred and terror. Anyone who crossed Yifan was cursed for life. When the hell did he swap my case? Before Yifan could answer, a graceful figure appeared beside him, Princess Aria. With a sly smile, she looped her arm through Yifan's and taunted. Wrong person, military strategist Wei. If we're talking bastards, that'd be me. I'm the one who swapped your case. Then, as if twisting the knife, she pulled out an identical case and handed it to Yi Fan. Is this the one you were looking for? Wei Hang's mind exploded. I'm such a fool. He wanted to slap himself. Arya is Yi Fan's woman, and I ran straight to the blood demon sect. Now he understood why Yi Fan had been so calm. The real case had been stolen long ago. Where's Commander Namba? Wei Hang asked hoarsely, though he already knew the answer. Namba? Arya's smile turned icy. He met the king of hell already. Don't worry, you'll join him soon. That traitor dared to plot a coup. Wei Hang's last hope crumbled. Yi Fan, you planned this from the start. His voice was hollow. You knew about my ties to Namba since the Battle of Penglai Gorge. You let my men escape with the case just to trap me here today. Damn you. He slammed his fist into the ground. As the master strategist of the Vermilion Bird domain, Wei Hang had prided himself on his schemes. He had orchestrated the conquest of Great Xia's southern territories, yet now Yi Fan's machinations left him utterly crushed. A lifetime of outsmarting others only to be outplayed at the end. And Yi Fan's goal? His life. You win, Yi Fan, but you won't judge me. Not even the heavens can. With a final glare, Wei Hang drew his blade and plunged it into his own heart. Wei Hang's current strength was suppressed by toxins, barely at the martial venerable realm. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was at the 4th rank of the martial saint realm. If he wanted to stop Wei Hang, it would have been effortless. Yet, seeing Wei Hang's actions, Yi Fan remained calmly in place, showing no intention of intervening. Arya grew anxious beside him. Brother Fan, this guy is so important. Are we really just going to let him die? As the chief strategist of the Vermilion Bird domain, Wei Hang had orchestrated the assassination attempts against the elites of Great Xia and Yi Fan during the Vermilion Bird Army's military exercises. Moreover, he was one of King Jin's core subordinates and undoubtedly held many secrets. From Heir's perspective, keeping him alive was essential. Yi Fan smiled faintly. It's fine. If he wants to die, let him. Wei Hang moved swiftly, but to the confusion of Arya, Guali, Wang Fugui, and the others, the expected sound of flesh being pierced never came. Wei Hang's blade stopped just a millimeter from his own heart. Frustrated, he turned to Yi Fan and said, You? Why aren't you following the script? Why didn't you stop me? Though Wei Hang was a master strategist who had assisted Ho Tianji in many famous battles, he was, at his core, a man who feared death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared so many escape routes for himself. Aside from the Blood Demon sect, he had even set up a secret base in the Eastern Islands as a backup. His plan had been to flee there if things went wrong with the Blood Demon sect. But he never expected that the Blood Demon sect was already under Yi Fan's control. Once he arrived, there was no escape. Despite his bold words, when it came to actually stabbing himself, Wei Hang couldn't do it. Yi Fan, I know so many of King Jin's secrets and plans. Don't you want to ask anything? Wei Hang felt a deep sense of helplessness facing Yi Fan. Against others, Wei Hang could maneuver effortlessly. But with Yi Fan, it was like all his schemes dissolved into nothingness. Would you tell me if I asked? Yi Fan smirked, watching him coolly. At Wei Hang's level, he had likely imposed mental barriers on himself. Yi Fan's soul-searching techniques might not work, and if pushed too hard, Wei Hang's mind would collapse, killing him instantly. Wei Hang was left speechless. Right, even if Yi Fan asked, would he answer? Could he answer? Wei Hang had only recently discovered the terrifying truth behind King Jin's backers. Forces far beyond the martial world, surpassing even the 4 great holy lands. The Soul Hall, an organization that harvested and enslaved souls. Daring to expose such secrets would mean a fate worse than death. The Soul Hall's methods of tormenting and enslaving souls were too horrifying. But Wei Hang knew that falling into Yi Fan's hands meant certain death. Sigh. To think that, after a lifetime of brilliance, he would end up like this. One misstep and everything was lost. After a few seconds of contemplation, Wei Hang spoke with resignation. Young Master Yi, you win. I truly can't bring myself to do it. Among the younger generation of Great Xia, you are undeniably the strongest. I admit defeat. I was the one who killed the 3rd young master of the Yi family. We were after the map in his possession. Now that I know my death is inevitable, I only ask for a quick end. In return, I'll reveal King Jin's greatest secret. Taking a deep breath, Wei Hang said solemnly, "Behind King Jin is the Soul Hall, a force that collects and enslaves souls, even attempting to control the unsealed evil spirits. They are said to originate from a mysterious immortal realm. From what I've gathered, the leaders of the Soul Hall are restricted in the mortal world, limiting their actions so they rely on proxies." Wei Hang revealed everything he knew with a calm expression. "That's all I can tell you. As for King Jin's other secrets, I doubt you care, so I won't waste your time." With the Vermilion Bird domain in Guangxing out of King Jin's control, Wei Hang's downfall, the destruction of King Jin's secret bases nearby, and over 100 hidden outposts eradicated, King Jin's forces had been crippled, losing at least half their strength. In terms of overall power, King Jin was no longer a match for Yi Fan. As for King Jin's minor secrets, they were irrelevant to Yi Fan now. But the revelation about the Soul Hall was indeed shocking. The Soul Hall? Harvesting and enslaving souls? From the immortal realm? This complicated things. Dealing with the evil spirits was already troublesome, not to mention the old enemies behind the Divine Gate. Now, with the Soul Hall added to the mix, would the Divine Gate's remaining forces be enough? But at this point, Yi Fan had no choice but to press forward. Combining this information with what Jade Linglong and Elder Ding Xiu had relayed, Yi Fan knew he had to accelerate his cultivation. He needed to break through to the peak of the Martial Saint realm and advance further, mastering spiritual cultivation as soon as possible. Though Martial Saint's strength was already the pinnacle in the mortal world, Yi Fan sensed that in the immortal realm, it might be nothing more than the lowest tier. "Come on, young Master Yi. As fellow military men, grant me a swift end." Having said his piece, Wei Hang closed his eyes and spread his arms. Yi Fan looked at him, sighing inwardly. If only you had known better. As the Vermilion Bird domain strategist, Wei Hang had held a position second only to the highest authority. He could have lived comfortably for the rest of his life. Why meddle in King Jin's schemes? But sentimentality wouldn't make Yi Fan hesitate. Whoosh! A flame flickered at Yi Fan's fingertips, instantly engulfing Wei Hang. Crackle! The scorching blaze reduced him to ashes, his very soul incinerated into nothingness. If not for the wisp of smoke lingering in the air, it would have been as if Wei Hang had never existed. Another of the Yi family's core enemies had fallen. Next, it was time for those in the northwest, the Five Elders. However, before leaving this place, Yi Fan still needed to go to the Sea of Death to find that manhua, flower of the other shore. This was the key ingredient to save Shen Yufei. She had risked her life to save Yi Fan, and in his heart, he could never abandon her either. Yi Fan took the password-protected case from Heir and opened it with the key Li Mo had given him. As expected, inside was a fragment of the Celestial Palace map. But apart from the map fragment, there was also a handwritten letter in the case. When Yi Fan picked it up and read its contents, he was instantly stunned. "Little brother Fan, if you're reading this letter, it means your third brother has already perished. Don't grieve. This is fate. When you were very young, a mystic known as the Heavenly Secrets Taoist foretold that our entire Yi family would be doomed, and you are our last hope. That's why, all these years, even though your 7 elder brothers had fiancés, we all agreed not to marry or engage in any intimacy with them unless absolutely necessary. This was a precaution. In case anything happened to us, you would take over our responsibilities and care for your sisters-in-law. At least they remain pure, making it easier for both you and them to accept. You must survive, avenge us, and take care of grandfather." Hiss! Reading the letter, Yi Fan was utterly shocked. What was this situation? Had third brother known he would meet his end before it even happened? And from the tone of the letter, it wasn't just third brother. His first and second brothers seemed to have known as well. So, when grandfather insisted that Yi Fan visit the places where his 7 brothers had fallen, it wasn't just a random suggestion. Before disaster struck, all 7 brothers had sensed it and made arrangements for their map fragments accordingly. Was the Heavenly Secrets Taoist really that powerful? Decades ago, he had predicted the Yi family's calamity? But then again, considering the mysterious forces behind his mother's lineage, Yifan had to admit that this world held many inexplicable things. Even if he didn't understand them, they were undeniably real. What's wrong? Heir asked, noticing the shifting emotions on Yifan's face. Yifan tucked the letter away, sighed deeply, and steadied himself. It's nothing. Just some final arrangements from third brother. Sigh. So all these years, his 7 brothers had refrained from marrying their fiancées. Just to leave them for him? It sounded absurd, but according to third brother's letter, that was exactly the case. Was he now duty-bound to protect his sisters-in-law? What if, during the Yi family's funeral, the 7 sisters-in-law hadn't declared they would marry him? What then? As Yifan was lost in thought, a guard from the Blood Demon sect rushed into the villa in a panic. Princess, it's bad. Enemies are attacking. It's the Undead Legion. They've already breached our first line of defense. Elder Ruan Filiu is severely injured. He's on the verge of death. Hearing this, Heir's face paled. What? Let's go, quick. Ever since the death of Commander Nanba, Heir had been managing nearly all affairs of the Blood Demon sect alone. Though her father was technically still the sect's ruler, his failing health in recent years had left him unable to handle matters. In truth, Heir was now the backbone of the entire sect. Undead Legion? Yifan frowned at the name. That sounded intimidating. He quickly followed Heir downstairs, heading toward the sect's main hall. From a distance, before even reaching the hall, Yifan sensed a familiar aura. Death energy? It was almost identical to the aura from the soul-locking wood Panshur had used. If the Gene King was backed by the Soul Hall, did that mean the Undead Legion was also connected to them? Earlier, Wei Hang had already revealed that the Gene King's forces were tied to the mysterious Soul Hall. If Yifan happened to encounter them here, he wouldn't mind confronting them directly. Elder Ruan, are you all right? Heir rushed into the hall, her face filled with concern as she looked at Ruan Filiu lying on a stretcher. The elder's face was deathly pale, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Multiple sword and knife wounds marred his torso, each surrounded by a creeping black energy that corroded his flesh. Seeing Heir, a glimmer of relief flashed in Ruan Filiu's eyes. Princess, the Undead Legion. They can't be killed. Their blades are poisoned, corroding our bodies. It's horrifying. This old man is useless. Princess, you and the king must flee. The remaining elders will hold them off. Ruan Filiu had always been a loyal supporter of Heir's father. Even in his dying moments, his only concern was their safety. Elder Ruan, don't say that. You'll be fine, you have to be. As Heir spoke, Ruan Filiu's pupils suddenly dilated, his gaze locking onto someone behind her. You, young Master Yi, you've come to the Blood Demon sect? Ah, this is wonderful. During their time in the Panglai Gorge, Ruan Filiu had witnessed the bond between Yifan and Heir firsthand. Yifan had saved her, and Heir's heart had long been his. Most importantly, Yifan hadn't shown any rejection back then. Now that he had personally come to the Blood Demon sect, it only confirmed his stance. Though Ruan Filiu had misunderstood some details, the outcome aligned with reality. Heir had firmly secured a place in Yifan's heart. With young Master Yi here, the Blood Demon sect will be safe. Young Master, this old man, thanks you. Struggling to rise, Ruan Filiu attempted to bow. Yifan stepped forward and steadied him. Elder Ruan, there's no need for formalities. Heir's matters are mine as well. As long as I'm here, the Blood Demon sect won't suffer harm. As he spoke, Yifan channeled the immense vitality of the divine fragment into Ruan Filiu's body, instantly revitalizing him. A flicker of hope lit in the elder's eyes, but it soon dimmed. Young Master, don't waste your energy on me. The black energy keeps corroding my vitality. No matter how much you pour in, it's useless unless the corruption is purged. No problem. I have a way. With that, Yifan swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring an evil-slaying array. With a wave of his hand, he pressed it toward Ruan Filiu. The evil-slaying array was originally an inheritance Yi Fan obtained from the divine fragments, a technique specifically designed to purify evil spirits. The sealed malevolent entities could all be cleansed by this array, and even the young master of the netherworld's sacred land was no exception. The evil-slaying array seemed to have an innate restraining effect on dark, sinister forces. Whoosh! As Yi Fan activated the array and pressed it downward, the dark energy corroding Wan Felia's wounds instantly recoiled in terror, as if encountering something horrifying, desperately trying to flee. But the overwhelming power emanating from the array was far too domineering, sacred and majestic, trapping the dark energy before purifying it into nothingness in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all traces of the dark energy around Wan Felia's wounds were completely eradicated. The gaping holes in his chest finally revealed fresh, red flesh. Meanwhile, the vitality Yi Fan had infused into Wan Felia's body began to take effect, rapidly healing his injuries. Wan Felia, who had been on the verge of death mere moments ago, suddenly regained color in his face, and his martial aura surged stronger than ever. Could he really be coming back to life in just a few breaths? Wan Felia was stunned as he felt his body recovering at an astonishing speed. He had already accepted his fate, enveloped in the black aura of death. After all, in all his years of battling the undead legion, no one had ever survived a single strike from their blades. Yet Yi Fan had done the impossible. This was nothing short of miraculous. Wan Felia had mentally prepared himself, knowing that Yi Fan likely had a way to repel the undead legion. But he never expected Yi Fan to be so formidable that he could even snatch him back from the jaws of death. A glint of determination flashed in Wan Felia's eyes. If Yi Fan truly possessed a means to counter the undead legion, then no matter how many enemies came, the blood demon sect would no longer fear them. Young Master Yi, thank you. Though countless words swirled in his heart, all Wan Felia could muster was a simple thank you, far from enough to express his gratitude. Yi Fan nodded. Elder Wan, focus on recovering. With the vitality I've channeled into you, you should heal soon. Arya and I will scout ahead. Frowning, Yi Fan turned his gaze toward the Blood Demon Harbor, still several kilometers away. Even from this distance, he could sense the overwhelming aura of death emanating from it. The Soul Palace stood behind Prince Jean, collecting and enslaving the souls of powerful warriors. And now an undead legion had appeared within the Great Xia's waters, an army of unkillable soldiers. It was impossible for Yi Fan not to connect the two. Could these undead warriors be the very souls the Soul Palace had gathered, forged into weapons of war? These souls belonged to elite martial artists, nearly indestructible, impervious to ordinary weapons and techniques. If so, they were practically invincible. The Blood Demon sect had always followed a different path of cultivation compared to the orthodox martial traditions of Great Xia. To put it bluntly, the Blood Demon sect originated as a land of exiles, a refuge for the desperate. Those hunted by Great Xia's martial world gathered here, slaying demonic beasts and extracting their cores to develop unique cultivation methods. Over time, these techniques merged with Great Xia's martial arts, forming the foundation of the Blood Demon sect. Later, they began sheltering powerful outcasts from across the world, gradually establishing their own territory. Though not a formal nation, the Blood Demon sect had become an undeniable force in the southern seas of Great Xia. At the Blood Demon Harbor, the first line of defense had already fallen to the undead legion. Corpses littered the ground, the air thick with the stench of blood and the lingering miasma of death. From a warship docked at the harbor, an eerie green glow pulsed as an endless stream of undead soldiers poured forth. Clad in identical gray robes, their bodies wreathed in black mist, their true forms remained obscured to ordinary eyes. But Yi Fan's demon eye pierced through the darkness. Activating it with a surge of energy, he saw the truth beneath the shroud. These undead warriors were not living beings but materialized phantoms. Conventional weapons could not harm them. No wonder ordinary martial artists considered them unkillable. Yi Fan had encountered such an enemy before, Zhou Ming in Yun City. Even after destroying Zhou Ming's physical body, he had reappeared at the Ren family banquet in Huadu, still unkillable. Back then, Yi Fan's power had been suppressed by the absolute domain, nearly costing him his life. But now, armed with multiple divine fragments and their inherited techniques, he had no reason to fear these undead soldiers. In a flash, Yi Fan dashed into the second defensive formation. Some capable experts within the Blood Demon sect had devised formations based on their ancient texts, slowing the advance of the undead, albeit only slightly. Without hesitation, Yi Fan swiftly deployed dozens of evil-slaying arrays across the battlefield, masking their sacred aura to avoid detection. Once the arrays were in place, he calmly addressed the blood demon sect's defensive captain. Fall back. I'll handle this. A sudden order from a young stranger demanding hundreds of warriors to abandon their post, naturally it drew skepticism. The blood demon elder in charge glared coldly. Who the hell are you? Hand it over to you? Don't joke around. Do you even know what you're dealing with? If we retreat further, the undead legion will breach the third line and threaten the royal palace. If the princess is harmed, can you bear that responsibility? Though Arya had already pledged herself to Yifan, the news hadn't spread widely. Only a few elders and core members knew the truth. To this elder, Yifan was just an arrogant young upstart. Step aside if you're scared. But if you've got guts, pick up a blade and fight with us. We'll make sure they don't touch you until they trample over our corpses first. Yifan was speechless. He had come to save everyone. Yet these blood demon sect members treated him like a weakling. Without arguing further with the elder in charge, Yifan took a single step, his figure already dozens of meters away, charging toward the undead warriors probing the edges of the formation. Huh? You fool? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't leave the formation. Without its protection, the elite undead forces will tear you to shreds in an instant. The elder panicked, his body flickering as he tried to rush forward and pull Yifan back. The formation they had set up was largely an enhancement of ancient defensive arrays. Those ancient formations, left behind by legendary figures, possessed unique properties capable of warding off evil and suppressing demons. The entire Blood Demon Palace had been constructed atop these ancient formations. Otherwise, in the southern waters of the Great Xia Empire, how could the Blood Demon sect have survived and thrived for so many generations without the protection of these mystical arrays? The elder channeled his martial energy, about to move. But suddenly, Princess Arya dashed forward, pressing a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Elder Wang, don't worry. The man who just spoke to you, his name is Yifan. Princess, why have you come to the second defensive line in person? The elder was stunned at the sight of her. Several seconds passed before he finally processed her words. What? Princess, did you just say, that boy is Yifan? The monstrous genius of Great Xia, Yifan. Though the Blood Demon sect resided in the remote seas, they maintained their own intelligence network and communication systems, keeping close ties with the outside world. Thus, they were well aware of the legendary exploits of Yifan, Great Xia's most prodigious talent. The Yi clan had nearly been annihilated, yet Yifan, after feigning weakness for years, had single-handedly led its resurgence. Rumor had it his strength had already reached the martial saint realm. Yes, and he's my man. Arya's declaration sent the elder and his core subordinates into an uproar. The monstrous genius of Great Xia was their princess's lover? Some time ago, there had been whispers that Princess Arya had been rescued in the Panglai ravine by a mysterious young man. Now it seemed that man had been Yifan all along. Otherwise, given the long-standing tensions between the Blood Demon sect and Great Xia, how could any man from Great Xia waltz so easily into the Blood Demon Palace? All of you withdraw immediately. Leave this place to us. Arya's next command left the elder and the other core members frozen in disbelief. To this, Princess, are you certain about this order? The undead legion had already breached the second defensive line. Elder Ruan Filiu lay severely wounded. If the Blood Demon guards didn't hold the line with their lives, the sect's centuries-old stronghold would surely fall today. Since you've all heard of Yifan, then retreat at once. Must I repeat myself? Arya's voice turned icy as she glared at them. She knew Yifan never acted without certainty. If he wanted them to withdraw, he had his reasons. As you command. Princess Arya's authority was absolute. The moment her order was given, all Blood Demon elites swiftly abandoned the second defensive line. With no one maintaining the formation, it collapsed instantly, and the undead legion's advance accelerated. Yet the moment they took another step forward, an invisible barrier blocked their path. Standing before the undead horde was a lone figure. Do you recognize me? The man blocking their way was, of course, Yifan. He had rushed ahead alone to face the undead warriors for one reason, to test a theory. He wanted to see if these creatures knew who he was. Logically, these undead, confined to the seas with little interaction with Great Xia, shouldn't recognize him. But if they were connected to the Soul Palace behind Prince Jin, if they shared intelligence, then they would not only recognize him but know him well. As he spoke, Yi Fan's gaze locked onto a bearded middle-aged man in the fourth row of the undead ranks. This man, the strongest among them at the Martial Saint realm, was the Legion's commander. Yi Fan, you're Yi Fan. Why are you here, in the Blood Demon Sect's territory? Instinctively, the bearded man shouted, his pupils dilating in shock. And with those words, Yi Fan's suspicions were confirmed. These undead were undeniably linked to the Soul Palace, the same force behind the soul locking wood in Panshi's possession, the same shadowy power backing Prince Jin. Heh, I'm here to wipe you out. Yi Fan's sharp eyes swept over the undead legion. The attacking force wasn't large, fewer than 1,000 warriors. But the real problem was that these undead couldn't be killed. And that was infuriating. Humph! With a cold snort, Yi Fan unleashed a surge of martial energy, blasting the undead warriors off their feet. Yet despite the Martial Saint level impact, none of them sustained any real damage. Yi Fan already knew conventional martial techniques were useless against them. But he was playing dumb, letting them believe he was powerless, luring them into carelessly pursuing him, straight into the trap of his prearranged demon-slaying formation. Whether these undead were Soul Palace operatives or not, the moment they crossed paths with Yi Fan here, their fate was sealed. Boom! The shockwave faded, leaving the undead completely unharmed. Yi Fan frantically launched another barrage of attacks, but the result remained the same. Ha ha ha! Is this all you've got, Yi Fan? The undead commander, initially tense, now relaxed entirely. Let me enlighten you, we are immortal. You can't kill us. Pathetic. With skills like these, you dare challenge us? Now it's our turn. The commander sneered. This will be your grave, Yi Fan. Do you even know how many people want you dead? As long as you live, they'll never sleep soundly. All troops advance. Kill Yi Fan. The undead legion commander drew his battle saber and rallied his troops. Our blades are specially forged. A single strike will doom Yi Fan. If we capture his soul, the higher-ups will grant us immense rewards. Even entry into the soul spring will be possible. With its nourishing power, we might even attain undying saints' bodies. As the commander described the soul spring, delight flashed in the eyes of every undead warrior. The soul spring, the ultimate dream for all undead soldiers. Entry meant not only a surge in power but also recognition from the upper echelons of the Soul Palace. Buzz! The undead warriors surged forward, martial energy flaring as they stormed toward Yi Fan. Beneath Yi Fan's feet, an ancient formation, the Bluffine tribe's sanctuary barrier hummed with sacred energy, instantly purifying any undead warriors who dared approach, their bodies dissolving into nothingness. The undead legion commander spurred his troops onward. Do not fear. Sacrifices are inevitable if we're to defeat Yi Fan. Yes, their barrier purifies us, but look, it's weakening rapidly. Soon it will collapse. Boom. Driven by their commander's fervor, the warriors charged recklessly. Yet, the Bluffine tribe's ancient formation, passed down by sages, was far too potent. In mere moments, it obliterated a third of the legion while still radiating formidable power. If this continued, the undead wouldn't even breach the barrier, let alone escape alive. Yi Fan frowned, exhaling softly. Fine. I'll help them out. Having inherited knowledge from divine fragments, he knew the formation's flaws, its power paled compared to the evil-slaying array, and he alone could dismantle or restore it. Thud. Subtly twisting his wrist, he shattered the formation's core, collapsing the entire barrier in an instant. The commander, shaken by the heavy losses, hesitated, just as he considered retreating. Crack. The barrier vanished. Now. The barrier's down. Charge, kill Yi Fan while you can. The commander finally relaxed. With so many lost, failure would mean execution upon return. But if Yi Fan fell, even the Legion's total annihilation would be rewarded tenfold. Whoosh! The remaining warriors lunged murderously. Yet Yi Fan only smiled faintly, retreating step by step, luring them straight into his preset trap. As the last undead crossed the threshold, snick! Yi Fan flicked his wrist. The evil-slaying array ignited, its archaic might erupting like a storm. Golden runes blazed in the air, sealing the entire battlefield under its divine wrath. Commander! What's happening? I can't move. My arm's dissolving. Help! Trapped warriors shrieked as the runes pinned them in place while corroding their phantom bodies. Even the strongest, who tried transforming into mist to flee, were shredded instantly. By now, the undead commander understood they'd been played. The fallen barrier? A calculated bait. This annihilation? Yi Fan's masterstroke. Why you planned this? The commander's voice trembled with despair. Indeed, Yi Fan sneered. The moment you targeted the Blufffiend tribe, you signed your death warrants. I let you in just to slaughter you all like trapped rats. Cold certainty hardened his gaze. These undead are the Soul Palace's hounds. As expected, the commander collapsed into hopeless silence. Within the evil-slaying array, his obliteration was guaranteed. As the purifying energies dissolved the undead, wisps of green aura, their remnants, flowed into Yi Fan. Among them, memories. Most were trivial except one critical fragment from the commander's mind. The Sea of Death. Shock flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. According to the commander's memories, the Undead Legion's headquarters lay hidden there. Perfect. He'd been searching endlessly for its coordinates needed to retrieve the Netherbloom. Yeah? This fool handed them to him. Only with the help of the red spider lily could Shen Yufei fully awaken. Only then would Yi Fan's guilt lessen a little. Whoosh! As the evil-slaying formation unleashed its full power, every last one of the spectral warriors on the battlefield was completely purified, reduced to nothingness. If not for witnessing it firsthand, one might think these undead soldiers had never even existed. Behind the second line of defense, the retreating blood demon sect elites stared in shock at the scene before them. How could young Master Ye's methods be so terrifying? With just a wave of his hand, he annihilated such a horrifying horde of undead warriors? And those floating runes in the air, what the hell are those? Among them, Elder Wang, the acting leader since General Nanba's death, had been harboring thoughts of ambition, not outright rebellion against Princess Heir, but certainly a lust for greater power. Yet after seeing this, all his schemes evaporated. What's even the point? Princess Heir's man is this monstrous? With just a snap of his fingers, he could wipe us all out. If I dared plot against her, I'd die without even knowing how. Swallowing his pride, Elder Wang turned and bowed deeply to Princess Heir. Congratulations, Your Highness. This is truly cause for celebration. Indeed, the Blood Demon Sect's princess had landed such a formidable man. Even if their aging chief remained gravely ill, the sect's survival for centuries to come was all but assured. Heir, her eyes twinkling like stars, gazed at Yi Fan's heroic silhouette and giggled. Definitely worth celebrating. She couldn't help but feel overjoyed. If I hadn't been bold back then at Panglai Gorge, I might have missed such a treasure of a man. But what thrilled her even more was the other secret about Yi Fan. Any girl who had intimate contact with him would receive a profound benefit. A strange warmth would surge through them, rapidly enhancing their martial energy. Now that Yi Fan had come to the Blood Demon Sect, Heir had already resolved to seize every opportunity to get closer to him, preferably becoming his woman in truth. Even now, with just kisses and embraces, she had already reaped tremendous rewards. Her strength had already broken through to the Imperial Martial realm. If I take the final step with him, wouldn't my power soar past 5th level Imperial Martial? With all the undead forces obliterated, the Blood Demon Sect's crisis was naturally resolved. Fanji, thank you. Heir darted forward like a whirlwind, wrapping her arms around Yi Fan's and gazing up at him with admiration. You're amazing. The Blood Demon Sect owes you so much. Tell me, how should I repay you? She pressed herself fully against him, her lush curves deliberately rubbing against his arm, not caring in the slightest. The intoxicating sensation made Yi Fan inwardly sigh. Back at Panglai Gorge's shore, when he had first found Heir, her clothes had been nearly torn away by the waves, her breathtaking figure completely exposed to his eyes. Now acting so clingy, he knew exactly what she was thinking. Heir, you're playing with fire. You realize that, right? His voice lowered, a devilish glint flickering in his eyes like embers. Since breaking through to St. Martial Realm, Yi Fan had noticed something unusual. Another force awakening within him, stirring his primal urges. He wasn't sure if it was his heart flame acting up. After all, That warmth he shared with women came solely from the flickering flames in his dantian. And every time he was intimate with a woman, those flames seemed to burn brighter. If I keep getting closer to more women, and the heart flame grows stronger, what happens then? Will it backlash and consume me? Humph! Such a heartless man. Fanji, you took my first kiss, stole my innocence, and you still call me princess. Arya pouted, displeased with his formal address. Yes, I'm playing with fire, so what? Come on, burn me to death. To provoke him, she deliberately arched her chest forward. Snap! Yi Fan didn't hesitate. His hand landed squarely on her rear with a crisp, resounding smack. The sound echoed across the battlefield, and every single blood demon sect warrior gawked in disbelief. WH? Elder Wang. He just spanked the princess. In the blood demon sect, even looking at her highness bottom is forbidden, let alone touching it. Should we intervene? Save young Master Yi from her wrath. The guards murmured amongst themselves, too simple-minded to grasp the underlying flirtation. Elder Wang could only sigh in exasperation. Shut your mouths. Can't you see they're flirting? Mind your own business. He barked orders at the stunned crowd. All of you, turn around. Close your eyes. March away. MMMN. Arya let out a soft moan, her body squirming slightly from the stinging sensation. Though she pretended to scold him, her body betrayed her eagerness. Fanji, you're so mean. In front of all these people. Even as she feigned indignation, she could already feel the warmth surging from where his hand had struck, seeping into her meridians and boosting her cultivation slightly. One spank already gives me this much power. Her lips brushed against his ear as she whispered, Fanji, take me to my quarters first before hitting me again. Okay? Her honeyed tone and warm breath against his neck were lethal, a temptation no man could resist. For Yi Fan to reject her now would be downright unmanly. Besides, if he could claim Arya, wouldn't that ensure the blood demon sect ceased harassing Great Xiao's borders? Wouldn't this count as serving my country? Before Yi Fan could respond, Arya had already made her move, sweeping him off his feet, quite literally, and darting toward her palace chambers. Yi Fan nearly choked. What the hell? In all his past encounters, he was always the one carrying women to bed. But this time, I'm the one getting princess carried. For the first time, he felt like he was the one being ravished. Very well. For now, let Arya have her domineering moment. But once they're in the room, Yi Fan would definitely take the lead. In Yi Fan's heart, he had already accepted Arya. Fighting for the nation was an honorable duty, after all. Besides, his own strength had plateaued recently, stimulating the flickering flame within him. Drawing forth that mysterious, warming energy was undoubtedly the fastest way to break through, especially after encountering the terrifying forces behind Yu Linglong's mother in the suburbs of Guangxing. Elder Ding Xiu and his group hailed from the immortal realm, and their power completely overshadowed even the peak martial saints of the mortal world. Though Elder Ding Xiu belonged to a friendly faction, Yi Fan knew he had to improve his own strength as quickly as possible. Only then could he master the techniques and martial skills left behind by the Elder. And so, tonight was destined to be a restless one. As for venturing into the sea of death in search of the void flower, that was no simple matter to accomplish in a day or two. Besides, night had already fallen. The plan would have to wait until tomorrow, after proper preparations had been made. As Yi Fan and Arya departed, the elite warriors of the Blood Demon clan swiftly reassumed their defensive formations, securing the perimeter once more. Several kilometers away, on an invisible warship drifting in the sea, a group of black-robed men lowered their binoculars, their faces grim. Commander. One of them reported to the golden-robed man seated behind him. All of Ji Xing's forces were wiped out. The Undead Legion has suffered heavy losses this time. Should we advance and take revenge on Yi Fan? The golden-robed leader calmly set down his teacup. So they're dead. Let them be. What? The subordinate was stunned. Commander, the annihilation of Ji Xing's forces is a massive blow to the Undead Legion. If we don't retaliate, Won't others think they can trample over us with impunity? Moreover, we failed the mission assigned by the Soul Temple. How do we explain this to our superiors? The golden-robed man smirked coldly. Relax. I had this planned long ago. Yifan thinks he holds the initiative, but the moment he left Guangxing Harbor, I was already aware of his movements. I deliberately fed Jixing's troops to him as sacrificial pawns. Seeing the astonishment in his men's eyes, he continued, I implanted a piece of information in Jixing's mind before his death. The void flower Yifan seeks is indeed in the sea of death. But the 9 calamities and 10 evils lurking within are insatiable devourers of men. Even if Yifan goes in with 100 men, none will escape alive. Ah, I understand now, a subordinate gasped. The commander is using the beasts of the Sea of Death as his assassins. Once Yifan is dead, the Soul Temple will have no reason to blame us. The golden-robed leader nodded. Set sail immediately. We'll station ourselves near the Sea of Death. In a couple of days, we'll have front-row seats to this spectacular show. The Sea of Death earned its name for a reason. The ancient monstrosities dwelling within, some thousands of years old, were confined there by some inexplicable force. Countless ships and warriors, regardless of their strength, had ventured in, but never returned. The truth was, while the Void Flower really existed in the Sea of Death, the commander's claim that the Undead Legion's headquarters was there was merely bait. The goal? Lure Yifan into certain doom. One more thing, the golden-robed commander commanded. Contact Prince Jin in Shangjing. Find out the latest developments. With Wei Hang dead, the items he carried must have fallen into Yifan's hands. He sighed. A pity. Retrieving that map will be far more troublesome now. He glanced at his subordinates. Every one of you must work harder. Accumulate more merit so that I may linger longer in the soul pool. His tone shifted to one of promise. Do this, and you won't be denied your rewards. Yes, Commander. Schemes within schemes. Plots within plots. Shangjing. News of Wei Hang's death had already reached Prince Jin. Though Area had purged the Blood Demon clan of spies, rooting out Nanba's loyalists entirely was impossible. Hidden informants within the clan ensured that the moment Wei Hang died, Prince Jin was notified. Ah, Wei Hang, you brought this upon yourself. Prince Jin sighed wearily. He had long anticipated this outcome, but facing it now still left him disheartened. The resources and effort poured into grooming Wei Hang, propelling him to the rank of Vermilion Bird Strategist, were immense. Though Wei Hang had later sought independence, his ties to Prince Jin remained inescapable. Your Highness, his new secretary, Xiao Zhang, voiced his concern. The situation grows direr by the day. Since Yifan's Tiankue base activated its mission reward system, our bases nationwide have been under relentless assault. In just the last 2 days, we've lost 7 or 8 strongholds. If this continues, even before Yifan reaches Shangjing, we'll collapse from within. After Pan Shi's death, Xiao Zhang had assumed the secretary role with ambitions of greatness. Reality, however, proved far more brutal than he imagined. Yifan, who had spent 5 years feigning idiocy, now stood as an unstoppable force. Damn it! Prince Jin slammed his fist onto the table, fury contorting his face. This was no longer just about the struggle for the Immortal Palace map. Beyond the map, beyond survival, this was now a battle of pride. To lose like this, to be bested by a man who had once been a fool, was unacceptable. His decades-long schemes dismantled so effortlessly? Unthinkable. Just as Prince Jin was about to speak, a guard rushed in, sweating nervously. Your Highness, a black-robed man is at the gates. He says, he's here to claim your life. We tried to stop him, but a black-robed reaper? After a brief pause, realization dawned. Let him in, Prince Jin muttered before quickly changing his mind. No, I'll greet him myself. He sighed heavily. The inevitable had finally arrived. Prince Jin's ultimate backer was none other than the Soul Temple. Their alliance had been transactional. The temple provided support for his coup, and in return, he would supply them with souls upon his ascension. But now, cornered by defeat, Prince Jin had agreed to the temple's most sinister taboo, a soul sacrifice. The Soul Hall welcomes Your Highness Jin Wang. Emerging from the inner courtyard, Jin Wang was met by Qing Yuan, the Soul Hall's summoning envoy, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze fixed on the prince. As a royal prince of the Great Xia Empire, Jin Wang carried considerable spiritual resonance and destiny, not as immense as the emperor's, but still extraordinary by mortal standards. The Soul Hall, shattered in its prime and forced into obscurity for years, now desperately sought powerful souls to rebuild its foundations. This was why they secretly allied with worldly powers like Jin Wang, Prince Chris, and the Goose Sect's leader, all part of their scheme to harvest potent souls. Their ultimate goal? To abduct the souls of supreme experts from the mortal realm and bolster the Soul Hall's might. Jin Wang himself was one of their prime targets. Previously, the Soul Hall had offered countless inducements to recruit him, yet he'd always refused. The prince knew that joining meant surrendering his autonomy, relegating himself to a mere vassal. But recent events had eroded his resistance. Relentless assaults by Yi Fan had crippled Jin Wang's bases, leaving him cornered and desperate. Only then had he contacted Qing Yuan, agreeing to sacrifice his soul. Envoy Qing Yuan, Jin Wang's voice was weary. Do your earlier terms still stand? His cultivation talent had always been mediocre. Maintaining emperor-level strength was already a feat. Breaking through to the Saint Realm without external intervention seemed impossible. Qing Yuan smirked like a hunter eyeing prey. Of course, all conditions remain unchanged. A simple ritual, no forced extraction of your soul, will elevate you to Saint Realm at no cost. Moreover, the Soul Hall's techniques and manuals will be fully accessible. Military support, elite forces at your disposal. Grade A resources, yours to command. The benefits were undeniably generous. Jin Wang exhaled sharply. I've heard this before. What exactly must I surrender in return? Such generosity couldn't come without steep costs. A soul pact, monthly tributary offerings of your spiritual resonance. Nothing more. Qing Yuan's tone was casual, but Jin Wang knew the truth. A soul pact was irrevocable bondage. Monthly tribute of spiritual resonance? Though its purpose eluded him, the Soul Hall's obsession with it signaled its vital importance. Yet cornered as he was, Jin Wang had no alternatives. Even knowing its poison, I must drink this chalice. Proceed. Closing his eyes, he spread his arms in resigned surrender. Soul sacrifice. From this moment, though he remained Jin Wang in name, his true self would be devoured, reduced to a puppet of the Soul Hall. Yet behind his compliance, ruthlessness glinted in his eyes. Once I leverage their power to gather the remaining celestial palace maps. Within those ruins, perhaps an escape awaits. As for Yi Fan and Ji Yuchen, if I fall, neither shall rise unscathed. Before the Soul Hall I kneel, but never before those curs. Qing Yuan withdrew an obsidian chalice veined with gold. A blood sigil flickered across its surface, and an ancient, soul-shuddering presence engulfed the space. Jin Wang's instincts screamed to flee. At emperor-level cultivation, he perceived the chalice's horror, a vessel of absolute domination. But his muscles locked rigid as inky tendrils lashed out, spearing into his essence. Just one drop of your core blood, Your Highness. Qing Yuan crooned, brandishing a ritual dagger carved from a skull. No retreat now. The ritual had passed the point of reversal. Far south, the Blood Fiend faction's archipelago. Heir's chamber resonated with surging energy waves, alternating between bursts of formidable power and impassioned cries. With each crescendo, their auras swelled. Yi Fan, initially at 4th grade Saint Realm, had ascended to 5th grade after hours of exertion. But the true marvel was Heir. Her strength skyrocketed from 1st grade Emperor directly to 9th grade, bordering on half-saint. A single epiphany now separated her from full sainthood. More astonishingly, their union had catalyzed her bone metamorphosis. Her mediocre mortal bones had refined into spirit bones, multiplying her future cultivation speed 100-fold. Exhausted yet euphoric, She collapsed into unconsciousness against Yifan's chest. Dawn, Blood Fiend Harbor. Before first light, Yifan departed silently, rendezvousing at the docks with Wang Fugue, Guoli, and Song Yang. Their destination, the Sea of Death. Though Heir still recuperated, Grand Elder Ruan Filiu and core Blood Fiend elders assembled to see them off. Young Master Yi, our faction owes you its survival, Ruan intoned. For your voyage, we offer guides to navigate the sea's horrors. 100 elite warriors boarded an escort vessel. Yifan accepted. The southern sea's uncharted terrors demanded expertise no landborn possessed. With twin horns blaring, 3 warships cut through the waves toward the deathly mists. Southwest, deep in the 100,000 Miao Mountains, at the headquarters of the Gu cult, sect leader Zhuang Baifan had recently developed an obsession climbing trees. To indulge this hobby, he had gone so far as to plant a towering tree right in the middle of the grand hall where crucial meetings were held. Whenever the elders of the Gu cult came to report, Zhuang Baifan would perch on the branches to listen, sometimes even hanging upside down by his feet. But that wasn't all. He even lapped up water with his tongue like an animal. Xiao Taijin and the other elders quickly realized something was wrong. These behaviors were unmistakably those of a monkey or a dog. They had repeatedly urged Zhuang Baifan to examine the parasitic goo worms he controlled, but the truth, obvious to everyone else, eluded him entirely. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Zhuang Baifan had just received news. Yifan had participated in the military exercise, assisting Yu Linglong in securing first place. The revelation sent him into a fit of rage. Xiao Taijin, explain this, he snarled, glaring at her. According to the video Zhonghua sent earlier, Yifan was poisoned to death by Dia and Xiaoya. How the hell is he still alive? At the time, Zhonghua, the second elder of the Gu cult, had personally supervised the operation in Guangxing, ensuring the twin saintesses administered the lethal venom. He had even sent footage as proof. Convinced of Yifan's demise, Zhuang Baifan had let his guard down. Well, he demanded. How should I know? Xiao Taijin shot back. It was your trusted subordinate, the second elder, who sent that video. And you're well aware of the potency of the poison in those girls. They kissed him. He should be dead. Yet here they were. Yifan had survived, dismantling Prince Jin's schemes and forcing Wei Hang underground. The Gu cult's elaborate plans in Guangxing had collapsed. Worse, the forces dispatched to support Wei Hang had vanished without a trace, undoubtedly slaughtered. Have the twin saintesses returned yet? Summon them immediately. I want answers. Zhuang Baifan barked at the assembled elders. Days earlier, the saintesses had reported they were returning while evading Yifan's pursuit. By now, they should have arrived. But the intelligence elder hesitated. Sect leader, there's been no word from them. Their status as saintesses and Zhonghua's authority as second elder made tracking them a delicate matter. Fleeing Guangxing while dodging Yifan's forces would naturally slow them down. The elder's reasoning sounded plausible even to himself. Then, the saintesses have returned, seeking an audience. Just as tension peaked, hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. Zhonghua, Dia, and Xiaoya rushed in, disheveled from travel. The twin saintesses were genuine, but their supposed escort, Zhonghua, was none other than Su Wandao, former commander of the Vermilion Bird Cavalry, and the girl's real father. A cunning fox of a man, Su Wandao had accompanied them to infiltrate the Gu cult with Yifan's blessing. Bring them in at once. Zhuang Baifan snapped, relieved yet furious. At least his top subordinates had survived. The Gu cult's ranks had already dwindled. His son Zhuang Chao dead by Yifan's hand, the third elder slain. Losing the second elder and saintesses too would be catastrophic. Su Wandao, disguised impeccably, dropped to his knees before Zhuang Baifan could speak. Sect leader, punish me, he wailed, tears and snot flowing freely as he exposed his injuries. The saintesses poisoned Yifan, yet he inexplicably survived. He even wounded me while escaping. I've failed you. His performance was so convincing that even his own daughters stared in shock. Was this really their father? Utterly shameless. Then again, Yifan had the same devious streak. Sect leader, forgive us. The twins chimed in, following Su Wandao's lead. Though we sacrificed our purity, we failed to kill Yifan. As penance, we forfeit half a year's wages and bonuses. Hanging upside down from his tree, Zhuang Baifan was speechless. You dare. After such a colossal failure, they thought salary deductions would suffice? But with the Gu cult weakened, he couldn't afford to alienate his remaining forces. Since Zhonghua had proposed the punishment himself, overruling it would disrespect a senior elder. Grudgingly, Zhuang Baifan accepted the symbolic penalty. Deep down, he knew if even the noxious toxic body couldn't kill Yifan, eliminating him now would be near impossible. Prince Jin's backing might no longer suffice. Perhaps it was time to seek help from the higher-ups of the Soul Hall. Just then, sect leader, reports from the northeast. An evil aura has surfaced near Lijia town in Miaojiang. The Martial Alliance has already gathered forces there. Should we deploy poison and drive them out? Those martial artists weren't there to protect the people. They coveted the sealed ruins' ancient relics and divine fragments. Poison them to drive them away? Are you an idiot? Zhuang Baifan, hanging from a tree, snorted coldly, a trace of gloom flashing in his eyes. Do you really think that by forcing these martial arts experts to leave, we can handle the evil spirits on their side? Even if this group leaves, more powerful fighters will come. Besides, the poison techniques of our Gu sect may not even work on them. Why waste our forces? Not only should we not attack them, we should welcome them with open arms. Let all those martial artists in. A sinister smile crept onto Zhuang Baifan's face as he continued. We won't lift a finger. Have all our Gu sect members retreat beyond a 10-kilometer radius. Then, we'll leak the news about the evil spirits to Yifan. Let's sit back and watch them tear each other apart. His son had died at Yifan's hands, fueling his hatred to the extreme. Yet Zhuang Baifan knew that since even the Wan Gu Ding, the 10,000 poison cauldron, had fallen into Yifan's grasp, his Gu sect stood no chance against him now. So why not kill with a borrowed knife? Those martial artists, eager to plunder the treasures guarded by the evil spirits, would wear Yifan down in battle. No matter who won in the end, Zhuang Baifan would reap the spoils afterward. After departing the Blood Demon tribe, Yifan, Guali, Wang Fuguei, and the others sailed across the southern seas of Daxia aboard 3 warships. Sailing westward, Yifan gazed at the boundless ocean, a sense of awe stirring in his heart. Even in an era where martial arts flourished, where the limits of human potential had been unlocked, the vastness of the sea still left him feeling utterly insignificant. Initially, satellite signals had guided their navigation as they left the Blood Demon tribe. But gradually, the signals faded, forcing them to rely on manual coordinates. And the worsening weather didn't help. What started as gale-force winds escalated into raging storms, battering their 3 warships relentlessly. Still, the men with Yifan were either loyalists of the Yi family or unwavering followers from the Tiankue base. Despite the looming peril, not a single one faltered. Young Master Yi, said their guide from the Blood Demon tribe, his face grim as he pointed toward the horizon where black clouds melded with the sea. We're approaching the Sea of Death. Legends speak of an inverted world within, filled with unimaginable horrors. We must be cautious. Lightning flickered in the distance as swirling currents lifted seawater into the sky, defying nature itself. I know. Yifan's eyes gleamed with determination. According to our coordinates, we're nearly there. To anyone unwilling to proceed, stay behind on one ship. I won't blame you. His words were met with resounding loyalty. We follow you to the death, young Master Yi. Among them were elites from the Vermilion Bird domain. Having witnessed Yifan's miraculous escape from Mike's nightmare prison during the Southern Wasteland military drills, their reverence for him was unshakable. Yet Yifan still assigned a contingent to remain outside under the command of Yu Chong of the Heaven's Secret Bureau, ready to assist if needed. Then, with an order, 2 warships plunged into the swirling black tempest. Finally entered, did they? Not far away, standing aboard 9 cloaked warships, a man in golden robes smirked as he watched the dark horizon. An inverted world, the domain of 10 evils. Ifan won't have an easy time. He chuckled, lifting a jade slip to his lips. Old friends, the prey has arrived. Feast to your heart's content. Roar. A chorus of monstrous roars erupted from the slip, so violent, they seemed ready to tear through reality itself. Suddenly, countless abyssal beasts surged from the depths of the ocean. From all directions, winged airships soared toward the sea of death, carrying grotesque figures, half human, half monster. All converged in frenzied hunger. The game begins. Upon entering the sea of death, Yifan immediately felt the crushing weight of the chaotic tides. Despite his martial saint-level strength, he could barely stay upright on the deck. Boom! Boom! Blinding lightning strikes detonated around the ships, shrouding everything in mist. At first, Yifan's mystic eye pierced through the haze, but soon, an unseen force seemed to drag at the ships, disrupting his vision entirely. Then, a piercing resonance filled the air, followed by a blinding white flash. The world spun violently. When they regained their senses, everything had changed. They had entered during sunset. Yet now, dawn's golden light bathed peaceful, crystal-clear waters. Not a single wave disturbed the surface. Brother, did we just cross into another world? Wang Fugue muttered, peering over the edge at fish darting through the sapphire abyss. The serene beauty was eerily wrong. Yifan frowned, scanning the horizon. This felt like reality, not some illusory realm akin to Mike's nightmare. Before he could ponder further, Song Yang pointed ahead sharply. Young Master Yi, look, an island. There's an ancient aura coming from it. A lone owl rose in the distance, its lush flora starkly out of place in this surreal seascape. And yet, Yifan's pulse quickened. A familiar energy pulsed from within. The other shore flower, his ultimate goal. The red spider lily was the key to saving Xian Yufei and waking her from her coma. This was precisely why Yifan had ventured into the Death Sea this time. On my command, full speed ahead. A glint of excitement flashed in Yifan's eyes as he issued the order to the warship. Aye! As the warship's engines roared to life, the vessel began to move. However, to the confusion of Yifan, Guali, and the others, instead of advancing forward, the warship inexplicably started retreating at full speed. What the hell? What are you idiots doing? Didn't you hear Big Bro order full speed ahead? Why the hell are we going backward? Wang Fugue, being hot-tempered, stuck his head out and bellowed at the control room below when he realized the ship was rapidly moving in reverse. Inside the control room, the first mate in charge of steering looked equally panicked. He rushed out and reported to Wang Fugue and Yifan, Young Master Yi, we are steering forward, but for some reason, the ship keeps retreating. It's bizarre. We've tried several times. The engines were indeed propelling forward, yet the ship was moving backward. Listening to the report, Yifan frowned deeply, recalling the legends about the Death Sea. Up is down. A world turned upside down? Did that mean forward was backward? Was the world within the Death Sea an inverted one? Reverse the engines. Try moving the ship backward now. Yifan barked at the first mate by the control room door. Huh? Aye. Though the situation defied logic, the first mate seemed to grasp Yifan's meaning. He quickly directed the crew to reverse the engines. This time, the warship, which should have been retreating, suddenly surged forward at full speed. The two warships raced toward the island, its lush green trees now clearly visible in the distance. Suddenly, a fleet of flying boats abruptly appeared in front of the warships, hovering midair and blocking their path. Standing on the lead flying boat, a bearded man sneered coldly, Heh, Yifan, you've finally arrived, haven't you? Such fragrant blood. I love it. The bearded man tilted his head back and took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with greed. With a wave of his hand, a powerful golden aura enveloped the entire space. In an instant, The warship beneath Yi Fan's feet came to a halt. Everyone on board felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them like a mountain, their strength seemingly suppressed. Only Yi Fan remained unaffected, a holy radiance flickering around him, faintly resisting the bearded man's golden aura. "Who are you?" Yi Fan demanded coldly, staring at the bearded man. The ancient aura emanating from him filled Yi Fan with an inexplicable sense of dread, even fear. For a long time, the sacred flame within Yi Fan had remained dormant, but now it surged violently, as if sensing an innate enemy, something that could suppress its power. "Your executioner," the bearded man spat, glaring at Yi Fan. "You little bastard, your mother was the one who reduced us to these half-human, half-ghost forms. If I couldn't deal with her, now that you've delivered yourself to us, don't blame me for what comes next. Brothers, attack. Tear him apart. Feast on his flesh and drink his blood." With a furious roar, the bearded man waved his hand, and hundreds of flying boats charged toward Yi Fan. The warriors on the flying boats seemed inhuman. Their arms stretched unnaturally long, their tongues morphing into countless tendrils, lashing out at Yi Fan like whips. Wang Fugue, Gua Li Songyang, and the others were petrified. "Big bro." The people on these flying boats were like ghosts, their movements defying all logic. "Purifying array." Yi Fan's expression hardened as he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring several golden arrays in the air to purify the flying boats and their monstrous occupants. Two ancient forces collided in midair. Yi Fan had expected the arrays to at least cleanse the flying boats and the humanoid creatures aboard. Yet, to his shock, the purifying array, which could purify all things in the mortal world, had almost no effect here. It barely slowed the flying boats for a moment before they continued their relentless assault. "Ha! Did you really think such tricks could stop us, Yi Fan?" The bearded man laughed maniacally. "Your mother used this array against us years ago. Did you think we haven't evolved since then?" As the enemy closed in, Yi Fan's heart pounded. Though he had anticipated resistance, seeing the purifying array fail was still a shock. Sacred flame, blazing fury. With no other choice, Yi Fan unleashed the sacred flame, hoping to incinerate the flying boats. Whoosh! A raging inferno erupted, engulfing the entire space. The lead flying boats and their passengers were instantly reduced to ashes, but the ones behind them emitted a golden glow, forming a barrier that repelled the sacred flame. Even more alarming, the sacred flame itself recoiled upon contact with the golden light, retreating back toward Yi Fan. What? Yi Fan was stunned. What kind of power was this? How could the bearded man's golden aura repel even the sacred flame? "Ha ha ha! So the spirit flame seed is with you." The bearded man's eyes burned with fanaticism as he saw the sacred flame swirling around Yi Fan. "Once we seize it, no one in this world will be able to stop us." Yi Fan's heart clenched. These people were after the spirit flame seed, the sacred flame within him. They wanted to steal it? The sacred flame was one of his greatest trump cards, the very source of the warm energy that flowed through him. If it were taken, what then? But retreat was not an option. Yi Fan glanced at the distant island. The red spider lily was there. He had to have it. It was Shen Yufei's only hope of waking. He had braved the death sea for this very purpose. There was no turning back. If you want the sacred flame, you'll have to fight for it." Yi Fan roared, unleashing the 3,000 crimson threads. Tyrant's fist. The 3,000 scarlet threads were, in fact, the physical form of an ancient spirit beast. Back when Yi Fan obtained this spiritual entity from Yizhong, the scarlet thread spirit had completely fused with his body, evolving alongside his growing strength. Especially after Yi Fan's bone constitution advanced to the spirit bone physique, the scarlet thread spirit also upgraded to the scarlet thread overlord body. In truth, after Yi Fan's cultivation broke through to the 5th rank of martial saint, the scarlet thread overlord body had undergone some changes as well. However, the transformation was not visibly obvious, so Yi Fan hadn't paid much attention to it. Whoosh! 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 The 3,000 scarlet threads pierced through the void, emitting sharp, mournful shrieks as if tearing the very air apart. leaving behind visible rippling cracks in space. The experts aboard the flying vessels were initially thrilled when they saw the sacred flame of inheritance burning around Yifan, believing they could easily seize it. But they never expected that the scarlet thread overlord body in Yifan's possession would unleash such terrifying power, instantly shattering the foremost flying vessel and annihilating half of the fleet and its warriors in mere moments. Though some survivors still charged forward, they had already grown wary of Yifan. Among them were several captains who had initially blocked the scarlet thread overlord body's attacks, only to find themselves ensnared by dozens of scarlet threads moments later. Worse still, the threads carried an ancient, overwhelming force that voraciously devoured their life energy. Several martial saint-level experts saw their cultivation plummet to the martial emperor realm in an instant. An ancient spirit beast? The bearded leader stared at the scarlet thread overlord body in Yifan's grasp, his lips curling into a greedy smirk. Seems you're full of treasures. Heh! They'll all be mine. Given Yifan's overwhelming display of power, the remaining flying vessel experts no longer dared to attack recklessly. The bearded leader also refrained from ordering another assault, instead maintaining control over the space with his golden streams of energy. Yifan, let's negotiate. If you hand over the scarlet thread overlord body and the sacred flame of inheritance, I'll let bygones be bygones. What do you say? The true might behind the sacred flame of inheritance and the scarlet thread overlord body was unimaginable. Rumors claimed that these two treasures once belonged to an ancient powerhouse who had dominated the ages. The bearded leader and his men never dreamed that such formidable artifacts would end up in Yifan's hands. Humph! Yifan snorted coldly at the proposal. Did these fools take him for a naive child? To demand he surrender his trump cards in such a perilous situation? What a joke! The fact that they had halted their assault proved they still feared the scarlet thread overlord body. Moreover, Yifan had other aces up his sleeve: the heavenly punishment lightning inheritance and the shadow blade he had obtained from the Tiankue base. Having gauged the strength and tactics of these flying vessel experts, Yifan was no longer as intimidated as before. Though their sudden appearance in the Sea of Death was unexpected, they were tangible enemies, and tangible enemies could be dealt with. Yifan had carefully observed them and realized that despite their formidable power, their souls and spiritual energy bore severe, ghastly wounds. Now, at the 5th rank of martial saint, his spiritual perception had reached the microscopic level. With a few tricks up his sleeve, handling these experts wouldn't be an issue. Yifan, there's no escape for you in the Sea of Death. Stop struggling in vain. Surrender now. Hand over your treasures, including those fragments of the immortal palace map, and I swear I'll spare your life. The bearded leader glanced at his remaining forces. They hadn't even gotten close to Yifan before losing half their numbers. And so far, Yifan had only used 2 techniques. The leader knew that as the descendant of that woman, Yifan undoubtedly had more hidden abilities. Thus, he hoped to intimidate Yifan into submission. Once they stripped him of the sacred flame and the scarlet thread overlord body, Yifan would have nothing left to threaten them with. But they had to act fast. The ancient powerhouse who had sent them wasn't the only one who had dispatched forces. Several other factions were already gathering at the outskirts of the Sea of Death. If they didn't seize the treasures first, those other 3 major powers would soon breach the Sea of Death. Even if he managed to take everything from Yifan, he might not have the strength to keep it. Oh? And how exactly do you plan to guarantee that? While speaking, Yifan was already unleashing his formidable spiritual perception, rapidly analyzing the energy fluctuations and frequency patterns of the flying vessel experts. He needed time. Only with enough time could he decipher their soul frequencies and strike with lethal precision when the moment came. How about you chop off one of your hands first to show your sincerity? Yifan's lips curled into a mocking smirk. His words were nothing but blatant provocation. To these experts, their current advantage was absolute. Yet Yifan dared to negotiate, even taunt them? Sheer madness. Yifan, you're digging your own grave. Can't you see the reality of your situation? The bearded leader was seething inwardly, but he forced himself to remain composed. With so many of us surrounding you, Do you really think you stand a chance? Surrender now and spare yourself the suffering. Otherwise, not only will you die, but all your companions, your sisters-in-law, your lovers. None will be spared. His burning gaze flickered toward another direction in the sea of death. He could already sense the auras of the other approaching forces. At this rate, they would breach the sea of death in minutes. Once they broke through the barriers, the situation would become far more complicated. But if he acted now, he no longer had full confidence in subduing Yifan. Even if he succeeded, he'd likely be severely injured, leaving the other factions to reap the rewards. The standoff continued. The bearded strongman grew impatient and began threatening Yifan by targeting his women. And what Yifan cared about most were the women by his side. Whether it was the 7 sisters-in-law or his other close companions, every one of them had faced life and death situations with Yifan. Yifan would rather suffer injuries himself than allow any harm to come to them. Had Yifan been truly ruthless, he wouldn't have risked entering the deadly seas to seize the underworld flower. Threatening my women? Die! With a cold snort, Yifan activated the phantom blade he had retrieved from the Tiankue base. Hum! The air trembled with a sharp vibration as the entire space seemed to shake. The phantom blade, enhanced by 3,000 runes, unleashed power surpassing even the limits of a peak martial saint. Thanks to Yifan's strength at the martial saint 5th rank, an ordinary physique would have crumbled under such overwhelming force. But Yifan had already broken through to the peak of the martial saint 5th rank. With bones tempered by spiritual energy, Yifan could endure the blade's backlash, at least until all his enemies fell. Boom! Boom! Furious surges of martial energy erupted across the sea as the phantom blade sliced through the air like an apocalyptic dragon, heading straight for the bearded leader. If you dare threaten my women, you must be punished. Boom! Boom! Crack! The blade transformed into a raging tempest, reducing nearby flying ships and warriors to dust in an instant. Hundreds of enemies vanished within the blink of an eye, but the phantom blade did not stop. It continued its assault, aiming straight for the bearded man's heart. Realizing the danger, the bearded strongman desperately dodged to the side and shoved one of his comrades in front of himself as a shield. Splurt! Though the comrade was also a martial emperor, his defenses shattered against the phantom blade's overwhelming force. Even the remnants of the energy sheared off the bearded man's arm before he could pull back. In seconds, he was left crippled, his cultivation dropped by an entire realm, his body mangled. Hell, this is insane. If he didn't fight desperately now, Yifan would wipe out his entire faction. Kill him! Fury burning in his eyes, the bearded man roared. Yifan! You forced my hand. Everyone, attack! Seize his celestial palace map, and riches beyond your wildest dreams await. Meanwhile, Yifan's demon eyes had already analyzed the weaknesses and attack patterns of the incoming enemies. Just as he prepared to counter. Tisk, tsk. Seems you bit off more than you could chew. Fatus. Go on, keep fighting, Porky. The fewer of you left, the better. Rumble. Emerging from the depths of the deadly seas, 3 more formidable forces appeared, their massive warships encircling Yifan's fleet. Each vessel carried martial artists whose auras rivaled or surpassed those of the bearded man's faction. Facing one group had already strained Yifan. With 3 more joining, death seemed inevitable. His mind raced, then he recalled his strategy against the eastern invaders. 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. Back then, he had manipulated them with the promise of survival. But these men wouldn't be so easily fooled. To make them turn on each other, he needed genuine bait. In flash, Yifan teleported, thrusting a fragment of the Celestial Palace map into the hands of a white-robed youth at the forefront. I've shown my sincerity. If you want the map, get it from him. With that, Yifan propelled his warship into retreat. The white-robed youth stared at the ancient parchment in disbelief. This? His first thought, is this fake? But the aura radiating from the map confirmed its authenticity. His dim-witted subordinate, however, blurted out, "Boss, it's real. The patterns match our intel." The youth nearly strangled the fool. Real or not, possessing the map now made him a target. Shut your mouth! He kicked the subordinate away, tucking the map into his robes like a lifeline. But the surrounding factions weren't having it. White-faced scholar, how greedy! A black-clad leader sneered. We all saw it together. Let's share the treasure. Martial energy seethed in the air, the scent of gunpowder thick. The scholar forced a laugh and waved dismissively. Ah, Blackie, relax. It's probably just trash. A nobody like Yifan wouldn't have the real map anyway. Let's all scram. But deep down, he knew better. If genuine, this map granted unimaginable power. Yet now, escape was impossible. Beside them, the group of black-clad men, along with another group of masked youths, including the heavily injured bearded man and the other airship elites, were all staring fixedly at the pale-faced scholar. Pale-faced scholar, you can leave, but whether the map is real or fake, hand it over first. The black-clad leader and the masked expert coldly blocked the scholar's escape routes, their hands already gripping the hilts of their blades. You! The pale-faced scholar glared at the leaders of the two factions he had allied with, frustration creeping into his heart. He glanced at Yifan, resentment burning within him. This Yifan was vicious. Originally, they had all united to surround and attack him, but with just one map as bait, Yifan had flipped the situation, pitting the four allied factions against each other. And now, Yifan stood on the sidelines, completely uninvolved. Have you all lost your minds? We came here to deal with Yifan. Are you really going to fight among yourselves? The pale-faced scholar's voice turned icy as his aura surged. His cultivation was also at the martial saint realm. That runt from the mortal world? How strong can he possibly be? Pale-faced scholar, hand over the map. Let me take custody of it. The masked man snorted. If you cooperate, we'll deal with Yifan afterward. The black-clad expert nodded in agreement. Let's settle our affairs first. You idiots! The scholar nearly lost his temper. If Yifan could produce one map, who's to say he doesn't have others? Each of the 7 sons of the Yi clan holds a fragment. If we capture him, we can ensure everyone gets one. Though his reasoning was sound, the others were fixated on the map already in play. None were willing to divert their attention to uncertain possibilities. No one could confirm whether Yifan still possessed the remaining maps. Based on prior intelligence, the Yi clan had been massacred, and all 7 of the third-generation heirs were presumed dead. As far as they knew, Yifan had only visited the sites where his second and third brothers fell. How many maps Yifan held was anyone's guess. But one thing was certain, the map in his hands now was real. Securing it came first. Cut the crap, pale-faced scholar. If you claim Yifan has 7 maps, then fine, you deal with him alone. Hand over the one you hold, and take the other 6 for yourself. Do you agree? The masked man was no fool. With a single sentence, he shifted the burden back onto the scholar. What? The pale-faced scholar was stunned. He hadn't expected his old comrades to corner him like this. Humph! Screw this. I'm out. With a sharp exhale, the scholar mobilized his martial energy, preparing to speed away on his boat. But the other 3 factions had prepared for this. The moment he moved, they struck simultaneously, forcing his vessel to a halt. Hand it over! The masked man, unable to hold back, surged forward with a burst of energy, reaching straight for the scholar's chest, where the map fragment had been tucked. Clang! Before the masked man's hand could land, the pale-faced scholar blocked it with his blade. But another dark-clad leader attacked from the side, also aiming for the fragment. Meanwhile, the bearded airship leader, now missing an arm, saw no chance of winning the map. Instead, he dragged his saber behind him before thrusting it toward the scholar's lower back, intent on killing him outright. Damn it! Realizing the 3-pronged assault, the pale-faced scholar cursed and dodged the frontal attacks, but still suffered a shallow cut across his waist. So you want to play dirty? You think I fear you? If you insist, then I'll slaughter you all first. Infuriated, the scholar unleashed his full power, counterattacking in earnest. Boom! Boom! Crash! These Death Sea elites, whose origins Yifan still didn't know, were all at the Marshal Saint level. Their clashes churned the ocean into towering waves. Watching calmly from afar, Yifan quietly gestured for Wang Fuguei and Guoli to steer their warship back hundreds of meters, enjoying the chaos from a safe distance. The bearded airship leader glared at Yifan's retreat, fully grasping the plan, but powerless to stop it. His cultivation had already dropped from Marshal Saint to Marshal Emperor. Against either Yifan's forces or the pale-faced scholar's faction, he was now useless, nothing more than a bystander. Sigh! Guali, observing the scene, couldn't help but remark, elder brother's move. When those airship elites first appeared, their golden light had immobilized the entire fleet. Everyone had assumed death was certain. Yet now, everything had flipped upside down. 3 Marshal Saints fought fiercely for nearly an hour before the battle finally subsided. The aftermath was brutal. The pale-faced scholar's forces were nearly wiped out. The masked man's and black-clad factions had also suffered heavy casualties. Over 100 elites lay dead. The 4 faction leaders were all severely wounded, their cultivations having fallen from Marshal Saint to Marshal Sovereign. Though they had anticipated losses, none expected such devastation. Happy now, the pale-faced scholar leaned on his saber, glaring at the masked and black-clad leaders from his crippled boat. Fools! Their 4 factions had torn each other apart, rendering them collectively weaker than Yifan's remaining forces. Humph! Pretty boy, don't get cocky. You're no better off than us. The 2 other black-clad leaders and the masked man continued mocking the white-faced scholar. The scholar was nearly driven mad with rage. Are your brains crushed by a door? Idiots, scatter and run. If we don't, we'll all die here. He glanced at Yifan in the distance, his heart sinking like a stone. Before, they had held an absolute advantage over Yifan, enough to crush him effortlessly. Now, however, the tables had turned, they were the ones being crushed. Right, we have to run. At this point, the black-clad leaders and the masked man no longer cared about the fragment of the Immortal Palace map in the scholar's possession. Survival came first. As they activated their respective vessels and prepared to flee, Yifan flashed before them in an instant. Weren't you all eager to take my life? Since I'm still alive, why leave in such a hurry? With a surge of energy from his hand, Yifan effortlessly restrained the scholar. Then, calmly, he retrieved the map fragment from the scholar's robes, wiped it against the man's chest, and pocketed it. Went in circles, yet ended up back with me. The scholar trembled with fury, but unable to move under Yifan's control, he could only watch helplessly. Young Master Yi, the map fragment is back in your hands now. How about letting me go? The scholar surrendered outright. After all, I did keep it safe for you all this time, didn't I? He was utterly powerless. The moment Yifan had shoved the fragment into his hand, he had recognized the scheme. Yifan had used it as bait, inciting infighting among them until it led to this disastrous outcome. Whoosh! Yifan's 3,000 crimson threads tyrant body lashed out, ensnaring the masked man, the black-suited figures, and their vessels. With a forceful tug, he dragged back ships weighing thousands of tons. Only then did he turn his cold gaze back to the scholar. Let you go? Sounds easy. If our positions were reversed, would any of you spare me? The scholar froze. Indeed, Yifan was the descendant of that woman, their natural nemesis. Had Yifan fallen into their grasp, they would have shown him no mercy. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Yifan's emberflame strike shot forth, instantly reducing the scholar, the masked man, and the black-clad leaders to ash. The sudden assault of the 4 factions ended as swiftly as it had begun. Their annihilation left no trace, as though they had never existed. Wait for me on the ship. When their vessel neared the island in the Death Sea, Yifan ordered Guoli and Wang Fuguei to stay behind before darting toward the shore. Subsequently, harvesting the blossom of the other shore went remarkably smoothly. But upon returning to the ship, an urgent problem surfaced. Every signal was lost. Coordinates were useless. How would they escape this Heir Sea region? The first mates of both ships had attempted countless times, yet found no exit from the Death Sea's borders. Young Master Yi, if we keep wasting time, even our ships won't have enough power to reach shore. Think of something quickly. The first mate had lost most of his confidence. Though they had narrowly survived the battle moments ago, they were now hopelessly trapped in the Death Sea, like a cage sealing them all inside. Standing on deck, Yi Fan observed the situation, his mind racing until he recalled an old saying, "Up is down, down is up." A flash of insight struck him as he connected it to their earlier sudden appearance in this zone and how retreating their ship had meant moving forward. He developed a bold hypothesis. "Old Gua, do you trust me?" Yi Fan locked eyes with Gua Li intently. "Of course I do, brother. All these years, I've trusted you most." Gua Li responded solemnly. He knew his friend must have already pieced something together. "Good. Transfer to the other ship. I'm gonna flip ours. You must stay aboard and not flee. Understand?" Understood. Everything unfolded as planned. Once Gua Li boarded the second ship, he ordered all crew members into the cabins. Then Yi Fan activated his 3,000 Crimson Threads Tyrant body, combining it with the aqua control technique. With a single surge of martial energy, colossal waves erupted across the sea. In mere seconds, Gua Li's ship capsized completely. Under the Crimson Thread's pull, it inverted, its hull now facing upward. At this moment, up was down and down was up. Yi Fan stared intently at the overturned vessel, silently counting in his mind. If his theory was correct, the Death Sea operated under inverted rules compared to the mortal world. The gateway in and out required reversal, and the time differential was 9 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Tension mounted as Yi Fan counted. If the ship hadn't vanished by the 9th second, his guess would be wrong, and he'd flip it back immediately. 9. The instant the number flashed through his mind, a white gleam shimmered. Then the ship abruptly disappeared before their eyes. With no time for amazement, Yi Fan barked orders. "Everyone back to the cabins now." He immediately reactivated the aqua control technique, churning monstrous waves to capsize his own ship. Just as before, a white radiance flickered, and his ship vanished from the Death Sea. The instant they disappeared, the island within the Death Sea began collapsing. Above it, a translucent, hunched old man clutching a compass murmured while staring at the direction of Yi Fan's departure. "Has the young master finally arrived? The commencement of the 3,000 realms begins now. First realm, Death Sea activate." With an archaic pulse of energy and a ripple of cryptic light, the entire Death Sea warped into illusion. Meanwhile, Yi Fan emerged into the ordinary waters of the mortal world, instantly sensing something new within his body. That thing seemed like a magical space. Yi Fan unleashed his sensory perception to inspect his own body. The structure and form of that space appeared almost identical to the Death Sea. However, when Yi Fan tried to probe further, his head throbbed with dizziness. Though his soul power had grown significantly, it still wasn't strong enough to sustain the operation of an entire spatial realm. Full speed ahead. Let's return to the Blood Demon clan first. The 2 battleships Yi Fan had led into the Death Sea reunited with another scouting vessel. Together, the 3 warships advanced at full speed toward the Blood Demon clan. Previously, the area surrounding the 3 ships had been a storm of lightning and towering waves, as though the apocalypse had descended. But now the sea was eerily calm. It was as though the Death Sea had never existed. Huh? They actually made it out of the Death Sea? And what about Whiteface Scholar and the others? Could 4 Martial Saint-level experts really fail to deal with Yi Fan? At the edge of the former Death Sea, the golden-robed expert and his followers stared in disbelief at the departing battleships. Confusion clouded their faces. The Death Sea had once housed the 9 terrors and 10 evils, yet they seemed to have taken no action this time. The 4 major forces the golden-robed expert had summoned had vanished without a trace. Even the Death Sea itself had disappeared, completely annihilated. The golden-robed expert probed the remnants of the Death Sea once more, his expression growing grim. The sudden disappearance of a forbidden spatial realm was no good omen. This aligned perfectly with a prophecy passed down among their ranks. If a forbidden space vanished, it signaled the awakening of the 3,000 worlds. Whoever could dominate more realms would gain greater faith power, accelerating their strength. Now that the Death Sea had abruptly disappeared, the only explanation was that its forbidden realm had most likely been absorbed by Yi Fan. Messenger, what should we do next? After resolving matters in Guangxing's Crimson Sparrow domain, Yi Fan will likely head for the Gu sect. The Blazing Sun Saint Envoy has already gone to the Miaojiang region. Should we inform him of the situation? Beside the golden-robed expert, a subordinate voiced his concerns. The Blazing Sun Saint Envoy had traveled to Miaojiang with dual objectives: to release the sinister entity sealed there, and to seize the treasures beneath it, along with the creature's soul bone. More importantly, the Soul Palace urgently needed the malevolent spirit's soul to bolster its power. However, though the Saint Envoys under the Soul Palace all served the same master, they were far from united. Tell Blazing Sun? Tell him what? Who here wants to tell him? The golden-robed man glared fiercely at the martial experts present, his murderous aura palpable. Have you forgotten? Last time, Blazing Sun deliberately withheld intelligence and nearly got us all killed. His furious roar instantly silenced the group. Let's go. We're heading to the Goose sect. We might still find an opportunity. Yi Fan's fleet left the Death Sea and arrived at the Blood Demon clan within half a day. But for Heir, it felt like Yi Fan had been absent for nearly 2 days. Upon hearing of his return, she waited anxiously at the harbor before he arrived. Humph, that damn scoundrel. Fooling around with me and then running off. So mean. When she saw Yi Fan unharmed, relief washed over her. She rushed forward and clung to him fiercely, pressing her entire body against his chest as if trying to merge with him. After Yi Fan's nourishment, Heir now glowed with vitality, exuding an alluring charm. More importantly, her strength had surged dramatically, making her the undisputed strongest in the Blood Demon clan and greatly elevating her influence. Oh? Then why don't we find a place where I can give you my full attention? Yi Fan smirked, boldly gripping her backside, eliciting a surprised gasp. Ah, it's daylight. There are people everywhere. Though she had missed him dearly, Heir couldn't help but blush in public. Yi Fan merely chuckled. Let's go see your father. Before arriving at the Blood Demon clan, he had known of her father's illness. But at the time, preoccupied with searching for the manhwa, he hadn't had the chance to cure him. Now that the manhwa was in his possession and Heir was his woman, healing her father was only natural. After spending half a day in the Blood Demon clan to treat her father, and inevitably indulging Heir again, Yi Fan finally left well past midnight. With the manhwa secured, his priority was returning to Flower City to revive Xian Yufei. But as soon as he arrived at Guangxing's harbor, Hou Tianji intercepted him with his Crimson Sparrow domain experts. Young Master Yi, something major has happened. The long-dormant Gu sect is stirring again. Worse, according to our latest intel, traces of evil spirits have been detected in Miaojiang. It seems another one is about to break free. The Miaojiang mountain ranges fell under Hou Tianji's jurisdiction. Guarding Guangxing, the Crimson Sparrow Battalion's primary duty was suppressing the Gu sect's influence. Still, Hou Tianji knew the empire had once sacrificed nearly 1 million troops to quell the Gu sect's uprising, only succeeding after pooling forces from across the land. With just his Crimson Sparrow domain forces, victory was impossible. That was why he needed Yi Fan's intervention. An evil spirit awakening again? Yi Fan frowned, his expression darkening. Earlier, in Guangxing's outskirts, he encountered Ding Xiu, mother of Jade Linglong and a heavyweight from the immortal domain. Then, in the Death Sea, he had clashed once more with his old foes from the Divine Gate. An uneasy suspicion gripped him, as though some unseen hand was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. For evil spirits sealed away for millennia by ancient sages to suddenly resurface in such a short span, this couldn't be coincidence. He even wondered if someone was deliberately locating these creatures and tampering with their seals to unleash them upon the world. Though saving Xian Yufei was urgent, her condition wasn't immediately life-threatening. But if an evil spirit truly broke free, countless lives would be at stake. Very well. Mobilize our forces. We march into Miaojiang at once. Yi Fan had already slain the goose sect's young master, Zhuang Chao, and swore vengeance against Zhuang Baifan for his third brother's murder. Even without the evil spirit's awakening, he would have gone to Miaojiang. Besides, the Gu sect still held those exquisite twin sisters captive. He would free them from their torment. In the Miaojiang Gu sect, Zhuang Baifan had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. He had planted a tree in the grand hall and always drank water by lapping it up with his tongue. At first, Zhuang Baifan didn't notice anything strange, but after his subordinates pointed it out, he realized something was off. After a covert investigation, Zhuang Baifan finally obtained reliable information. Holy shit! Xiong Lao betrayed me and joined Yi Fan? Damn it! When Zhuang Baifan received this news, he was so shocked that he nearly fell out of the tree. Before this, he had never suspected Yi Fan was secretly scheming because Zhuang Baifan had absolute faith in his Gu techniques. He believed he had complete control over Xiong Lao. Moreover, he fully trusted Prince Jin. When the shipment of precious goods he sent to Prince Jin was robbed in Huadu, Prince Jin was informed that Xiong Lao's men had failed in their defense, resulting in the loss. Reports also said that several of Xiong Lao's elites had been injured or killed, so neither Prince Jin nor Zhuang Baifan suspected foul play. But when Zhuang Baifan learned the truth from another source, he was utterly stunned. Xiong Lao has betrayed me, and that bastard Yi Fan transferred my poison goo onto a bunch of dogs. No wonder I've been drinking water like this. Looking at the top-secret intelligence provided by his subordinates, Zhuang Baifan's face darkened with rage. Connecting the two traits, climbing trees and lapping up water, his expression turned icy. If Xiong Lao betrayed me, and my goo on him was transferred to dogs, does that mean the goo I used to control Deya and Xiaoya was moved to monkeys? But if Deya and Xiaoya had also defected, why did the video Zhonghua send Shoudiya attacking Yi Fan? However, Zhuang Baifan trusted the goo more than any video. Videos could be faked or edited, but the psychic link between goo masters never lied. After carefully sensing it, he confirmed, the movements of the poison goo he once controlled now resembled monkeys wildly jumping through trees. Yet according to reports, Deya and Xiaoya were quietly meditating within the goo sect's quarters. How could they possibly be scrambling through trees? Humph! Having uncovered the truth, Zhuang Baifan let out a cold snort, but chose not to spread the news. Instead, he dismissed his subordinates and entered the goo pool. Using secret goo techniques, he forcibly severed his connection to several deadly poison goo. Strictly speaking, even if he didn't, the master-slave goo wouldn't have affected him much. But with the 10,000 goo cauldron in Yi Fan's hands, Zhuang Baifan feared Yi Fan might reverse control him by exploiting the goo's bond. As he severed the final link, Zhuang Baifan suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The master-slave goo were bonded by the heart. Forcefully cutting their connection caused the slave goo to perish instantly, while the master goo, sensing the loss of its counterpart, instinctively attacked its host. However, as the leader of the goo sect, even without the 10,000 goo cauldron, Zhuang Baifan had special methods to suppress rebellion. After vomiting blood, the rebellious master goo immediately calmed down. He then shoved his hand into a jar, scooping up fistfuls of centipedes and venomous snakes before stuffing them into his mouth. The chilling sight of the squirming creatures sliding down his throat with visible gulps made it clear. These toxins fused directly into his body. Zhuang Baifan's control surpassed even that of Wu Du Tongzi, Five Venom's child. While Wu Du Tongzi could merge goo into his body, Zhuang Baifan had refined himself to the point where his entire being was made of countless goo. His fusion was far more thorough and perfect. Humph! Yi Fan, just wait. My divine technique has reached perfection. Even with the 10,000 goo cauldron, what can you do? The Soul Hall's envoy will arrive soon. Once I receive their inheritance, if you dare step foot here, your death is guaranteed. Turning to his subordinates, he commanded sharply, summon the twin saints to the Grand Hall. And remember, do not notify Second Elder, nor Xiao Taijin. A sinister smirk curled his lips. Ye and Xiaoya had undoubtedly betrayed him. What kind of charm does Yifan have? Whether man or woman, anyone who spends too much time with him falls under his sway. Since Ye had kissed Yifan but Yifan lived, their relationship must be deeper than mere hostility. Worse, rumors suggested the twin saints had been covertly rallying the Gu sect's strongest members. If they're planning a rebellion, I'll strike first. Capturing Ye and Xiaoya would force Yifan to come, and into Zhuang Baifan's trap. Huadu. Woof, woof, squeak, squeak. The dogs and monkeys under Guoli's care, previously living peacefully in cages, suddenly went insane the moment Zhuang Baifan severed the Gu links. With agonized shrieks, they vomited blood and collapsed dead. The guards, assigned by the Yi family, immediately reacted. Before leaving, Yifan had ordered constant surveillance. If any anomaly occurred, they were to report instantly. These animals were essentially warning signals, planted in case Prince Jin or the Gu sect discovered his schemes. Quick! Inform young Master Gua and young Master Yi. Every single monkey and dog is dead. On the highway from Guangxing to the Miaojiang Mountains, a massive convoy sped through the night. Inside the lead vehicle, both Yifan and Guoli's phones rang simultaneously. Their subordinates relayed identical reports. Big bro, those monkeys and dogs just died. The Gu sect must know the truth now. Guoli frowned. Things might get complicated. Yifan chuckled. Zhuang Baifan's a bit slow, isn't he? Took him long enough to notice. Monkeys climbing trees and dogs lapping water. Such obvious hints, yet only now did he sever the Gu bond. But it doesn't matter anymore. A dark smirk played on Yifan's lips. Even if Prince Jin knows. So what? Huadu and Guangxing had been thoroughly cleansed. Xiong was perfectly safe. Meanwhile, the hostages held in the capital had long been rescued. The only concern remained Ye and Xiaoya. Those innocent twin saints, blank as untouched paper. Just how twisted has Yamada Keiko made them? According to the intelligence Yifan had previously obtained, the forces under Prince Jin had already suffered heavy losses. The balance had already begun to tip in Yifan's favor. The final confrontation between Yifan and Prince Jin was only a matter of time. And when the time came, Yifan's assault against the prince would be utterly overwhelming. But what Yifan didn't know was that the power of the Soul Palace was terrifyingly strong, far surpassing his expectations. Moreover, after Prince Jin sold his soul, his strength had instantly surged to an overwhelming level, reaching the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. He was on the verge of breaking through to the next boundary at any moment. If Yifan were to face Prince Jin in single combat, he would likely be instantly annihilated. However, although Prince Jin's strength had increased, his foundation was still unstable. Additionally, the Soul Palace's inheritance came with certain restrictions. As a result, despite having reached the martial saint peak, Prince Jin could not leave the capital city for the time being. Otherwise, given the grudge between Prince Jin and Yifan, Prince Jin would have long since disregarded everything and rushed straight to Guangxing to kill him. A monster like Yifan surviving even one more day meant Prince Jin would sleep uneasily for another night. Call Daya and Xiaoya immediately. Yifan's expression was grave, since Zhuang Baifan had noticed something amiss. Killing Xiong and severing the parasitic poison controlling Daya and Xiaoya, he would undoubtedly move against the sisters right away. Even as he spoke, Yifan pulled out his phone and dialed Daya and Xiaoya's numbers. Beep beep. Yifan tried several times, but each attempt only resulted in a busy signal. Contact Su Wandao right now. As Yifan continued trying to call the sisters, he barked an order at Guoli, telling him to get in touch with Su Wandao. If even Daya and Xiaoya's phones were unreachable, then trouble was surely brewing. The phones had been personally given to the sisters by Yifan and Shan Tianhuizi. Unless something major had happened, the two girls should have kept their lines open at all times. Commander Su's phone isn't working either. Guoli's expression grew even more solemn. Both Su Wandao and the sisters had lost contact at the same time. In the vast domain of the Gu cult, those three were now utterly isolated. Elder Ho, how much farther till we reach the Gu cult's headquarters? How much longer will it take? Yifan picked up the walkie-talkie and called out to Ho Tianji. Daya and Xiaoya were good girls. Ever since encountering Yifan in Guangxing, they had expressed their desire to stay by his side. It was Yifan who had insisted on uprooting Zhuang Baifan and the Gu cult entirely, which was why he had sent the sisters back to infiltrate the sect. If anything were to happen to them because of this mission, Yifan would never forgive himself. We're still several dozen kilometers away. Even driving at full speed, it'll take at least 20 minutes. And Ho Tianji hesitated slightly before continuing. Young Master Yi, ever since we entered, I've been feeling something off. The Gu cult guards its territory fiercely. Outsiders are never allowed into the Miaojiang Mountains without resistance. But now, we've encountered no obstruction whatsoever. This is extremely abnormal. Yifan had also noticed the strangeness of the situation. Decades ago, the Gu cult had been suppressed by the Great Xia imperial family and forced into the depths of the Miaojiang Mountains, suffering heavy losses. However, the sect had not been exterminated completely. Rather, the imperial court and the Gu cult had reached a compromise. The Gu cult was permitted to maintain its autonomy in the Miaojiang Mountains, an independent territory of sorts. Though the imperial court did not interfere in the Gu cult's internal affairs, technically, the sect was still part of Great Xia's domain, a unique arrangement. But now, with so many outsiders entering the Miaojiang Mountains unopposed, this was completely illogical. The situation almost seemed like the Gu cult was deliberately allowing everyone to enter, perhaps to muddy the waters further? Yifan's frown deepened as he stared at the rapidly advancing convoy, his unease growing stronger. Even though the vehicles were speeding ahead at full throttle, compared to Yifan's teleportation ability, they were still far too slow. Elder Ho, young Master Gua, lead everyone and proceed behind me. I'm going ahead first. With that, Yifan activated his teleportation and raced toward the Gu cult's headquarters without delay. Gu cult headquarters, Holy Maiden's quarters. Daya and Xiaoya sat by the window, gazing at the starry night sky in silence. Daya frowned intermittently, stealing glances at her phone, where the handsome face of Yifan was displayed as the wallpaper. Sis, are you thinking of Brother Fan? Xiaoya giggled, seeing her sister's distracted mood, and playfully tugged at her arm, shaking it lightly. Daya's figure was exceptionally curvaceous, and with Xiaoya's teasing, the movement caused certain parts of Dahua's body to jiggle noticeably. Ugh, of course not. Why would I miss that jerk? Dahua's face flushed red. Daya had always been shy and introverted, slow to warm up to others and preferring to bury her thoughts deep inside. But no matter how hard she tried to hide it, some emotions were impossible to suppress. Though their time with Yifan in Guangxing had lasted only a few days, the sensation of his kiss, the warmth of their intimate contact, and the strange fiery energy that flowed into them had left an unmistakable imprint. That energy not only enhanced their martial strength, but also forged an inexplicable bond, one that tugged at their hearts even when they were apart. Sis, what's there to be embarrassed about? I miss him too. Ugh, we've been gone for days, and he hasn't even bothered to check on us. What a jerk. Xiaoya pouted playfully before suddenly grinning. He said he'd come to the Gu cult, right? When he does, let's give him a hard time together. Make sure he remembers us. She pumped her fist in excitement. Like that move Huizi Jie taught us. If we both do it at once, that big idiot won't know what hit him. Ah, you little pest. How could you say such things? That's so shameless. You do whatever you want. I refuse. Daya protested, her face burning. But deep down, something within her stirred. Fanji, where are you? Dahua really misses you. What she didn't realize was that as twins sharing a mental link, Xiaoya could sense her emotions just as clearly. Sis, you say no? But your body tells a different story. Sister, when Fanji kissed you last time, I felt everything you did. You know? Xiaoya's smirk widened, only to be interrupted when a guard's voice echoed from outside their door. Holy maidens, are you asleep? The sect leader summons you to the Great Hall, urgently. He specified that only you two should come. A midnight summons. In the dead of night, the leader of the Gu sect suddenly summoned the two holy maidens for a meeting? Daya and Xiaoya exchanged glances, confusion flickering in their eyes. Previously, they had been as naive as blank sheets of paper. But after Yamada Keiko's training, their corruption had begun to take shape. Recently, Zhuang Baifan had been secretly investigating the truth behind Daya and Xiaoya's attempted assassination of Yi Fan. Though Zhuang Baifan's inquiries were discreet, Daya and Xiaoya had been lurking in the Gu sect under their master Xiao Taizhen's guidance for a long time. They had their own loyal followers and were well aware of Zhuang Baifan's maneuvers. Now that Zhuang Baifan had abruptly summoned them both, he must have uncovered something. Oh, all right. Give us a moment to change, and we'll be right there. Xiaoya responded, shooting Daya a meaningful glance. Daya hastily added, "Ah, that's right, we were just bathing. Hurry up. The leader insists you come immediately. This is urgent." Zhuang Baifan's urgency was understandable because he knew that once he severed the connection between the mother and child Gu worms in his body, Yi Fan would sense it. If Daya and Xiaoya had truly defected to Yi Fan's side, and if Yi Fan stormed over, things would get troublesome. "Sister, what do we do now?" Xiaoya whispered anxiously. "Zhuang Baifan suddenly calling for us at this hour can't be good. Contact father immediately. Ask for backup. I'll call Dad while you reach out to Fanji." Daya spoke gravely as she dialed Su Wandao's number, while Xiaoya tried Yi Fan's. But neither call went through. The signals being blocked. Having been trained by Yamada Keiko, Daya and Xiaoya were far sharper than before. They instantly understood the implication. If that's the case, Zhuang Baifan must have been onto us for a while. We need to tread carefully. We must find a way to contact Fanji. Despite their current martial prowess, reaching the martial master realm, they were still no match for the Gu sect's elite. Even though they had practiced the toxic arts, their combat effectiveness remained limited. "Holy maidens, haven't you changed yet? If you don't come out, I'll have to force my way in." The guard captain, one of Zhuang Baifan's trusted subordinates, a martial emperor-level expert, spoke with thinly veiled threat. Zhuang Baifan had ordered him to bring the maidens at all costs. Given that Daya and Xiaoya had failed to kill Yi Fan and their Gu worms had changed, Zhuang Baifan was certain they'd switched allegiance. His plan was simple: control Yi Fan by controlling his women. Once the Soul Hall's envoy arrived and bestowed its legacy upon him, he would tear Yi Fan apart to avenge his son. "You dare!" Xiaoya snapped. "We're the Gu sect's holy maidens, personally appointed by the leader, and our master, Xiao Taizhen, is a high-ranking elder. Do you really want to provoke us?" Her voice quivered slightly despite her defiance. "Push us too far, and our poisoned bodies will unleash death upon you all." "Enough of this act," the guard captain sneered. "The leader gave you your titles, and he can strip them away anytime. 10 seconds. If you don't come out, I'll drag you out by force." 10, 9, 8. His cold countdown began. "What now? What do we do?" Panicked, Daya and Xiaoya scurried around like ants on a hot pan. "I'll stall him," Daya said firmly. "You activate your toxic body and break through. Find Fanji for help." Though reluctant to part, Xiaoya knew at least one of them had to escape. If both were captured, Yi Fan might never know their fate. Little did they know, Yi Fan was already aware, and rushing toward them at full speed. 3, 2, 1. The captain lunged forward, martial energy flaring as he launched himself at the door. But several guards loyal to Xiao Taizhen grabbed his robe's midair and yanked him back. "Captain, maybe give them more time to dress." Their eyes darted nervously, minds racing on how to alert Elder Xiao. "You fools!" The captain's face twisted in rage. "Get off me, damn it!" He sensed trouble brewing, an unfamiliar surge of martial energy approaching fast. Could it be Yi Fan? Time was running out. With a snarl, the captain unsheathed his blade and slashed at the restraining hands, severing arms without hesitation. Freed, he lunged again toward the room, but another hand clamped onto his robes. "Holy shit! You think my blade isn't sharp enough? You dare block me again and again?" Last time, I only cut off your arms. This time, I'll take your fucking heads. Bad. This feels really bad. The terrifying martial aura had clearly been approaching, but in an instant, the guard captain sensed it vanish completely. The guard captain unleashed his full martial power without restraint, slashing straight at Yi Fan's neck. A full-force strike from a martial emperor-level expert was no joke. Even another martial emperor would struggle to withstand it head-on. But the man standing before him was Yi Fan, a fifth-rank martial saint. A mere martial emperor's attack meant nothing to him. What's more, Yi Fan wasn't even using his real face. Instead, he had taken on the appearance of Zhuang Baifan, the leader of the Gu sect. On his way here, Yi Fan had been thinking how to turn the tables on today's situation. Zhuang Baifan had deliberately lured all the martial experts into the Miaojiang Gu sect, letting them fight over the evil abyss while the Gu sect reaped the benefits. In the end, Yi Fan came up with a plan: deception through disguise. He would pose as Zhuang Baifan, issue false orders in the sect leader's name, and disrupt the original scheme. Clang! Yi Fan raised 2 fingers and lightly pinched the guard captain's blade. A ripple of energy pulsed through his hand. Crack! The next moment, the blade shattered into dust. Ha! The guard captain had been certain his strike would at least severely injure his target, if not kill him outright. But now his weapon was gone. The sheer terror of this power sent chills down his spine. Who the hell are? His curse died halfway as he finally got a clear look at Yi Fan's face. Ah, sect leader? It's you? You came in person. Useless trash. With a cold snort, Yi Fan flicked his wrist and sent the guard captain flying. Killing him would have been effortless, but Yi Fan had other plans. He left the man severely injured but alive. Pathetic. You forced me to step in myself. Yi Fan took a step forward, his overwhelming aura shattering the door to Daya and Xiaoya's room as he stormed inside. Ah, Zhuang Baifan is here. Sister, what do we do? The 2 girls were terrified. Their earlier plan had accounted for the guard captain. They might have escaped him. But if the Gu sect leader himself intervened, even unleashing their calamity poison bodies might not be enough. Though the calamity poison body was fearsome, Zhuang Baifan had been raised on toxins. Most poisons barely affected him. I'll hold him off. Run now. Daya's face hardened with resolve. Activating her poison arts, she released a cloud of gray toxin toward Yi Fan, while hurling every venomous insect and martial strike she could muster. She no longer cared about survival, only buying Xiaoya time to escape. Yi Fan didn't even glance at her. A barrier of martial energy formed before him, blocking every attack. Whoosh! In the next instant, he vanished and reappeared behind Daya, striking her neck with a pulse of energy. Ha! Before losing consciousness, Daya was baffled. Since when could Zhuang Baifan teleport? Only one person she knew could move like that. Yi Fan. Was it? She struggled to keep her eyes open, but darkness swallowed her. Meanwhile, Xiaoya had already scrambled out the window. Snap! Yi Fan's crimson silk overlord body lashed out like Spider-Man's webs, yanking her back. Since he was playing Zhuang Baifan, he had to commit. No one escapes. You old bastard. I'll bite you to death. Enraged at being pulled into his grasp, Xiaoya sank her teeth into his arm. Ack! You little! Yi Fan grimaced in pain, then smacked her but hard. Ow! You dare hit me? Slap! The crisp sound echoed through the room. But then, ha! Xiaoya froze. A warm surge spread from where he'd struck her. Only one person in the world could produce this effect through physical contact. Yi Fan. Her eyes widened. It's you! Before she could say more, Yi Fan pressed a pressure point, silencing her. With both girls subdued, he hoisted them under his arms and strode out. Sect leader. The injured guard captain bowed awkwardly. Humph. Stay here and reflect on your failure. No one leaves without my order. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the guards. I'll be interrogating the twin holy maidens alone. Do not disturb us. In a flash, he vanished with the girls, heading toward a luxury estate nearby. He needed a quiet place to explain things to them, But just as he entered the room, a voluptuous woman pounced on him. "You old devil. Finally decided to make your move on them. Huh. Yifan couldn't help but frown as he watched the curvaceous beauty swaying toward him. Judging by how the woman addressed him, Yifan immediately realized this beauty was likely one of Zhuang Baifan's women. When Yifan disguised himself as Zhuang Baifan to infiltrate the Gu sex base, he had already strategized how to deal with Zhuang Baifan's subordinates, but he hadn't yet figured out how to handle Zhuang Baifan's women. Though this stunning woman was undeniably captivating, Yifan had his reservations. She was, after all, someone else's used goods. "Dear, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and come inside. Hee. I'm wearing your favorite lace tonight." The beauty swayed her hips toward him, intimately wrapping her arms around Yifan's and pulling him toward the room. Yet, the moment her skin touched his, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Sweetheart, have you been too busy lately? Why can't you even recognize the bedroom door? It's this way." Noticing Yifan taking the wrong turn inside the luxurious mansion, the woman playfully corrected him with a pout. "Sigh, you couldn't have forgotten me, could you? I'm Lu Yen." Lu Yen deliberately pressed her ample chest against Yifan's arm as they walked, swaying seductively. But what shocked her was the flowing warmth emanating from Yifan's body, nourishing her with an inexplicable energy. Her pupils dilated as her suspicion deepened. She was now certain of her earlier guess. Since Yifan needed a quiet place to explain things to Daya and Xiaoya, he didn't resist Lu Yan's invitation and followed her into a nearby private villa. Glancing around, Yifan noted that within this enormous estate, there were at least a dozen such villas. Following Lu Yan inside disguised as Zhuang Baifan, Yifan also spotted several young women standing at the entrances of other villas. Their lips curled in displeasure, their eyes filled with resentment. Damn, this Zhuang Baifan sure lived lavishly. Hiding away so many beauties in this golden cage? Had he just stepped into Zhuang Baifan's harem? If Yifan cared less about principles, he could certainly bestow Zhuang Baifan with endless honorary titles. But he had no interest whatsoever. His own circle of confidants already consisted of peerless beauties. Hell, he hadn't even managed to handle his 7 sisters-in-law yet. Why would he ever touch Zhuang Baifan's cast-offs? The moment he stepped into Lu Yan's villa, Yifan's instincts sharpened instantly. Danger? Activating his devil eyes, he swiftly scanned the estate, only to discover 36 hidden traps and 24 assassins lurking inside this tiny villa, some even concealed within the pillars themselves. Lu Yan was Zhuang Baifan's woman, yet she wanted to kill him? These traps and assassins could indeed be lethal to a martial venerate or troublesome for a martial emperor, but to Yifan, utterly useless. His cultivation had already reached martial saint, 5th tier. Not to mention his arsenal of techniques like instant transmission, phantom body, and heaven's wrath lightning. Most of the assassins were mere martial masters. Even if they struck, their attacks wouldn't even breach his chi shield. They'd be little more than annoying flies. Zhuang Baifan, kneel before me now. Today is your day of reckoning. The villa doors slammed shut behind them as Lu Yan snarled at him in the hall. You imprisoned me for 10 damned years. You ruined my life, and I've waited this long to claim my revenge. Her voice trembled with hatred. I'll castrate you, carve you into mince, and feed you to the dogs. The sheer fury in her words seemed capable of ripping the roof off. Click, click. With a wave of her hand, over 30 reinforced crossbows locked onto Yifan from all directions. Zhuang Baifan, I know you've already stepped into the martial emperor realm, but what does that matter? These crossbows were custom-made for you. Dodge one. Try dodging 30 at once. Lu Yan's eyes burned with vengeance as she glared at him. Any last words? Kneel? Not a chance in hell. Yifan smirked, gently placing Daya and Xiaoya onto a nearby couch before speaking coolly. You actually think this pitiful setup can stop me? Lu Yan took 2 sharp steps back and snarled. Then let's find out. Fire! Whoosh! 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 In an instant, dozens of poisoned bolts screamed through the air, aiming to turn Yifan into a human pincushion. At close range, even a martial venerate would be riddled with arrows, and a martial emperor wouldn't escape unharmed either, likely taking several lethal hits. Every bolt was laced with a lethal toxin. A single scratch meant certain death. As the bolts flew, Lu Yan's face twitched violently, shadowed by a cold realization. Earlier, when she touched Yi Fan, she had sensed something off. That sudden surge of warmth was unnatural. Even though Yi Fan had quickly reeled in his energy, Lu Yan, ever perceptive, had already grasped a terrifying truth. This Zhuang Baifan might not be the real one. The Gu sect's leader, Zhuang Baifan, had seized power from the previous patriarch by force and had ruled ruthlessly for years. Using body doubles was nothing new to him, but Lu Yan gambled anyway. She was betting that this impostor was different, because apart from noticing his false identity, she had also uncovered another earth-shattering secret. The twin saints in his arms, Daya and Xiaoya, were also fakes. A fake Zhuang Baifan, clutching two fake saints, walking boldly into the lion's den. What kind of game was this? Yet despite her suspicions, Lu Yan still launched the attack. Because if this impersonator couldn't survive her assault, he wouldn't be strong enough to be worth allying with. And if he did survive, then he possessed power beyond her wildest expectations, and she would bet everything on him. Thus, as the bolt streaked toward him, Yi Fan stood completely unmoving. The assassins lurking in the shadows stared in disbelief. Had fear paralyzed him? Or was he truly that confident? Lu Yan's brows knitted together. She almost warned him, but clenched her jaw instead. Let fate decide. The power of 30 steel crossbows was indeed formidable. But for Yi Fan, a martial saint of the 5th rank, it posed no pressure whatsoever. Just as the arrows were about to pierce Yi Fan's clothing, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body, forming a visible flowing light. 9 dragon patterns coiled and circled around Yi Fan's body, firmly blocking all 30 arrows 3 feet away from him. The immense force contained within those arrows had nowhere to vent. The energy traveled from the tail to the tip, causing several arrows to explode midair on the spot. The remaining arrows, restrained by the swirling dragon light, were frozen in the void, vibrating violently. So much so that visible ripples trembled through the air. Sure enough, he hadn't died. Seeing that Yi Fan remained unharmed, Lu Yan actually let out a long sigh of relief, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This man's strength was extraordinary. The moment Yi Fan's aura fluctuated, Lu Yan sensed it. It was a vast, insurmountable gap, far beyond her own level. She knew that Zhuang Baifan himself would never have been able to withstand the power of 30 enhanced and modified crossbow arrows. By now, Lu Yan had deduced that the man before her was undoubtedly Zhuang Baifan's enemy. Trying to kill me? You're not up to the task. Yi Fan snorted coldly before swiftly darting in front of Lu Yan, seizing her throat in an iron grip. You dared to plot against me. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Though Yi Fan feigned rage, Lu Yan remained completely unshaken, staring back calmly. You won't kill me. Since this man wasn't Zhuang Baifan's double but his enemy, then an enemy of an enemy was a friend. Yi Fan had no reason to kill Lu Yan. Oh? Are you so sure? Do you think my favoritism gives you free rein? He tightened his grip slightly. Glancing around the room, Yi Fan noticed the intricate traps set within. Some of the mechanisms seemed familiar in terms of lethality, but even with his devil's eye, he couldn't fully decipher their principles. A thought struck him. There was a mysterious sect specializing in such mechanisms. The Chiman sect. They specialized in mechanical traps and rarely interfered in martial affairs. Yet, the defense systems they built for organizations, families, and sects were always top tier. If Lu Yan was indeed from the Chiman sect, she might prove useful to Yi Fan in the future. Enough acting. We're both old foxes. No need for cheap theatrics. Lu Yan retorted, her face flushed and breathing strained, yet her tone remained steady. If you were Zhuang Baifan, you might actually kill me. But you're not. Her words took Yi Fan by surprise. Had his disguise failed? He turned toward a nearby mirror, His appearance was identical to Zhuang Baifan's. How had Lu Yen recognized him instantly? Don't bother checking. Zhuang Baifan defiled me for 10 years. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ash. Looks can be mimicked, but scent and instinct cannot. Then, glancing at Dia and Xiaoya on the sofa, she added, to be honest, since we share the same enemy, I propose an alliance. As a show of sincerity, I'll reveal a secret. The twin saints you wish to rescue have already been switched. What? Lu Yan's declaration sent a jolt of shock through Yifan. Dia and Xiaoya, the twin sisters, had been replaced? Impossible. He had rescued them from their quarters mere minutes ago, holding them the entire time. There was no opportunity for them to have been swapped. Miss, this joke is in poor taste. Would you really say anything to save your own skin? Yifan chuckled dryly, activating his devil's eye once more to scrutinize the twins. Yet he still detected nothing unusual. Still, his grip on Lu Yen loosened. From the start, he had never truly intended to kill her. Since she was Zhuang Baifan's enemy, there was no need for unnecessary bloodshed. You know far too little about the Gusek's methods, Lu Yen sneered before swiftly stepping toward Dia. She gripped the skin beneath the girl's chin and tore. Riot. A skin-crawling sound followed, and Dia's entire face was peeled away, revealing squirming masses of insects beneath. Yifan's outstretched hand froze midair. Impossible. The Dia he had been holding was no living person but a puppet woven from poisonous goo-worms? Where were the real saints? What about Xiaoya? Yifan asked grimly. Lu Yen smiled faintly. The same. She repeated the motion, tearing Xiaoya's skin away. Underneath lay another writhing swarm of goo-worms. After the outer skin was removed, the worms rapidly dispersed, disintegrating into smoke and scattering out of the hall. Yifan made no move to stop them. His attention was fixed on what remained beneath the peeled flesh. Once the worms fled, Dia's body was revealed to be a paper puppet. Now, everything made sense why their bodies had felt so lifelike when he carried them. With a flick of his wrist, Yifan stamped several seals onto the puppets, confining rather than destroying them. These puppets were undoubtedly manipulated by a master puppeteer. Destroying them recklessly would alert their controller. You knew about this all along? Yifan eyed Lu Yen sharply, now recognizing her as far more than she appeared. Lu Yen nodded. Not long. I've been observing secretly. Zhuang Baifan has long experimented with living subjects. I've seen the signs of these living dead skin suits. Add to that, I saw the twin saints imprisoned just days ago. When I saw them again today, I sensed something was off. Tilting her head, she asked, So, do I qualify as your ally now? If you agree, I'll assist you in killing Zhuang Baifan, and afterward, I'm yours to command. Bear your child if you wish. Lu Yan's hatred for Zhuang Baifan ran bone deep. She'd willingly submit to any man, except him. Yifan's lips twitched. An alliance, yes. Childbearing? Hard pass. Then, with a few quick adjustments to his face, he resumed his true appearance. Ah! Yifan. Young Master Yi. It's you. The moment she recognized him, Lu Yen gasped in awe, her eyes glittering with exhilaration. The intruder who breached the Gusek's stronghold was none other than the infamous prodigy of the Yi family, the monstrous genius Yifan. Then Zhuang Baifan was as good as dead. However, after recognizing the man before her as Yifan, Lu Yen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Her? A withered flower like her? Dreaming of bearing Yifan's child? Wasn't that just a joke? Each of Yifan's 7 sisters-in-law was a stunning beauty, and he had countless other admirers. Any one of them could make men across the world drool. Even the legendary beauty Chu Lanwei, renowned as the Empress of the Bedchamber, had already shared an intimate relationship with him. How could someone like Yifan ever take notice of her? Once she faced reality, Lu Yen dropped all pretenses and lowered her stance completely. Young Master Yi, since you can disguise yourself as Zhuang Baifan, rescuing Dia and Xiaoya will be much easier. But we must hurry. I know where the twin saintesses are being held. Please follow me. Lu Yen understood that, given Yifan's status, influence, and the power behind him, she had no right to act arrogant in front of him. Moreover, if she wanted revenge, she would have to rely entirely on Yifan. This wasn't a partnership but outright dependence. You know where Daya and Xiaoya are being held? You'd better not try anything shady. Yifan glared at her coldly as they stepped out of the room. Lu Yen forced a smile. Young Master Yi, what tricks could a weak woman like me pull? And given your skills, dealing with someone like me would be child's play, wouldn't it? Yifan smirked but didn't argue. With his current strength at the 5th rank of the Martial Saint Realm, restraining Lu Yen would be effortless. He wasn't worried about her scheming. 2 days ago, by coincidence, I went to Zhuang Baifin's secret dungeon looking for him and accidentally discovered that he had imprisoned the twin saintesses. I even saw him create 2 sets of lifelike masks from their skin. That's how I found out about today's situation. As they made their way toward the dungeon, Lu Yen quickly briefed Yifan on its layout. When they left Zhuang Baifin's harem, Yifan could clearly sense the burning gazes of the other beauties in the manor, fixated on him and Lu Yen as they walked away. He could even overhear some murmurs of discontent among the women. Sigh. The sect leader's stamina keeps getting shorter and shorter. Who knows when we'll get another chance? Yifan nearly choked. Shorter? Excuse me? I'm plenty capable. Thank you. Then he remembered those women were talking about Zhuang Baifin, not him. There was no reason to take it personally. As for their chance, after tonight, they'd likely never see Zhuang Baifin again. Initially, Yifan had assumed Zhuang Baifin only discovered the anomaly in Daya and Xiaoya tonight when he made his move against the poison goo. But from Lu Yen, he learned that Zhuang Baifin had already sensed something amiss days ago and had secretly imprisoned the twin saintesses. Tonight's farce, ordering his guards to capture them, was clearly staged. But for whose benefit? Yifan? Unlikely. After all, the prevailing rumor was that Yifan remained in the southern waters of Daxia, or even that he had perished in the Sea of Death. Naturally, those rumors had been deliberately spread by Yifan himself, using channels like the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the Imperial Guards to mislead his enemies, particularly the Divine Sect, Prince Jean, and the Shadow Soul Hall. What Yifan needed most right now was time to grow stronger. If Zhuang Baifin wasn't putting on a show for him, then the only other possibility was that it was meant for Xiao Taijin. Back then, Zhuang Baifin had allied with Xiao Taijin of the Azure Garment sect to secure his position in the Poison Goo sect. But now that he had the backing of the Shadow Soul Hall, Xiao Taijin had become redundant. And with the twin saintesses connected to Yifan, Zhuang Baifin might have orchestrated this entire spectacle just to test Xiao Taijin's reaction. In the Poison Goo sect's main hall, Zhuang Baifin lounged comfortably in his chair, lazily watching his subordinates dismantle the massive tree at the center of the hall. Swaying his legs slightly, he mused at how much better a chair felt. All that time wasted climbing trees like a poisoned puppet. How foolish. Captain Cha has been gone for a while now. Any updates? Zhuang Baifin glanced at his subordinate irritably. Is summoning the twin saintesses really this difficult? Captain Cha knew the truth. Those girls at the saintesses' residence were mere puppets. Zhuang Baifin had sent him there purely for show. Yet the man seemed to be taking it seriously. Sect leader, Captain Cha reported that the saintesses said they were bathing and needed time to change. So he's waiting outside their quarters. What? Zhuang Baifin stiffened. Since when did puppets bathe or demand patience? Contact Master Wu immediately. Ask him what the hell is going on with those corpse puppets. Didn't he assure me everything was under control? Master Wu was an elite expert Zhuang Baifin had spent a fortune to recruit. To perfect the lifelike corpse puppetry, countless living subjects had been sacrificed in experiments before achieving near-flawless mimicry. Once the call connected, Zhuang Baifin barked, Master Wu, why have the saintesses' puppets gained autonomy? With the Soul Hall's emissary en route but not yet arrived, any instability within the sect now could jeopardize his inheritance of their legacy and leave him vulnerable when facing Yifan. Worse yet, past experience made him paranoid. Had that bastard Yifan already infiltrated the Poison Goo sect? Intel suggested Yifan was no stranger to corpse puppetry himself. Sect leader, I was just about to reach out. There's been a hiccup with the puppet control. The Saintess's natural consciousness is too strong. The sliver of their will I extracted keeps resisting my commands. Master Wu sounded exasperated. Just kill the real Saintesses, and I can stabilize the puppets. Zhuang Baifan scowled. No, I still need them alive. What about Xiao Taijin? Has she reacted to the news of the Saintess's capture? And second elder Zhong Hua? Any movement from him? Damn it. I've long suspected they've colluded. Before dealing with Yifan, internal threats had to be purged. Tonight would reveal their true colors. Sect Master. After hearing the news, Xiao Taijin and Zhong Hua showed little reaction. They both seemed to believe you were genuinely summoning the twin holy maidens for a discussion. They each sent an underling to the assembly hall to investigate. But they've already been detained by you. Master Wu diligently reported the monitored situation to Zhuang Baifan. Yet, Zhuang Baifan remained skeptical. When the twin holy maidens had returned from Guangxing, Zhong Hua and Xiao Taijin had gone all out to protect the girls. Now that he was making such a blatant move to capture them, how could Xiao Taijin, their master, stay completely silent? Something felt off to Zhuang Baifan, but all the evidence suggested everything was proceeding normally. Fine. Hurry up and figure out what's going on with those puppet corpses. After ending the call with Master Wu, Zhuang Baifan hesitated for a moment, still uneasy. Xiao Li, go personally to the twin holy maiden's residence and investigate. Ask Captain Jia what's really going on. For some reason, a chill ran down Zhuang Baifan's spine. It felt as though something catastrophic was about to unfold tonight. If he couldn't even deal with Yifan, had Xiao Taijin and that old fox Zhong Hua also slipped beyond his reach? He thought back over his life, from seizing power 20 years ago to consolidating his authority step by step. Before encountering Yifan, everything had gone smoothly for him. Ding ling ling. His assistant Xiao Li had only left for 5 minutes when the phone rang. Sect Master. Terrible news. Captain Jia just reported that you personally went to the Holy Maiden's residence and took them away. You even ordered everyone there to stand guard and reflect on their mistakes in confinement. This? Xiao Li's voice trembled. Unlike most, Xiao Li had been by Zhuang Baifan's side all day. After Zhuang Baifan had ordered Captain Jia to summon the twin holy maidens, Zhuang Baifan had remained in the assembly hall the entire time. How could he have gone to the holy maiden's residence? What? Horse crap. I've been here the whole time. When did I go there? Put Jairtai on the line. What the hell is going on? Zhuang Baifan leaped up from his seat. He was still in the hall. Yet another Zhuang Baifan had appeared at the holy maiden's residence. He knew immediately. Someone was impersonating him. Was this Zhong Hua's doing? Or Xiao Taijin's? Humph! You dare play this game with me? Sect Master. Captain Jia now realized he'd been deceived, his tone hesitant as he spoke. Idiot! After all these years serving me, you can't even recognize my aura? You fool! Where did that impostor take the twin holy maidens? The holy maidens were mere puppet corpses. Being whisked away by a fake Zhuang Baifan didn't matter. But if the impersonator was Xiao Taijin, who knew so many of his secrets, the damage would be catastrophic. She could use his identity to issue false orders to his loyalists, throwing the entire sect into chaos. They had to apprehend this impostor immediately. Sect Master. That bastard headed toward your private quarters with the twin holy maidens, he said. They were going to sleep. Captain Jia relayed Yifan's exact words. Sleep. Zhuang Baifan froze for a few seconds, then exploded with fury. What kind of nonsense is this? That motherf. Is he trying to cuckold me? Sons of bitches. I want the compound surrounded now. My beloved Yenner. Even now, Zhuang Baifan couldn't stop thinking about Lu Yen. Little did he know, Lu Yen was currently aiding Yifan in a stealth assault, planning to destroy his core holdings directly. Meanwhile, Zhuang Baifan's secret prison was unusually hidden. Neither near his quarters nor the assembly hall, it lay beneath a public restroom, accessible through a disguised entrance in a nearby storage shed. Yifan examined the dark tunnel beneath the lifted floorboards. Covered in intricate sigils that disrupted supernatural senses, the barriers here were formidable. Even his demon eye struggled to penetrate them. Without Lu Yan's guidance, locating this place would have been nearly impossible. Young Master Yi, aside from the twin holy maidens, this prison holds the previous sect master, the former Grand Protector, and several elders, everyone who opposed Zhuang Baifan. He kept them alive, supposedly to extract the location of the sect's most powerful relic, the 10,000 Gu cauldron. Yifan smirked. That very cauldron was already in his possession. 4 years, the Gu sect had schemed to lift the Great Xia Empire's ban, yearning to expand beyond the 100,000 mountains. And now it was clear Zhuang Baifan had been the driving force all along. The true sect master had long been replaced. In that case, rescuing the imprisoned elders might just reshuffle the power structure entirely. Perfect. Young master, follow me. Though the exterior seems unguarded, Zhuang Baifan stationed the 4th and 5th elders below with elite forces. We'll need to cooperate like this. Understood. Yifan's lips curled as he watched Lu Yan's graceful figure. As Zhuang Baifan's favored consort, she had overseen many sect affairs. Now, paired with Yifan's flawless disguise, their act would be indistinguishable from reality. Even facing Zhuang Baifan himself, most sect members would likely believe Yifan was the genuine article. The thought exhilarated him. Zhuang Baifan liked to play games? Then tonight, let the game begin. Imperial Digression Press Final Line. Halt! Why is Madame visiting the forbidden prison at this hour? The 4th elder, Yu Chong, emerged with armed guards, encircling Lu Yan. By the sect master's decree, no one enters the prison without authorization. Madam, you must turn back. Lu Yan smiled faintly. Oh? Then does my arrival count as trespassing? Zhuang Baifan emerged from behind Lu Yan. Of course, this was none other than Yifan in disguise. Huh? Sect leader? So late. Why are you visiting the dungeon? Is there something urgent? 4th elder Yu Chong bowed respectfully toward Yifan, though confusion flickered in his eyes. The sect leader had always attached great importance to the dungeon's affairs, but after the early years, when he had personally interrogated the old-timers daily about the whereabouts of the 10,000 Gu cauldron, he had rarely shown up. Even after the recent imprisonment of the 2 saintesses, he hadn't bothered to inspect the dungeon himself. Do I need to explain myself to you? Yifan cast a cold glare at the 4th elder, sending a shiver down the man's spine. This subordinate wouldn't dare. Let's go. Yifan motioned for Lu Yan to follow as he strode deeper into the dungeon. But Yu Chong suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path again. Forgive me, sect leader. Please provide the passphrase. Oh. Yifan frowned and exchanged a glance with Lu Yan. Was the procedure really this complicated just to enter a dungeon? Please pardon my insolence, sect leader. This was your own rule. You decreed that even you must provide the passphrase when entering the dungeon, as a precaution against intruders. The 4th elder hastened to explain, wary of provoking Yifan's wrath. Ah, I see. A smirk curled Yifan's lips. From today onward, this rule is abolished. Henceforth, neither I nor Lady Lu Yan will need a passphrase to enter. From now on, my ass. Lu Yan had already revealed that the dungeon held the former sect leader and all those who opposed Zhuang Baifan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yifan had already decided, after rescuing the 2 saintesses, he would release all of Zhuang Baifan's sworn adversaries from the dungeon. That way, if anything went wrong, those adversaries could keep Zhuang Baifan and his loyalists occupied. Hua abolished the passphrase. But this is far too sudden. The 4th elder stared at Yifan skeptically. Though the sect leader's appearance hadn't changed, something about him felt off. Yet Lady Lu Yan, the sect leader's most favored wife, was right here beside him. There was no mistaking his identity, right? What's with the hesitation? The dungeon passphrase has been compromised. According to intel, imposters posing as me will attempt infiltration tonight. I came personally to ensure security. Does that answer your question? Yi Fan's mind raced, landing on the perfect gambit. His current disguise as Zhuang Baifan could fool them for now, but this was still the Gusec's territory. The real Zhuang Baifan would inevitably detect the ruse and immediately pursue them here. If he could orchestrate a golden cicada's escape, so Zhuang Baifan clashed with his own men, that would be poetic justice. Ah, so that's what's happening. Understood. Sect leader. Please proceed, you and madam. I'll guard this place diligently. No one unauthorized will enter or leave. I'll summon the fifth elder as well. If any impostors dare approach, we'll slaughter them on sight. Fourth elder Yuchong, somewhat slow-witted, nodded zealously, convinced he'd grasped Yi Fan's plan. With a sinister smirk, Yi Fan patted his shoulder. Good man. Do well today, and hefty rewards await. This secret dungeon of the Goose sect was originally a natural karst cave. Years ago, after discovering it, Zhuang Baifan covertly transformed it into a hidden stronghold with his most trusted followers. It served as the staging ground for his coup, where he plotted against the former sect leader and trained elite martial artists. Once victorious, he repurposed the secret base into a dungeon, imprisoning the deposed leader and all dissenters. Over the decades, many of the sect's core members mysteriously vanished, none appearing in the Goose sect's official prisons. The truth? They were all secretly detained here. The dungeon spanned 5 underground levels. In a cramped cell on the 3rd subterranean floor, 2 girls frantically chipped away at the stone wall under dim lamplight. Despite its hardness, they had already hollowed out a meter-deep tunnel. Sis, how much longer will this take? Do you think Brother Fan will find us? These girls were none other than Saintess Daya and Saintess Xiaoya. Though their cultivation had been suppressed below the master realm, their determination to escape remained unshaken. Sigh. If Brother Fan has arrived at the Goose sect headquarters, he'll definitely track us down. But who knows when that'll be? Daya murmured, her voice tinged with despair. That's why we can't just wait around, we have to try. Keep digging. Recalling their ordeal, both sisters scowled. Upon returning from Guangxing, they had followed Yi Fan and Su Wandao's instructions, spinning their fabricated tale during the assembly. At the time, sect leader Zhuang Baifan had seemingly acquiesced, sparing Su Wandao and the sisters. Yet the moment they returned to their quarters, they were ambushed, secretly imprisoned in this forsaken place. Worse, they had witnessed Zhuang Baifan creating doppelgangers of them. Puppets parading as the saintesses to deceive the sect, their master, and everyone else. Sis, I'm worried. What if that bastard Zhuang Baifan uses those fake versions of us to frame or threaten Brother Fan? Xiaoya fretted, her gaze darting anxiously toward the cell's entrance. Despite their calamity poison physiques, some unknown method had allowed Zhuang Baifan to subdue them. Heh, worrying about others? You should focus on your own predicament. A coarse voice interrupted them. 2 towering figures materialized outside their cell, leering at the sisters with undisguised hunger. Ah! Daya and Xiaoya blanched. Frantically, they tried to conceal the dugout tunnel with bamboo mats, but it was too late. These were the dungeon's infamous black and white twin fiends, notorious for their brutality. From the moment the sisters arrived, the 2 men had eyed them like prey. Only Zhuang Baifan's orders, forbidding outright harm, had stayed their hands. Trying to tunnel your way out? Let us drill some holes in you first. Creak. The cell door swung open as the twin fiends began stripping off their clothes. Damn whores. Betraying the sect leader. Today, we'll teach you your place. They lunged forward. After all, their orders were clear. Don't kill them. Don't torture them. But no one said they couldn't break them in other ways. How dare you? Diane shouted sharply, pulling her younger sister Xiaoyan to dodge swiftly to the side. At the same time, she continued to warn, have you forgotten? We possess the calamity poison body. If you dare touch us, aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death? The calamity poison body was an extremely toxic constitution. Merely making skin contact with another living being could render them unconscious, or even kill them. Although Yi Fan had taught the 2 holy maidens how to control their calamity poison body, if they chose not to restrain it, the toxins could still easily prove fatal. Ha! You think we didn't prepare for your calamity-poisoned body? The black fiend of the twin fiends laughed wildly, raising his arm to show them. Only then did Dian and Xiaoyan notice that the two men were covered in a thin, transparent film. This material could block toxins without compromising touch. You! Dian glared at the two scoundrels with hatred, her eyes filled with despair. These bastards had clearly come prepared. Both Dian and her sister had already accepted Yi Fan as their man. If they were violated by these two now, how could they ever face him again? Even if Yi Fan didn't care, the psychological scars would remain, ensuring that any bond between them would be forever tainted. What should they do? What could they do? The sisters' minds raced as their eyes darted toward the prison cell's entrance. Now that the twin fiends had entered the cell, the doorway was unguarded. If they could escape through it. Though their strength was suppressed, their poison techniques could still be used freely. The potency of their toxins was so great that they had nearly reached a tangible grayish form. The outer defenses of the prison wouldn't be able to stop them. Dian realized the possibility, and so did Xiaoyan. The sisters exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Just accept your fate, holy maidens, the black fiend sneered. We've even taken antidote pills from the sect leader to resist your poison. Even if some toxins get into our bodies, the pills will neutralize them. He smirked arrogantly. Oh, and one more thing. The sect leader has been secretly refining these antidotes for years in preparation against you. Now, they can block 80% of your calamity-poisoned body's toxins. So what do we have to fear? Hee. Be good girls and serve us well. If you please us, we might go easy on you. Let's be honest. The only reason you're locked up here is because the sect leader wants to deal with Yi Fan. Once he's captured, if we put in a good word for you, the sect leader might even release you. Then you can come home with us and be our wives. How wonderful would that be? Come on. Don't waste this perfect moment. Ha ha ha. The white fiend was even more impatient. With a sudden lunge, he grabbed Dian's clothes, intending to pin her down. Seeing this, Xiaoyan lashed out with a fierce kick straight to his crotch. Aya! The powerful blow made the white fiend crumple instantly, curling up in agony like a shrimp. You damn bitch! You're dead, ah! He felt a chilling numbness spread through his lower body, sapping his strength. Bro, I think one of my balls is crushed. Holy shit! The twin fiends were the prison wardens, ruling the dungeon with absolute authority. They had bullied countless prisoners before, and none had ever dared to resist. Yet today, before they could even lay a hand on the two holy maidens, one of them had already lost a testicle. They had come for pleasure. But now, with his injury, how could they continue? Seeing his brother's suffering, the black fiend instinctively covered his own crotch, sucking in a sharp breath. These girls were vicious. Don't worry. I'll take care of your share later, the black fiend said darkly, glaring at the sisters. Daring to hurt my brother? I'll make you wish you were dead. What did it matter if they were holy maidens of the Goose sect? Soon, they'd be nothing more than playthings beneath him. The white fiend struggled to stand, speechless. Take care of my share? What kind of bullshit was that? Even with only one ball left, he could still perform. Humph. Big brother, leave the younger one to me. Even if it hurts, I'll make sure she remembers my strength. With one of the twin fiends injured, Dian and Xiaoyan seized the opportunity. Pushing off the ground, they sprinted toward the cell door. Whoosh! Though their strength was suppressed below the Grandmaster level, their previous training under Yi Fan had elevated them to the peak of the martial sovereign realm. Their understanding of force and spatial control far surpassed their current limitations. Even with weakened power, their movements were precise and efficient. While the black fiend was distracted by his brother, the sisters managed to slip past him and escape through the doorway. Hurry! Run forward. We have to get out. As soon as they crossed the threshold, an old man in gray robes at the end of the corridor suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, Girls! Once you escape, tell the outside world that the Goose sect has been betrayed. We old-timers are trapped here. The former sect leader must send help. This old man was the former sect leader's personal guard captain. Seeing the sisters escape, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Gathering his martial sovereign-level strength, he declared, "I'll hold those two back." Without hesitation, Dian and Xiaoyan sprinted down the corridor. Inside the cell, the twin fiends finally reacted and gave chase. But the moment they stepped out, the old guard captain seized the black fiend's ankle. "Ha ha! Zhuang Baifin's lackeys, die!" With a vicious snarl, the old man bit down on the black fiend's ankle. Crack! The sheer force shattered a piece of bone. "Ah! You damned old fool! I'll kill you!" The black fiend howled in pain, drawing his blade and stabbing the guard captain. But the old man refused to let go, his teeth and hands locked in place. Meanwhile, the white fiend, already injured, couldn't run fast enough. He could only watch helplessly as the sisters grew farther away. "Big brother, stop them. If they get out, we're finished." The black fiend smirked coldly. "You think they can escape? They've underestimated the sect leader's prison." With that, he pressed a hidden button. Clang! A heavy steel gate slammed down at the end of the corridor, sealing Dian and Xiaoyan behind its bars, trapped at the exit. The exit was right in front of them, but Dia and Xiaoya were stuck behind the unyielding steel bars. These bars were specially forged. Given that their strength had yet to reach the Grandmaster level, breaking through was impossible. Most crucially, the steel had been reinforced with runic power by experts from the Corpse Puppet Sect and the Soul Hall, enhancements so potent that even a martial emperor wouldn't be able to shatter them. "Damn it, sister! We were so close!" Xiaoya's voice trembled with despair as she stared at the impassable gate. Dia channeled her martial energy and struck the bars with all her might. Bzzzt. The energy resonated sharply in the cramped corridor, leaving the steel utterly unscathed. Without weapons, breaching the gate was practically hopeless. After several failed attempts, determination hardened in Dia's eyes. "Xiaoya, if those bastards try to take us, I'd rather die than let them win." She clenched her fists. "I'll shatter my dantian and dash my skull against these bars before they lay a finger on me. I belong to Brother Fan. No other man will touch me." Xiaoya blinked, mischief flickering in her gaze. Finally admitting it, she giggled. Who was it that swore she didn't like him? "Stop teasing me." Dia's cheeks flushed. "If we somehow escape alive, maybe what you suggested earlier, I could give it a try." Her voice dropped shyly. Xiaoya's previous joke about sharing intimacy with Yifan. Xiaoya nodded, then glanced down the dark corridor. "But I have a feeling we won't die today. I sense Brother Fan nearby. It's like we're connected." Unspoken was that Dia felt the same, perhaps due to the warmth of the blazing ember flame resonating within them. Blood on the floor. Meanwhile, Black Fiend, now freed after decapitating the stubborn guard captain, stormed toward the sisters, his face mangled from a bitten-off chunk of flesh. The situation had spiraled out of control. What was meant to be a twisted game had turned into a prison break. White Fiend nursed his shattered groin, his combat ability halved. Worse, the forgotten elders imprisoned along the corridor were stirring, their suppressed martial energy rippling like gathering storm clouds. They needed to regain control fast. White Fiend, quit fooling around. Secure them before the old monsters interfere. Black Fiend lunged, claws outstretched. "Did you really think you could escape? Time to learn your place." His strike, aimed at Dia's shoulder, would slam her spine first into the concrete. Even if she survived, bones would shatter. "Sister!" Xiaoya screamed, surging forward, only for Black Fiend to pivot and seize her throat. "You crushed my brother's future?" His grip tightened. "Since you won't let us enjoy you, let's see how pretty you are without a face." His dagger flashed toward her cheek. "No!" Both sisters shrieked in horror. For a woman, beauty was life. If scarred, how could Xiaoya ever face Yifan again? The imprisoned elders, who dared to hope, shut their eyes in defeat. Too weak, had the sisters escaped or freed even one cell, the imprisoned elders could have slaughtered their way to vengeance. Zhuang Baifan wouldn't have stood a chance. Behind Black Fiend, White Fiend smirked. Bitch, once we lock you up, I'll cripple your meridians. His fantasies spiraled darker. Even if they died resisting, time slowed. The sisters hung suspended like broken puppets, memories flashing. Joyful reunions, whispered hopes, now dust. Was this the end? Dragon's roar. Boing! A tremor shook the corridor. Golden draconic energy coalesced into a giant hand, cradling Dia mid-fall before depositing her safely aside. The surge of power shattered her restraints, restoring her strength to peak martial venerable. Simultaneously, Black Fiend's dagger shattered, then his fingers, wrist, forearm, until the force spent itself at his elbow. Ignoring my decree? A cold voice echoed. Laying hands on the twin saints. Do you seek death? From behind the bars stepped the figure of Zhuang Baifan, Yifan in disguise. At this moment, Black Fiend and White Fiend had not yet received any news from the sect leader, so they instinctively believed Yifan was the real sect leader. The sect leader suddenly appearing in the prison late at night thoroughly frightened Black Fiend and White Fiend. Sect leader, forgive us, these two bitches were trying to escape, and we had no choice but to act. We didn't mean to harm them. Black and White Fiend couldn't quite grasp Yifan's intentions. When Zhuang Baifan had imprisoned the twin holy maidens, rumors had spread that the sect leader fancied them and had long wanted to make them his own women. For years, he had been researching elixirs to suppress the toxins of the calamity poison body, all for the sake of eventually neutralizing the toxins within the twin holy maidens. At the time, Black and White Fiend hadn't believed it, since the sect leader was already involved with Xiao Taijin. Wouldn't it be too much if he also took her two disciples? But now, seeing the sect leader suddenly appear and openly protect the twin holy maidens, Black and White Fiend were beginning to believe the rumors. Their hearts were pounding with dread. When the twin holy maidens had been imprisoned, the sect leader had explicitly ordered that they not be harmed. Yet today, the two of them had actually tried to sleep with them, essentially stealing the sect leader's women. This was a grave offense. Zhuang Baifan, you bastard! How dare you show your face here? Shameless! Scum! Xiaoya, standing closest to the bars, glared furiously at Yifan, who had disguised himself as Zhuang Baifan. Channeling her energy, she picked up a fallen blade from the ground and thrust it toward Yifan's chest. Insolence! Black and White Fiend shouted, ready to intervene, but they hesitated, thinking the sect leader could easily handle Xiaoya himself. Seeing how haggard Xiaoya looked, Yifan's heart ached. These two girls were supposed to have stayed in Guangxing by his side. It was Yifan who had sent them back to the Goose sect to secretly gather evidence of the sect leader's misdeeds and sway some of the sect's experts to their side. He hadn't expected Zhuang Baifan to capture the twin holy maidens so quickly, even with Su Wandao assisting them. The two holy maidens he had rescued earlier were nothing more than puppets. Had Lu Yen not revealed the truth, Yifan would have been completely fooled. Xiaoya, don't be afraid. It's me. Yifan blocked the blade with a surge of energy, then reverted to his own voice and appearance with a few quick adjustments to his face. Ah! Xiaoya gasped in shock upon seeing his real face. Brother Fan? Is it really you? You came. Sister, I told you he would come. Overjoyed, she called out to Dia, who was standing further away. On the other side, Dia, who had already resigned herself to death, heard the familiar voice and saw Yifan's true face. Brother Fan. Tears streamed down her cheeks. In such a hopeless situation, both sisters had believed they were doomed. When Yifan had appeared in Zhuang Baifan's form, their despair had been absolute. Even if the sect leader had temporarily saved them, it would have only meant escaping one predator to fall into another's clutches. But now that Yifan was here, Dia finally relaxed, rushing toward him. Though usually composed, after days in the prison, she had realized her true feelings for Yifan. If this was love, why hide it? Holy shit, it's Yifan! Black and White Fiend finally snapped out of their confusion. No wonder they had sensed something off about the sect leader's aura. It wasn't him at all, but Yifan in disguise. But how had Yi Fan infiltrated such a heavily secured place? The passphrase and token alone should have been impossible to bypass. Just as they were puzzling over this, they spotted another familiar figure behind Yi Fan, and instantly understood. Madame Lu Yen. With her by his side, Yi Fan could easily pass through. Madame Lu. Quick, step back. That man isn't the sect leader. He's Yi Fan in disguise. Black Fiend urgently warned as he saw Lu Yen approaching Yi Fan. Look, he's reverted to his real face. A reinforced steel barrier still separated them in the corridor, so Black and White Fiend weren't too worried yet. Their priority now was to alert the real sect leader and prepare defenses. But to Black Fiend's shock, Lu Yen remained completely unruffled. Instead, she smiled and wrapped her arm around Yi Fan's. I know he's Yi Fan. Got a problem with that? She glanced dismissively at the two before adding, as long as I say he's the sect leader, he is. Hee hee. Her playful laugh sent Black and White Fiend into a frenzy. Damn it. Was Yi Fan really this unstoppable? He had just met the sect leader's wife, and already he'd won her over? Was it his skills or something else that made her side with him? With Yi Fan's flawless disguise and the sect leader's wife backing him, most of the Gu sect would likely believe he was the real deal. And even more terrifying, Yi Fan also possessed the 10,000 Gu cauldron, a sacred relic of the sect, which would lend him even greater credibility. White Fiend, grab Dia and fall back. Black Fiend reacted swiftly. A blade flashed as he pressed it against Xiaoya's throat, dragging her backward. White Fiend mirrored the move, seizing Dia and retreating. Once they were 5 meters behind the barrier, the two finally breathed easier. The steel bars were reinforced with arcane runes, capable of blocking even peak Martial Emperor or Martial Saint level attacks. Even if Yi Fan had surpassed the Martial Saint realm, breaching the barrier would take time. Let them go. I'll leave your corpses intact. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he watched Black and White Fiend take control of the sisters. How dare these two Martial Sovereign level trash threaten his women right in front of him? Did they have a death wish? But with the twin holy maidens as hostages and the barrier in place, Black and White Fiend sneered. Dream on. Try getting past this barrier, hotshot. These runes are no joke. You think you're some kind of god? Ah! Mid-taunt, their voices cut off abruptly. A phantom figure shot out from Yi Fan's body, slipping effortlessly through the bars and piercing their chests in the blink of an eye. What? Was Yi Fan performing magic? Or had he already ascended to immortality? That phantom-like purple figure was particularly astonishing. It could phase straight through their bodies. Black Fiend and White Fiend initially dismissed it, but in the next instant, they felt as if a third of their vitality and martial energy had been drained away. Their bodies convulsed as though struck by a devastating blow. Thud! Thud! 2 muffled thumps echoed as the fiends coughed up thick, black blood, staggering backward. Their grip on Dia and Xiaoya slackened instantly. Big bro, what the hell was that? How did a mere shadow cripple us like this? White Fiend, already injured from his earlier misfortune, had his cultivation plummet below the Grandmaster realm. Terror flooded his eyes. How the fuck should I know? Black Fiend wiped blood from his lips, equally horrified. Despite the enchanted barrier, Yi Fan's shadow had breached it and wounded them. This was beyond terrifying. Quick! Don't let those bitches go! Black Fiend snarled, still fixated on the twins. But what he didn't realize was that Yi Fan's phantom was just the beginning. The moment the shadow struck, Yi Fan teleported directly to its location. Before the fiends could react, Yi Fan materialized behind them, his arms encircling Dia and Xiaoya in a tender embrace. It's over now, he whispered. You're safe. As Yi Fan's hands rested on their waists, surges of revitalizing energy rushed through the sisters, shattering all restraints. Their strength instantly surged back to peak martial venerable level. The warmth of that fleeting contact even propelled their cultivation half-step into the Martial Emperor realm. Now, even without Yi Fan's intervention, Dia and Xiaoya could easily overwhelm the weakened fiends. When Black Fiend and White Fiend turned around, their blades raised menacingly, they were met with Yi Fan's chilling smirk. Wah how! Their eyes darted past the bars. Outside, only the bewildered Lu Yen remained where Yi Fan had stood moments ago. If his shadow breaching the barrier was horrifying, his real body infiltrating it meant certain death. Lu Yen gingerly touched the enchanted bars. Zap! A surge of energy repelled her, its power unmistakably lethal. Yet Yi Fan had bypassed it effortlessly. Watching Yi Fan's intimacy with the twins, bitterness welled in Lu Yan's heart. If only Zhuang Baifan hadn't. Even though I'm older, I might have stood a chance. But now, damn Zhuang Baifan, that bastard would pay. Clang. Inside the corridor, the fiend's blades clattered to the floor. With their cultivation crippled, they stood no chance against even the twins, let alone Yi Fan, whose exploits across Yunqing, Huadu, and Guangxing were legendary. Even Jin Wang, a figure of immense power, had been outmaneuvered by him. We were wrong, young Master Yi. Grant us a swift death. Black Fiend rasped, dropping to his knees. White Fiend reluctantly followed. Death was inevitable. Their offenses against the holy maidens and ties to the Gu sect left no room for mercy. Brother Yi, let us handle them, Dia declared, stepping forward with blade in hand. These scum dared to covet us? Humph. We belong only to you. Thud. Slash. Crack. The twins vented their earlier despair with brutal efficiency. By the time they stopped, the fiends were unrecognizable. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan summoned blazing flames. Whoosh! In an instant, the corpses and bloodstains vanished without a trace. Master Yi, let me in too. Lu Yen called from beyond the bars, awestruck. Thank heavens I'm his ally, not his enemy. Yi Fan nodded. The shadow blade, inherited from the Tiankue vault, shot forth, its edge gleaming. A single revolution, a whisper of severed air. The enchanted barrier shattered like glass. Gasps erupted from the cells lining the corridor. For the imprisoned elders of the Gu sect, mere freedom wasn't enough. Their shoulders bore pierced chains and spirit-severing threads, restraints only Zhuang Baifan's keys or a peerless weapon could break. The shadow blade, engraved with 3,000 divine runes, became a blur of annihilation. Chains snapped, threads disintegrated. In 10 seconds, every cell lay open. Dozens of once powerful figures stood free. It's really cut open now? In a cell along the corridor, an old man stared in disbelief at the broken chains on his wrists. Those chains were crafted from refined iron, incredibly sturdy and unbreakable. Even with the assistance of a martial emperor's energy-infused blade, they couldn't be severed. Yet Yi Fan's sword had sliced through them with effortless ease. Cautiously, the old man shifted, sensing the silken threads that had bound his back also sliced cleanly along his skin. Brothers, we're finally free. Creak. The old man pushed open his cell door excitedly, stepping into the hallway and shouting, Everyone, come out. Let's take revenge on that bastard Zhuang Baifan. Elder Protector, are we really free? The other imprisoned martial arts experts tentatively tested their restraints. Only after confirming their liberation did they hesitantly step out of their cells, some even trembling as they took their first steps forward. These martial elites, veterans from the previous sect leader's era, had been locked up for decades, robbed of their will. Now thrust into sudden freedom, they could hardly believe it. This old man is Chu Jianghe, the former Grand Protector of the Gu sect. I pay my respects to young Master Yi and thank you for your life-saving grace. Bowing deeply, Chu Jianghe continued, Young Master may not recognize me, but decades ago, I shared drinks with your grandfather. Since you've returned to the Gu sect's headquarters, Zhuang Baifan must be stirring up trouble again. Rest assured, with us old-timers here, his schemes won't succeed. Yi Fan gave a brief nod. Good. His gaze swept across the cells lining the corridor. Is everyone out? I heard there are 2 more underground floors. I'll check them next. A faint smile curled on Yi Fan's lips. His visit to the Gu sect was meant to make Zhuang Baifan's life miserable. Naturally, he intended to free all the imprisoned martial artists in this dungeon. While Yi Fan alone possessed the strength to crush Zhuang Baifan and his lackeys, He knew from his time in Guang City that Prince Chris of Britannia and the Dark Alliance had deep ties with the Gu sect. With so many enemies, handling them alone would be troublesome. Freeing these veterans loyal to the former sect leader would serve as reinforcements. Though Ho Tianji had brought warriors from the Vermilion Bird domain into the Miaojiang Mountains, ordinary martial artists struggled against the Gu sect's poison techniques. But the former sect leader's followers? Their mastery over martial arts and Gu arts made them formidable. Yes, go below. The sect leader is imprisoned further down. Please, young master, rescue him. Chu Jianghe's voice trembled with urgency before dimming slightly. But the underground level is guarded by the 10 Extremes formation and the 10 Forbidden Gu. Even the sect leader couldn't break free. We wouldn't even get close. Zhuang Baifan's coup had succeeded precisely because of his unnatural talent and forbidden techniques supplied by the Soul Palace. Without needing the 10,000 Gu cauldron, he had subdued several of the 10 Forbidden Gu. At the time, the former sect leader lacked the legendary artifact, sealing his defeat and the Gu sect's fall. Yifan chuckled softly. Elder Chu, can those Forbidden Gu be controlled with the 10,000 Gu cauldron? Chu Jianghe startled. The 10,000 Gu cauldron is the source of all poison gus. Of course it can. But it's been lost since the ancestors' era. The entire sect has searched for centuries, yet found no trace. How could? His words choked off as Yifan produced a small black cauldron, its surface gleaming faintly under the dungeon's dim light. From within it pulsed a strange resonance, synchronizing with the Gu master's own poison gus. Even their bound gus stirred uncontrollably, crawling out of their bodies in reverence toward the artifact. The 10,000 Gu cauldron. Heavens, young master, how is it in your hands? Then, you must be the heir foretold by the ancestor. Chu Jianghe scrutinized the cauldron with awe, spotting the golden Gu king peering out from within, confirming its authenticity. Gu sect doctrine dictated that whoever mastered the 10,000 Gu cauldron was its rightful ruler. Chu Jianghe pays homage to the holy ancestor. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees. The cauldron's return heralded the Gu sect's rebirth. We pay homage to the holy ancestor. Whoosh! Dozens of former sect loyalists in the corridor knelt in unison. Lu Yen, watching impassively, sighed inwardly. Some men are simply destined for greatness. Yifan carried an inexplicable magnetism. Wherever he went, he overturned adversity, seized control, and bent fate to his will. This group of loyalists included numerous martial experts at the martial emperor level, augmented by their deadly Gu techniques. With such forces, Yifan could dominate all 8 southern provinces of Xia if he desired. Rise. Some of you guide me below. Others, secure the perimeter. Yifan estimated that Zhuang Baifan, once alerted, would soon trace them here. Those guarding outside, conceal your presence. You'll witness a delightful drama. Mongrels tearing at each other. His lips curled into a smirk. Disguised as Zhuang Baifan, he'd left the sect leader's quarters with Lu Yen as witness. Even the 4th and 5th elders at the dungeon's entrance had been fooled. When the real Zhuang Baifan arrived, chaos would erupt. Meanwhile, at Zhuang Baifan's chambers, the furious sect leader stormed in, only to learn that Lu Yen had departed with an impostor. And they had undressed. God damn it! Zhuang Baifan's vision tinted green. 10 minutes had passed. Plenty of time for multiple rounds in bed, unlike his own brief performances. I'll skin that bastard alive. His fist smashed the chamber doors to splinters. Where did they go? His trembling aide replied. Reports say they headed for the dungeon. Hell, the dungeon. Those imprisoned there must never be freed. Otherwise, the Gu sect would descend into chaos. I have no idea what the sect master is thinking. Those former sect master loyalists have been imprisoned in the dungeon for so many years. Yet Zhuang Baifan still hasn't destroyed their dantians and martial arts. Zhuang Baifan's ascension to the position of sect master was never legitimate to begin with. Over the years, he used every means possible to suppress the members of the Gu sect, purging almost all of the former sect master's followers. But in reality, A significant portion of the Gu sect members scattered across the 100,000 Miao Mountains still remember and revere the former sect master. Just thinking about those terrifying remnants makes Zhuang Baifin's assistant nearly bolt in fear. For some reason, the assistant felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He had just received news that Elder Zhonghua and Elder Xiao Taijin remained eerily silent. But this silence only made the situation feel even more terrifying. What? Someone broke into the dungeon? That bastard. It must be the remnants of that old fool. Zhuang Baifin's face twitched with rage as he gritted his teeth. He thinks he can just impersonate me and break them out? Every inch of that dungeon is reinforced with forbidden seals and talismans. Once they step inside, I'll trap them too. If they push me too far, I'll blow the damn dungeon to hell. I'd rather lose everything than let them escape. Zhuang Baifin was a madman. The only reason he kept the former sect master's followers imprisoned was to force them to reveal the whereabouts of the 10,000 Gu cauldron. But after all these years, there had been no progress. If things went south, Zhuang Baifin would rather abandon the cauldron than let those loyalists escape alive. Prince Chris was about to arrive, along with envoys from the Dark Alliance and the Soul Hall. With so many powerful allies reinforcing him, Zhuang Baifin had more than enough confidence to maintain control over the Gu sect, even without the support of its original members. He could rebuild the sect stronger than ever. Yet a sudden realization struck him. Shit! The Diya and Xiaoya holy maidens were imprisoned in the dungeon. They were the key to controlling Yi Fan. Having them as hostages meant leverage over Yi Fan, but if the impostor was after them, that was trouble. Even worse, if the impersonator truly was targeting them, it could mean he was working for Yi Fan. Or worse, it actually was Yi Fan himself. At that thought, Zhuang Baifin shuddered, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. Still, no matter what, he had to head to the dungeon immediately. Hurry! His voice cracked with urgency. Move to the dungeon now, and send someone to the landing zone to receive the Soul Hall envoy. If they arrive, redirect them to the dungeon immediately, just in case. If Yi Fan really had infiltrated the dungeon, then given his strength, the 5th-tier martial saint realm, Zhuang Baifin's forces stood no chance against him. But if he kept the Soul Hall envoy close, at least he might have a shot at survival. You blind fools! I am Zhuang Baifin, the sect master of the Gu sect. How dare you stop me? At the dungeon gates, Zhuang Baifin's furious roar fell on deaf ears as Elder Yuchang, the 4th elder, blocked his path. I personally set the damned passphrase, "Open sesame, open your ass." Yuchang scoffed. The sect master warned us someone would try impersonating him. He revoked the passphrase, and now here you are. With a sharp wave, Yuchang barked an order. Men, seize this impostor, alive. In an instant, over 100 elite warriors, led by the 5th elder, swarmed out, enclosing Zhuang Baifin, his assistant, and their guards in a deadly circle. You brainless sheep! Zhuang Baifin nearly choked on his rage. The impostor is inside the dungeon. Let me through now, or I'll have your heads. But no matter how much he argued, his words were useless. He had set the passphrase, but what else could he use as proof? His token? His supposed lover, Lu Yen, had one too. His face? The impostor looked identical to him. Hell, Lu Yen was vouching for the fake sect master. Was she bribed? Tricked? Or worse, willingly helping him? Save your breath, Yuchang sneered. Madame Lu just confirmed. She slept with him last night. If even she says he is the real sect master, who are you? Did you share a bed with the master too? Every word was a dagger twisting in Zhuang Baifin's chest. Damn it, Lu Yen. She really had betrayed him for sex. The fury burned, but Zhuang Baifin pushed it aside. Right now, he had to enter the dungeon, before the impostor ruined everything. No matter how confident he was in the dungeon's defenses, those seals could be broken. If the fake sect master freed the former sect master's loyalists, or worse, the holy maidens, it would be a disaster. And according to reports, Yi Fan's forces were already mobilizing. Ho Tianji's army from the Vermilion Bird domain was gathering, likely a diversionary attack. What Zhuang Baifan didn't know was that Yi Fan had already acted alone. The imposter in the dungeon was Yi Fan himself. "Kill them!" Zhuang Baifan snarled, his patience snapping. Turning to his assistant, he roared, "Send the order. Mobilize the assassin division. Crush this rebellion." It pained him to slaughter his own men, but there was no other choice. "Die!" Yu Chang didn't back down either, commanding his warriors to charge. Though individually weaker than Zhuang Baifan's elite guards, they had numbers on their side. Casualties piled high on both sides, yet Zhuang Baifan couldn't advance even a step. Soon, chaos swallowed reason. Anyone standing nearby became a target. These were elite warriors, cultivated with endless resources to reach the Grandmaster realm, now slaughtered like dogs by their own comrades. The imposter's plan was vicious. A single strike with 2 fatal blows. Who the hell was he? The showdown at the prison. Given the current situation, unless Zhuang Baifan exterminates all the combatants Yu Chang has stationed here, there's no way he's breaking into the prison. Though Zhuang Baifan's strength has reached the emperor level, his condition is far from stable. Multiple times, he attempted to charge in alone, yet each time Yu Chang and the 5th Elder joined forces to repel him. Damn it! Why haven't the assassins from the killer hall arrived yet? Zhuang Baifan roared at his assistant, unaware that hidden behind the prison exit, the former sect leader's subordinates, including the Great Protector, Chu Jianghe, were silently watching the dog-eat-dog spectacle unfold. Absolutely exhilarating. What sweet justice! Chu Jianghe clenched his fist in satisfaction. The sacred ancestor's brilliance is unmatched. Such a blatant, unstoppable scheme. A classic shift the flowers to another tree maneuver, instigating internal slaughter by planting a counterfeit sect leader at the heart of the Gu sect's headquarters. Masterful. Even if, in the end, Elder Yi and Chu Jianghe would have to step in themselves, the mutual annihilation of the Gu sect's elites would significantly weaken their forces. The depths of the prison. In the underground 3rd tier, Yi Fan wielded the Shadow Blade, effortlessly rescuing the former sect leader, Kanglin, and another council elder. The operation proceeded flawlessly given the blade's indestructible might. Just as Yi Fan, Lu Yan, and the sisters Daya and Xiaoya prepared to leave, the golden threads in Yi Fan's demonic eye flickered. Breaking through the runic seals in an instant, his vision pierced deeper, revealing a concealed 4th level beneath, where a blue-eyed foreigner was imprisoned. With prominent fangs and ghastly features, the man resembled the vampires from Western folklore. Interesting. A vampire in the Gu sect's dungeon? Zhuang Baifan's dealings were wilder than expected. Had he struck alliances with the European vampire clans? Zhuang Baifan's enemies were Yi Fan's allies. A smirk curled his lips. Go ahead and check the situation upstairs. I'll investigate below. Under puzzled gazes, Yi Fan stepped forward, tapping the floor twice. With a rumble, a hidden passage yawned open in the corridor. Lu Yan, steeped in arcane mechanisms as an Oddity Gate disciple, had accompanied Zhuang Baifan here numerous times. Yet never had she discovered this covert layer. How did Yi Fan, visiting for the first time, pinpoint it so effortlessly? Like he was right at home? Monster. A once-in-a-generation prodigy, indeed. A shame she had no chance with him. But if such a man slipped through the Oddity Gate's fingers. Unthinkable. Perhaps my younger sister, though she herself was wilted flowers and withered grass, her sister, barely 18, breathtakingly beautiful, might catch his eye. Would that be throwing her to the wolves? Lost in thought, Lu Yan jolted as Yi Fan snatched the flashlight from her grip and marched into the abyss. Go on ahead. We'll wait for Brother Fan here. Daya and Xiaoya volunteered, worry etching their features. I'll stay too. As the sect leader's wife, though Yi Fan still wore Zhuang Baifan's guise, Lu Yan rationalized her presence. Who knew what schemes Yi Fan had next? She might prove useful. More importantly, she needed to pry Yi Fan's habits and preferences from the sisters. Intelligence to smoothen her sister's path. The vampire's prison. Xiaoya followed Yi Fan into the 4th level while Daya guarded the entrance, casting a wary glare at Lu Yan. Why are you still here? Given Lu Yan's past allegiance to Zhuang Baifan, distrust simmered. Don't be alarmed, Lu Yan sighed. Zhuang Baifan is my mortal enemy. I was forcibly taken, imprisoned here for years. Meeting young Master Yi was my salvation. She spun her tragic tale, parallels to Daya's own ordeal kindling sympathy. Sister, you've suffered, Daya murmured, softening. After all young Master Yi risked, I must repay him. Do you know his preferences? Barely minutes in, Lu Yan had Daya wrapped around her finger. The Bloodzinger's cage. In the 4th level soul cell, a disheveled foreigner was shackled amidst coils of vervain, bane of vampires. Under the flashlight's glare, the man squinted, then shut his eyes dismissively. Whoosh! Without ceremony, Yi Fan's shadow blade flashed, sundering chains, severing the heavenly silk threads pinning the man's collarbones, and obliterating the vervain. You're free. Coolly, Yi Fan turned to leave. The vampire gaped. Some new deception? A staged rescue? Ha! Save your theatrics. The moment I step out, silver bullets and vervain toxins await. Yi Fan nearly face-bombed. This vampire's paranoia ran deep, likely after years of Zhuang Baifan's torment. Overthinking it, Yi Fan snorted. Zhuang Baifan slaughtered my family. His foes are my allies. I'm Yi Fan, sole heir of the great Xia Yi clan. The Yi clan, the vampire frowned. You swear it? 15 years prior, he'd come to Xia seeking a Yi child bearing a dragon-marked ring. Instead, treachery landed him here. And now, at long last, freedom. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. Why would I lie about my clan's annihilation? The foreigner had likely been imprisoned here for far too long, leaving him ignorant of recent events. Hence his skepticism. Anyone outside with even the slightest access to information would know of the Yi family's tragic fate. Whatever. You're free to leave if you want, or stay if you prefer. Yi Fan had no intention of arguing further. As he strode toward the exit, he added bluntly, unless something goes wrong, Zhuang Baifan will be here soon. You'll miss a delightful spectacle, dogs tearing each other apart. Wait! Just as Yi Fan was about to leave the 4th underground level, the foreigner called out. Are you really Yi Fan? That ring on your hand? Can I see it? 15 years ago, he had come to Daxia in pursuit of an artifact, guided by the aura of that very ring. Now, he could sense a strikingly familiar energy emanating from the one concealed on Yi Fan's finger. Moreover, if Yi Fan was truly from the Yi family, the pieces fit perfectly. Intelligence from back then confirmed the ring had fallen into their hands. Huh? What about this ring? Yi Fan paused, puzzled, and revealed the intricate dragon-patterned band, his lifelong companion, the source of his power, and the sacred emblem of the Tianji Pavilion's leader. When he first ventured into the ring's dimensional space, he had inherited its profound legacy and countless techniques. Even now, he hadn't fully unraveled its mysteries. Strangely, it occasionally transformed from a mere ornament into a coiled golden dragon wrapping around his finger. The moment he displayed it, the ring trembled violently, as if stirred by unseen forces. In an instant, its bronze surface shifted into the shape of a mighty dragon, serpentine and regal, its glowing eyes locking onto the foreigner with an ancient, dominating presence. The blue-eyed man's face drained of color. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Lord Bloodfiend, Frank pays homage to his master. I've found you at last. Frank pressed his palms together in reverence, performing a sacred gesture. Master, I beg you to renew our soul contract. Huh? Lord Bloodfiend? Calling me master because of a ring? Earlier, in the 3rd underground level, the former cult leader's disciples had hailed Yi Fan as their sacred ancestor due to the 10,000 Gu cauldron. Now, another powerful figure, this blood fiend ancestor, was bowing before him. Am I just insanely lucky? Master, you may not remember. Millennia ago, you led the rise of our blood fiend clan. Yet, after your sudden disappearance, our lineage fell into ruin. I've searched for so long, Frank's words triggered flickers of memory, much like Qi Jiao's had moments earlier. Yifan sensed vast, dormant recollections buried deep within. A life spanning epochs, dominating the cosmos. Was my past self some kind of legend? Though uncertain, Yifan grasped one truth. This ring signified an identity beyond his understanding. Frank's power might be suppressed now, but his true strength surely rivaled the martial saint realm. A soul-bound subordinate of such caliber would be immensely useful. After a brief hesitation, Yifan swiftly performed the ritual, extracting a drop of Frank's essence to seal the contract. Suddenly, the entire prison trembled. Yifan's senses flared. Outside, chaos had erupted. Zhuang Baifan and his assassin cadre had slaughtered Yuchang's faction along with the Fifth Elder's forces, only to clash with the resurrected remnants of the old cult leader's faction. We're leaving. With Frank, Daya, Xiaoya, and Lu Yan in tow, Yifan flashed toward the exit. Above ground, at the prison's gates, the former cult leader, Song Lan, and his grand protector, Chu Jianghe, stood with dozens of liberated veterans, facing Zhuang Baifan and his assassins in a tense standoff. Zhuang Baifan. Song Lan's voice dripped venom. You must regret sparing us. Murdering my wife, my daughter, my brethren. Today you pay. God damn it. Zhuang Baifan's brief relief after crushing Yuchang's faction vanished. His stomach lurched as Song Lan's forces materialized before him. You decrepit vermin. How did you escape? Panic clawed at him. Those restraints, unbreakable chains interwoven with heavenly silk, resistant even to his treasured blade. How had they snapped? And the ancient runes sealing the cells. Had they failed? This was catastrophic. The intruder in the prison. He had to be a mastermind. Could it be Yifan? Zhuang Baifan's heart pounded. In all of Daxia, only Yifan possessed the means to orchestrate this. A mere impostor would have been trivial, but this? Retreat was his only option. I should have slaughtered you all, he snarled, already retreating. Withdraw. He needed to regroup. Await reinforcements from the Soul Hall's envoys and Prince Chris. Their combined strength would turn the tide. Yet before he took a single step, an oppressive aura shackled him mid-motion. A voice, cold and familiar, boomed in his ears. Leaving so soon? You owe me for impersonating me. Crack. Upon hearing that familiar explosive sound, Zhuang Baifan shuddered involuntarily. Holy shit, that voice was way too familiar. Yifan. It had got to be Yifan. Though Zhuang Baifan had never met Yifan in person, he had watched countless videos of him and was hypersensitive to his voice and appearance. Right now, Yifan had indeed taken on Zhuang Baifan's likeness, but Zhuang could still sense with absolute certainty that beneath the disguise, it was undeniably Yifan. However, the other elite assassins from the guild and the remaining members of the Gu sect had no clue what was happening. Some of the followers who had originally obeyed Zhuang Baifan's commands instinctively took a few steps back, putting some distance between themselves and him. What the hell are you doing? Why are you backing away? I'm the real Gu sect leader. That imposter is the fake one. Zhuang Baifan stomped his feet in frustration as he watched the assassins retreat from him. But, sect leader, if you're the real one, why did you kill the fourth and fifth elders? Look, we just ended up fighting our own people. The leader of the assassin faction glanced at the corpses of Yuchang and the others on the ground, countering Zhuang Baifan's claim. Zhuang Baifan was at a complete loss for words. He wanted to argue but had no idea how. Then, his eyes landed on Lu Yan, who had just emerged from the dungeon, and he immediately saw her as his lifeline. Lu Yan, speak up. Tell them who's the real one. That bastard is the fake. Don't let him fool you. You! Splurt. Zhuang Baifan was in the middle of his desperate plea when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Because right in front of everyone, Lu Yan had affectionately wrapped her arm around Yifan's and sweetly declared, Everyone, the sect leader warned me yesterday that someone would impersonate him today and cause trouble in the Gu sect. Now I'm absolutely certain. That man is the fake. Otherwise, why would he lead his own men to attack the dungeon? Besides, I sleep with the sect leader every night. Do you really think I wouldn't know who's real and who's fake? All members of the Gu sect, listen to my order. Capture that imposter immediately. Lu Yan's performance was flawless. Her commanding tone instantly solidified the resolve of every Gu sect member present. No doubt about it. If even the sect leader's wife had confirmed it, then the guy who had just stormed the dungeon had to be the fake. Brothers, surround him. Don't let him escape, someone from the assassin faction shouted, and the group immediately surged with excitement. The elite assassins, now fully convinced, turned their weapons on Zhuang Baifeng, encircling him. A few even raised their blades and began advancing toward him. Even Zhuang Baifeng's own assistant started hesitating. Sect leader, are you really the real one? I'm starting to doubt it. You've been acting so strange lately. The assistant was referring to how Zhuang Baifeng had been jumping around like a monkey and even lapping up water like a dog not long ago. You motherf. You've been with me every day. How can you not know if I'm real or not? Zhuang Baifeng was on the verge of exploding with rage. Here he was, the actual Gu sect leader, being outmaneuvered by Yi Fan on his own turf. Yi Fan had pulled off the ultimate con, impersonating him so convincingly that the real Zhuang Baifeng was now being treated as the fake. You've all been fooled. That bastard is the fake one. Just listen to his voice. You'll know. Zhuang Baifeng made one last desperate attempt to expose Yi Fan. Humph. Still trying to struggle in front of me? What's wrong with my voice? You're the one forcing yourself to mimic me. Doesn't it hurt? Just drop the act and use your real voice. Yi Fan spoke, and his tone was identical to Zhuang Baifeng's, as if they were carved from the same mold. At the same time, he flicked a surge of energy toward Zhuang Baifeng's throat. Bullshit. Who the hell is mimicking? Zhuang Baifeng roared furiously, but the moment he opened his mouth, he froze, because his voice had completely changed. It was no longer his own. Instead, it had turned into a hoarse, grating croak, like a dying duck. No matter whose voice it was, one thing was certain. It was not Zhuang Baifeng's. Ah, he is a fake. He just revealed his true form. Brothers, attack. Kill him. The assassin faction's elites, now fully convinced, immediately charged at Zhuang Baifeng. So it was you. You deceived me so thoroughly. Even Zhuang Baifeng's assistant, as if suddenly enlightened, took several steps back. You hid yourself well. You motherf. You, ARJH. Zhuang Baifeng watched helplessly as the assassins closed in on him, their martial energy flaring. He was so furious he could explode on the spot. At this point, even if he had 10,000 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Escape? Impossible. Some mysterious force was suppressing him, making movement impossible. He couldn't explain, couldn't run. Frustration, despair, rage, fury. Every emotion surged to its peak. Before this, when others had warned him how difficult Yi Fan was to deal with, Zhuang Baifeng hadn't believed them. Even when his own son had died in Huadu, he dismissed it as a mistake. But now he finally understood. Yi Fan wasn't human. He was a monster, a devil. This single move was going to be the death of him. With no other choice, Zhuang Baifeng channeled all his martial energy into defending against the assassin's attacks. But the moment he turned, stab, his most trusted assistant struck first, driving a blade straight into his side. Fuck, you traitorous bastard. Why the hell did you stab me? Couldn't you wait? You ungrateful. ARJH. Zhuang Baifeng never expected the first betrayal to come from his own right-hand man. But before he could finish cursing, stab, 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 the assassins lunged at him from all directions, their blades sinking into his body. Though Zhuang Baifeng's strength had reached the emperor level, Yi Fan had forcibly suppressed him below the saint level. Now, despite seeing every attack coming, he couldn't dodge a single one. Splurt, splurt. He could only watch as blade after blade pierced his body, his blood spraying out like water from a punctured balloon. Zhuang Baifeng, the real Gu sect leader, was being slaughtered by his own men. He could feel his life slipping away. This can't be happening. But just then, Yifan appeared before him and whispered in his ear, "Zhuang Baifan, this is the price for killing my third brother." Killing the man wasn't enough. His spirit had to be crushed too. Even on the verge of death, Yifan still had the audacity to show off in front of him. "Yifan. He's Yifan. He's an imposter." Zhuang Baifan screamed hysterically at the surrounding assassins from the killer hall. "Can't you see? That bastard Songlan isn't even making a move. We have a life and death grudge. If Yifan were really the sect leader, would Songlan just stand there?" At death's door, Zhuang Baifan had finally found a convincing argument. The assassins from the Gu sect's killer hall began to waver, half believing his words. Right? The old sect leader, Songlan, and Zhuang Baifan had an irreconcilable feud. Recalling their earlier exchange, the cold hatred in Songlan's eyes made it clear Zhuang Baifan was the real sect leader. But now, Zhuang Baifan was bleeding out from countless wounds. Even if they acknowledged him as the true leader, it was meaningless. He was already doomed. In that case, why not go along with the mistake? Whoever this imposter was, they might as well recognize him as the sect leader. At the very least, it might spare their lives. Such was human nature. Jun Maxiao, the leader of the killer hall, hesitated for a moment before raising his blade and stabbing Zhuang Baifan again. "You bastard! Still lying at this point? You're clearly the fake." Thud. A crisp sound echoed outside the prison gates. Jun Maxiao's strike pierced Zhuang Baifan's heart, draining the last of his life force. His body stiffened before collapsing backward. "You, a heartless wretch." Huh? Jun Maxiao's actions stunned the Gu sect's assassins and other members. They had all seen the swarm of Gu insects emerging from Zhuang Baifan's body. His words and demeanor had all pointed to him being the true sect leader. So why had their hall master, knowing the truth, refused to acknowledge him and instead killed him outright? Hall master. The killer hall members exchanged confused glances before understanding flashed in their eyes. Right? Even if Zhuang Baifan was the real sect leader, he had already lost this battle. He was as good as dead. What was the point of siding with him now? Wouldn't that just invite trouble? Better to pledge loyalty to the imposter and earn his favor. Your subordinates greet the sect leader. "We failed to recognize the truth earlier. Please forgive us." Under Jun Maxiao's lead, all the killer hall disciples knelt before Yifan. A few hesitated, prompting Jun Maxiao to snap, "What are you waiting for? Pay your respects." Yifan was slightly amused. This killer hall leader was quite the character. Even Zhuang Baifan's assistant played along, bowing to Yifan and acknowledging his identity. At this point, as long as Yifan didn't deliberately expose himself, he could easily take control of the entire Gu sect. But his purpose here had never been power. He had come to deal with Zhuang Baifan and investigate the evil spirits. Now that Zhuang Baifan was dead, once he resolved the supernatural threat, he would return to Huadu immediately. He had no time to linger in the Gu sect. Songlan sighed inwardly as he watched. The prodigy of the Yi family truly lived up to his reputation. Had that old celestial master's prophecy finally come to pass? Yifan's scheme was flawless, forcing the Gu sect members to kneel before him, knowing full well he was an imposter. But how would he conclude this act? After all, the 10,000 Miao Mountains housed millions. Poor governance could lead to chaos. "Rise. There's no need to kneel." Yifan's voice was calm. "Today, I personally released sect leader Songlan out of genuine remorse. 20 years ago, I seized power through rebellion, plunging the Gu sect into crisis. I can no longer bear this guilt. Thus, I hereby return the position of sect leader to Songlan. From this day forward, he shall lead the Gu sect. As for me, I will depart and never interfere again." What? Jun Maxiao and the others were dumbfounded. He was just giving it up? The position of Gu sect leader held absolute authority over the 10,000 Miao Mountains, a quasi-independent territory within Great Xia. In another country, it would be akin to ruling a small nation. And he was relinquishing it just like that? Jun Maxiao nearly laughed at the absurdity. Had he backed the wrong horse? This Before he could react, Song Lan narrowed his eyes, his admiration for Yi Fan deepening. Had Yi Fan planned every step before even entering the Gu sect? First, impersonating Zhuang Baifan. Then, staging a grand abdication, seamlessly passing leadership back to the rightful sect leader while making a clean exit. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Song Lan's original policies had always emphasized peace, rebuilding the Gu sect, living in harmony, and avoiding conflict with Great Xia. The 30 years of chaos under the Gu sect's reign had only been quelled under his leadership. Now, with his old followers freed and Yi Fan's public declaration, Song Lan's return to power faced no resistance. Did you not hear the sect leader's words? Are you deaf? Lu Yan's sharp voice cut through the silence. Do you dare defy him? Her intervention left the Gu sect disciples numb. At this point, whether Yi Fan was real or fake no longer mattered. One thing was certain, Song Lan was back in control. With his veteran followers still formidable and Yi Fan's full support, the Gu sect had changed hands once again. Song Lan had seen the 10,000 Gu cauldron in Yi Fan's possession. He knew this young man's origins were extraordinary. With the sacred artifact in hand, Yi Fan was the Gu sect's ancestral saint. If the saint ancestor entrusted the sect to him, Song Lan would guard it well. Since that is the case, I, Song Lan, shall humbly accept. From this moment, the Gu sect obeys my command. Those who defy, kill without mercy. Cough. Zhuang Baifan, already collapsed on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it all. After decades of struggle, the Gu sect had still fallen back into Song Lan's hands? No, this couldn't be the end. Zhuang Baifan, did you ever imagine you'd come to this? Humph. Zhuang Baifan was gasping his last breaths when Lu Yan, seizing the moment while everyone's attention was fixed on Kanglin and Yi Fan, darted to his side. She glared down at him, her voice dripping with venom. For 10 years, Zhuang Baifan had imprisoned Lu Yan, robbing her of her youth. Her hatred for him ran bone deep. Even though she knew he was already as good as dead, Lu Yan still raised her battle blade and plunged it ruthlessly into his body. Thud, thud. Her strikes were relentless, like a butcher's cleaver, reducing Zhuang Baifan to little more than minced flesh. You hate me this much? Lu Yan, you're ruthless. Zhuang Baifan smirked, his voice eerily calm. This lord will return, and when I do, every last one of you here will beg for death. With his final breath, he erupted into maniacal laughter. No trace of sorrow, only madness. Then, in the next instant, Zhuang Baifan's body beneath Lu Yan's blade began to disintegrate. His skin cracked like dried earth, and his flesh dissolved into a swarm of venomous insects, scattering into the surrounding grass like a dark tide. In mere seconds, the man who had once stood there was gone, replaced by a pool of blood and a cloud of fleeing parasites. It was as if Zhuang Baifan had never existed. What? The bizarre sight sent a chill down Lu Yan's spine. Was Zhuang Baifan truly dead? His entire body had just transformed into a horde of venomous insects. Did that mean he was never human to begin with? Merely a vessel for those creatures? So, that was terrifying. If he could disperse and reform elsewhere, then he could reassemble himself at will. Lu Yan's gaze darted around, instinctively searching for Yi Fan, only to find him already standing beside her. Young Master Yi, she murmured, her eyes clouded with worry. Yi Fan nodded. I saw everything. Zhuang Baifan has tricks we weren't aware of. But don't worry, he won't escape me. His eyes tracked the path of the fleeing insects. From the moment they'd first clashed, Yi Fan had planted a tracking parasite on Zhuang Baifan. No matter where he fled, Yi Fan would find him. In truth, Yi Fan had known all along. His demon eye had revealed Zhuang Baifan's true nature the moment they met, a body woven from venomous insects. But he'd chosen not to expose it. After encountering the 5 Poisons child, Yi Fan had learned of the Gu sect's forbidden art, fusing parasites with one's flesh, making them an extension of the self. He'd kept silent to see what else Zhuang Baifan had up his sleeve. According to intelligence, Agents from the Dark Alliance of Europa and the Black Robe Society of Dongyang had infiltrated the Gu sect. Yifan wanted to uncover their plans, and Zhuang Baifan was the key. Letting him live meant letting him lead the way. Oh! Lu Yen studied Yifan's icy gaze, her heart skipping. So handsome, a man like this was beyond her reach. But she'd already resolved to do one thing: ensure her younger sister met him. She was certain her sister would fall for Yifan instantly. If Yifan could kill Zhuang Baifan once, he could do it again. She'd seen his mystical ember flame, capable of reducing anything to ashes. Yet this time he hadn't used it. Deliberate. Had Yifan truly wanted Zhuang Baifan dead, that flame would have incinerated every last parasite. Young Master Yi, since the Gu sect no longer needs me, I'll take my leave, Lu Yen said. Her role, proving Yifan's legitimacy as the sect's true leader, was complete. With Kanglin now installed as acting sect master and Yifan's forces in place, the Gu sect was secure. Even the former saint's loyalists would likely side with Yifan. This man, not only was his strength unmatched, but his mind was just as formidable. He'd orchestrated every move long before stepping foot in the Gu sect. Zhuang Baifan's pathetic attempts to oppose him were laughable. You're free to go, Miss Lu. Thank you for today, Yifan replied with a nod. A connection with the Chiman sect was no small boon. Their mechanical arts were peerless. His future alliance, Fan Meng, might yet need their expertise. Young Master Yi, may I add you as a contact? My family would be honored to know you, Lu Yen ventured, her eyes hopeful. Of course. Yifan smiled faintly. He understood her intent. With the Yi family's resurgence in the mortal world, backed by the Imperial Martial Bureau, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the activated Tiankue base, the hidden Divine Gate, and covert support from figures like the Holy Maiden Ji Ningxuan and Princess Consort Chu Lanwei, countless factions sought his favor. Lu Yen bowed and departed, leaving behind Ye, Xiaoya, Kanglin, and the others, all awaiting Yifan's next move. Sect Master Kanglin, Yifan chuckled. Why are you all staring at me? You're in charge now. Mobilize the sect and steer it back from the brink. Ah, yes, Holy Ancestor. The Gu sect shall obey your every decree. Kanglin turned to Chu Jianghe. Record young Master Ye's contact details. His number, his inner circles, every channel of communication. We act only on his orders. He was no fool. Yifan, wielder of the 10,000 Gu Cauldron, was the Gu sect's rightful leader by ancient law. Kanglin's authority was merely borrowed, a stewardship under Yifan's command. But with the Holy Ancestor's backing, the Gu sect would never again be bullied. This golden thigh? Kanglin would cling to it for dear life. Everything at the scene had been arranged. The leader of the assassin division, Jun Maxiao, was tactful enough to immediately hand over command of the division on the spot. Kanglin didn't make things difficult for Jun Maxiao either, giving him a nominal position. In the end, Jun Maxiao had achieved his own goal. By the time everything had settled down, Daya and Xiaoya were holding onto Yifan's arms, one on each side, and asked with concern, Brother Fan, why hasn't there been any movement from Father and Master yet? It had been days since Daya and Xiaoya had returned to the Gu sect. Although Zhuang Baifan had used corpse puppets to impersonate the two and keep them active outside, Xiao Taijin and Su Wandao were both crafty old foxes. They shouldn't have failed to notice something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have remained completely silent. Even though Xiao Taijin had been using Daya and Xiaoya for years, the sisters had lost their mother at a young age and still held some maternal attachment to her in their hearts. So, deep down, Daya and Xiaoya still hoped Xiao Taijin would step forward. Yifan couldn't help but frown as well, especially regarding Su Wandao. As the commander of the Vermilion Bird Cavalry, Yifan knew exactly how capable he was. Whether in strategy or martial prowess, he was one in a million. As the biological father of Daya and Xiaoya, he should have taken action upon seeing his daughters in danger. Kill! Just as Yifan was hesitating, a blaze of fire erupted in the distance as a large group of martial experts from the Gu sect charged toward the prison, brandishing their weapons. Kill Zhuang Baifan. Save the holy maidens. Swear loyalty to the holy maidens. This group of martial artists was generally younger, full of fervor and vitality. However, there were also some middle-aged fighters among them, some even reaching the martial venerable realm. These were none other than the followers the holy maidens had gathered over the years within the Gu sect, though, of course, Xiao Taijin had played no small part in stirring things up behind the scenes. After all, when Xiao Taijin first took control of the Gu sect, she and Zhuang Baifan had only maintained a superficial harmony, each harboring their own schemes. Zhuang Baifan wanted to use Xiao Taijin and her remaining forces to dominate the Gu sect, while Xiao Taijin sought to use the Gu sect's power to restore the Azure Garment sect. In secret, Xiao Taijin and the Holy Maidens faction had accumulated considerable strength, roughly a third of the Gu sect's forces across various departments. This was precisely why Zhuang Baifan had imprisoned the Holy Maidens. If he had allowed them to continue expanding their influence, the Gu sect would have spiraled out of his control. If more than half of the sect answered to the Holy Maidens and Xiao Taijin, where would that leave him as the sect master? At the head of this group were none other than Xiao Taijin and the Gu sect's second elder, Zhonghua. This Zhonghua was, in fact, Su Wandao in disguise. The real Zhonghua had long been reduced to ashes by Yi Fan during the assassination attempt in Guangqing. The vanguard of the charging forces, seeing Daya and Xiaoya standing close to Yi Fan, immediately grew agitated. Look, the holy maidens are over there, being held hostage by that bastard Zhuang Baifan. Charge with me. Since Yi Fan had not yet reverted to his true appearance, the Gu sect's fighters still mistook him for Zhuang Baifan. While the holy maiden's supporters were riled up, Xiao Taijin in the crowd furrowed her brows. She had already noticed something was off. Though Daya and Xiaoya were indeed standing close to Zhuang Baifan, they weren't being held hostage. Rather, they were the ones clinging to his arms, looking unusually intimate. This wasn't right. Had the holy maidens defected to the sect master? No, that couldn't be. Xiao Taijin's mind raced, but she couldn't make sense of it. However, she knew something had been strange ever since Daya and Xiaoya returned from Guangqing. The sisters had inexplicably grown very close to second elder Zhonghua, so much so that he had even lent them his own forces. Moreover, Daya and Xiaoya seemed like different people at times, no longer as naive as before, and had begun directly interacting with their supporters to win them over. But just as Xiao Taijin tried to observe further, the sisters would revert to their usual simple-minded, somewhat foolish demeanor. While this seemed normal, Xiao Taijin's repeated tests revealed that this version of Daya and Xiaoya was completely different from the ones she knew. What's more, their residence was under constant surveillance. So Xiao Taijin suspected something was wrong with the sisters. When she secretly contacted second elder Zhonghua, she confirmed her suspicions. Since Zhonghua was actually Su Wandao in disguise, he was naturally deeply concerned about his daughters. He quickly formed an alliance with Xiao Taijin. Bypassing Zhuang Baifan, the two secretly rallied their loyalists, planning a major operation, today's assault on the prison to rescue the holy maidens. Zhuang Baifan had acted first, ordering the guard captain to take the holy maidens from their residence in an attempt to lure Zhonghua and Xiao Taijin into making a move. However, Xiao Taijin and Zhonghua already knew the holy maidens in the room were fakes, so they stayed put before quietly slipping out through a secret passage to gather their forces and attack the prison. And thus, the current scene unfolded. Halt! Just as the fighters led by Zhonghua and Xiao Taijin were about to strike, Xiao Taijin sharply called them to a stop. Elder Xiao, what's wrong? Why stop us now? The fighters were confused but obeyed. If we don't act, the holy maidens will be in danger. The aura is wrong. Xiao Taijin, unaware of the upheaval within the Gu sect, had no idea Zhuang Baifan was already dead. But having once shared a bed with him, she could sense from a distance that the aura emanating from Yi Fan wasn't Zhuang Baifan's. Beside her, Zhonghua smirked. No need to fight. If I'm not mistaken, that's one of our own. Back in the Vermilion Bird camp, Su Wandao had personally experienced Yi Fan's aura and methods, so much so that Yi Fan had even used a corpse puppet to replace him, fooling even Su Wandao's dim-witted disciple, Jiang Xiuming. Now, though Yi Fan still wore Zhuang Baifan's appearance, His aura was unmistakably Yifan's. Moreover, his two foolish daughters had long given their hearts to Yifan. If that weren't him, Dia and Xiaoya would never have acted so affectionately. One of our own? Xiao Taizhen's eyelids twitched violently as a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Ever since Zhonghua returned from Guangxing, she had noticed something was off. Zhonghua and the Holy Maidens had seemed to be plotting something in secret. And now, Zhonghua was claiming that the man who wasn't Zhuang Baifan was an ally? Xiao Taizhen felt like she was the only one left in the dark. The only one who didn't know what was really going on. Zhonghua observed Yifan's calm demeanor. Though signs of a fight were evident at the scene, it seemed everything had already been resolved. The key point was that standing beside Yifan were several top-tier experts. Frank, Songlan, Chu Jianghe, and others, all subtly shielding him at the center. Knowing Yifan well, Zhonghua instantly understood. Yifan must have already taken care of everything. The major upheaval within the Gu sect had undoubtedly been quelled. So, when Xiao Taizhen spoke, Zhonghua saw no reason to hide anymore. No more pretenses. It was time to lay all the cards on the table. Right? One of our own. I'm Su Wandao, commander of the Vermilion Battalion's cavalry. Su Wandao frantically kneaded his face, attempting to restore his original appearance. But after several failed attempts, he could only sigh helplessly and turn to Yifan. Young Master Yi, please hurry and undo this disguise. If I don't revert soon, I swear those women will drain me dry. Posing as Zhonghua had worked out fine, except for one major problem. Zhonghua had raised a whole group of women in the Gu sect, and upon seeing him return, they had all taken turns seeking attention from Su Wandao. At first, Su Wandao had tried to refuse, but fearing exposure, he had no choice but to comply. The result? These past few days he had practically lived in bed. Even as a martial emperor-level powerhouse, Su Wandao couldn't withstand being milked dry like this. Young Master Yi? Xiao Taizhen's eyelids flickered rapidly. Which young Master Yi? Recalling that Dia and Xiaoya, the sect's holy maidens, had once been sent to kill Yifan, an ominous feeling crept into Xiao Taizhen's heart. Was the young Master Yi, this fake Zhonghua referred to, actually Yifan himself? Watching the scene unfold, Yifan let out a helpless sigh. Commander Su, free enjoyment. What a wonderful thing. Most men wouldn't even get this kind of opportunity. Ha! With a flicker of movement, Yifan swiftly restored Su Wandao's original appearance and then shifted back to his own true form. He waved at Xiao Taizhen and her faction with a grin. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yifan, scion of the Yi family, the foremost clan in Great Xia. Hiss! Yifan's sudden transformation from Zhuang Baifan's appearance into that of another man left the entire gathering stunned. The Gu sect members who had already pledged allegiance to Conglan finally grasped the truth. So, Yifan was the real imposter? And that Zhuang Baifan, who had just died, had been the actual sect leader. Damn it! After all this, they had inadvertently slain their own leader. A wave of unrest rippled through the Gu sect members, but regrets were useless now. Zhuang Baifan was already dead, a thing of the past. Yifan released the old sect leader and the others. With so many powerful figures now present, along with the Deshao holy maidens opposing Zhuang Baifan and Yifan's backing, what could the disgruntled members even do? Sigh. The most shocked one, however, was Xiao Taizhen. Everything was now clear to her. Dia and Xiaoya had never truly killed Yifan in Guang City. Instead, they must have struck some kind of agreement with him. Ever since their return, the two holy maidens had seemed sharper, secretly rallying their subordinates. Had they been preparing for this very moment? Even the second elder had been replaced. Yifan truly had played his cards brilliantly. You! Xiao Taizhen suddenly felt drained. After the fall of the Qingyi sect all those years ago, she had devoted her life, guided by her elder sister's will, to restoring their sect. She had even willingly submitted herself to Zhuang Baifan, hoping to use the Gu sect's power to rebuild their lineage. But now, Zhuang Baifan was dead. The Gu sect had practically fallen overnight, and its leadership had changed hands. Most critically, Dia and Xiaoya had seemingly switched sides to stand with Yifan. Had all her efforts been in vain? Elder Xiao Taijin, regardless of everything, I must thank you for raising my daughters all these years. Before Xiao Taijin could speak further, Su Wandao bowed deeply toward her, an unmistakably sincere gesture. Years ago, the village where Dia and Xiaoya lived had burned to the ground. If not for Xiao Taijin's intervention, the twins would have long departed this world. Ah, your daughters. Xiao Taijin's gaze flickered between the two maidens and Su Wandao, her mind reeling. Su Wandao was their biological father. Now everything made sense. Why Zhonghua had reacted with such urgency when the holy maidens ran into trouble, even more than their own master. Back then, Xiao Taijin had found it bizarre. Why was the second elder so fiercely protective of them? But if they were his own flesh and blood, of course, he would panic. And now, seeing how Dia and Xiaoya clung tightly to Yifan's arms, their expressions intimate, it was obvious their hearts now belonged to him. So in the end, Xiao Taijin had become the outsider? Dia, Xiaoya, you. Her voice was thick with emotion as she looked at them, her eyes complicated. Over the years, she had indeed treated the two girls as tools, sending them on countless perilous missions. Yet, having no children of her own, Xiao Taijin had also raised them like daughters. Her affection was genuine but so twisted. Master, we're sorry. Dia and Xiaoya avoided her probing gaze as they bowed respectfully. Teacher, thank you for nurturing us. But from now on, we can't follow you into darkness anymore. You shouldn't have lied to us. Made us kill so many innocent people. They knew the truth now. All of it. No doubt. Yifan had uncovered every secret Xiao Taijin had used to manipulate the twins, then revealed everything to them. That was why, ever since their return, they had been so distant from their once-beloved mentor. Sigh. Fine. It's my fault. I was wrong all along. Xiao Taijin's voice trembled with exhaustion. Those who choose to follow the holy maidens may do so. Others may pledge loyalty to the old sect leader. Begone, all of you. In that instant, she seemed to age decades. Within moments, her back hunched over as if burdened by invisible weight. After dismissing her followers, she turned to Yifan. Young Master Yi, though I've committed many sins, I swear, I never once acted against the Yi family. So, I beg you, don't bring harm upon my subordinates. With a faint smile, Yifan casually waved her off. No worries. These people bear no real wrongdoing. They're free to choose their paths. I'm sure sect leader Tsong won't trouble them either. Isn't that right, sect leader Tsong? He glanced at Tsong Lan. Stammering, Tsong Lan hastily bowed. Ancestral master, please, don't humble me like this. From this moment forth, the Gu sect shall follow your every decree. Kanglin, worried that the newcomers among the Ghoul sect members present might not understand the reasoning, bowed deeply and loudly explained, all Ghoul sect disciples, listen well. Yifan, young Master Yi, is the true inheritor of the 10,000 Gu cauldron. According to the Ghoul sect's sacred texts, whoever inherits the 10,000 Gu cauldron is the sacred ancestor. Though I am the 28th sect master, all must revere the sacred ancestor above all else. Ha! Kanglin's words immediately stirred unrest among the Ghoul sect disciples present. Those who had been Zhuang Baifan's supporters, already uneasy after realizing they had inadvertently pressured the sect master to his death, now brightened at the news. If Yifan possessed the 10,000 Gu cauldron and was the chosen sacred ancestor, then things made perfect sense. Following the sacred ancestor's orders, even if it meant killing the sect master, was entirely justified. Even the Ghoul sect members who had arrived with Xiao Taijin now gazed at Yifan with fervent admiration. The 10,000 Gu cauldron was a sacred relic of the Ghoul sect, passed down for millennia, revered like a deity by all its disciples. Moreover, the Gu emperor within it held power over the life and death of nearly every Gu master, making it an object of worship. Yifan actually had the 10,000 Gu cauldron? No wonder Kanglin obeyed him. No wonder Kanglin had been calling him sacred ancestor all along. From the expressions of the ghoul sect disciples around him, Yi Fan could tell they were torn between wanting to witness the cauldron and doubting whether it truly existed. "Fine, here. Take a good look." As he spoke, Yi Fan retrieved the black 10,000 gu cauldron from his person and uttered an incantation. The small black cauldron floated in midair as a golden heavenly silkworm gu emperor crawled out from within, perching on its edge and letting out a sharp, piercing cry. Scree. The moment the sound echoed, every gu master present felt their poisonous gu creatures, dozens within each of them, writhe uncontrollably, crawling out of their bodies before prostrating themselves on the ground, mimicking the gu emperor's cry in homage. It was as if they were bowing to an ancient sovereign. The gu emperor's cry did not just affect those present. Across the entire 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang, poisonous gu, venomous snakes, centipedes, all manner of toxic creatures, erupted into frenzy. The rustling of grass and trees filled the air as though celebrating the return of an emperor. It's the gu emperor. The real gu emperor. Damn! That really is the 10,000 gu cauldron. Holy shit! Unbelievable! Yi Fan can actually control the 10,000 gu cauldron. Look! The gu emperor just flew right into his hand. Holy! As astonished shouts rang out, the golden gu emperor fluttered onto Yi Fan's palm and affectionately nuzzled his hand. Meanwhile, countless poisonous gu surged through the air, spiraling around Yi Fan like a celestial phoenix surrounded by worshipping birds, honoring both the gu emperor and himself. The sight left the entire crowd in awe. Xiao Taijin, still clinging to a sliver of hope, felt all defiance drain away as he witnessed Yi Fan commanding the 10,000 gu cauldron. He had once dismissed the claims that Yi Fan was the top prodigy of Great Xia, but now he had no choice but to submit. With the 10,000 gu cauldron in hand, Yi Fan had absolute control over the fate of the entire ghoul sect. What chance did Xiao Taijin possibly have? We greet the sacred ancestor. We greet the sacred ancestor. We greet the sacred ancestor. From the ghoul sect disciples, including Daya and Xiaoya, everyone but Su Wandao and Xiao Taijin dropped to their knees in reverence. Their fervent chants shook the heavens, so intense they seemed capable of igniting the night sky. Though the ghoul sect had once been fractured into factions, Yi Fan's emergence, and the reappearance of the 10,000 gu cauldron, united them all. Meanwhile, at the ghoul sect prison, the excitement was palpable, every disciple electrified by recent events. Yet high atop the mountain, on the rooftop of a secluded estate, a swarm of poisonous gu creatures struggled against the 10,000 gu cauldron's control, writhing until they coalesced into a human figure. It was none other than Zhuang Baifan, supposedly dead. Damn that bastard. He really destroyed my main body. Yi Fan, this isn't over. Gazing down at the celebration below, Zhuang Baifan's eyes burned with hatred. That glory should have been his, the ghoul sect should have been his. Now, he bitterly regretted not striking harder 5 years ago when eliminating the Yi family's third young master. He should have joined forces with the other powerhouses back then and wiped out the entire Yi clan in Yunqing. Now, that fool had grown into something even the mortal world's strongest couldn't handle. Sect Master Zhuang, I hope I'm not too late? A voice suddenly echoed behind him. Zhuang Baifan turned to see a man in black robes materializing from the shadows, his features obscured by swirling dark energy. This was none other than Qing Yuan, the Soul Palace's emissary. After concluding his contract with the Prince of Jin in Shangjing, Qing Yuan had rushed to the ghoul sect, only to arrive too late, as Yi Fan had already overturned its order. Ah, emissary Qing Yuan, you're finally here. No, you're not late at all. Zhuang Baifan relaxed slightly, though his original body had been shattered by Yi Fan and his followers, forcing him to reassemble through scattered gu creatures. Most of his power remained intact. His strength still hovered at the martial emperor level. Good. Then let's proceed as planned. Qing Yuan nodded. The higher-ups still wish for you to reclaim control of the ghoul sect. But more importantly, you must assist in the resurrection of the evil ones. Yi Fan cannot interfere again. Zhuang Baifan, however, was itching to begin the contract ceremony immediately. Though Yi Fan had turned the ghoul sect upside down, Zhuang Baifan still had his trump cards. Prince Christopher of Britannia was due to arrive soon, along with Dark Alliance operatives. With the emissary's boost to his strength, trapping Yi Fan here wasn't impossible. What Zhuang Baifan coveted most was Yi Fan's 10,000 gu cauldron. If he could defeat Yi Fan and seize it, the sect would submit to him completely. As for the Soul Palace's so-called contract bondage, Zhuang Baifan couldn't care less. Those intangible chains meant nothing compared to real, tangible power. Hurry, emissary. If we delay, Yi Fan might strike again. Zhuang Baifan cast an uneasy glance downward. Amid the revelry, Xiao Taijin had subtly looked toward this very building. He knew of this secret stronghold. If Xiao Taijin switched sides too, things could spiral out of control. Zhuang Baifan still held the last means of controlling Daya and Xiaoya, but would Xiao Taijin betray him? Near the underground prison of the Gu sect's headquarters, after Yi Fan revealed the 10,000 gu cauldron, everyone acknowledged his identity as the Holy Ancestor. The position of the Kanglin sect leader was further solidified. With the addition of the two holy maidens, Daya and Xiaoya, as well as the allegiance of Xiao Taijin's loyal followers, Kanglin's subsequent handling of the Gu sect's affairs became much easier. After exchanging a brief farewell with Yi Fan, Kanglin led his own forces away. However, Xiao Taijin and a few of his trusted subordinates cast a complicated glance at Daya and Xiaoya before finally speaking up. Young Master Yi, Daya, Xiaoya, don't be fooled by Zhuang Baifan. He's likely still alive, and he's done something to the two of you. If Zhuang Baifan isn't truly dead, Daya and Xiaoya will face serious trouble later. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. He had sensed that Zhuang Baifan might still be alive, but the idea that Zhuang Baifan had tampered with Daya and Xiaoya, that he hadn't detected at all. Yi Fan immediately activated his demon eye and swept his powerful spiritual sense over the two sisters, scrutinizing their bones and meridians down to the finest detail. Yet he still found nothing unusual. Seeing Yi Fan's doubtful expression, Xiao Taijin shook his head and said, "Young Master Yi, this method of detection is useless." Zhuang Baifan used a secret technique from the corpse puppet sect to attach a wraith to their bodies. Like a puppet, it can control them, but it's almost completely fused with their flesh. Ordinary means won't reveal it. A wraith? The first thing Yi Fan thought of was the contract spirit inside Xian Yufei. To protect Yi Fan, Xian Yufei had used her own contract spirit to block a fatal strike for him, and she had remained unconscious ever since. Yi Fan subconsciously touched the underworld flower on his person. Now that he had gathered all the necessary medicinal ingredients, he was eager to wrap up the Gu sect's affairs quickly and return to Hua City to heal Xian Yufei. Memories of their past together flashed through his mind. Yi Fan still held deep affection for her. Following Xiao Taijin's words, Yi Fan once again channeled his martial saint-level spiritual energy, carefully analyzing and sensing Daya and Xiaoya's condition. He even released his flame of primordial fire to exert pressure on their bodies. Only then did he detect that their spiritual layers were indeed tainted, as if entangled by something. Even with his red silk overlord physique, he couldn't separate it from them. "Let's go. Find Zhuang Baifan." Before Xiao Taijin could say another word, Yi Fan's expression darkened. He called out to Daya, Xiaoya, and Frank, then swiftly rushed toward the mountainside. Xiao Taijin was momentarily stunned. How did Yi Fan know Zhuang Baifan's hiding spot? But considering Yi Fan's monstrous strength, it made sense. Since Yi Fan possessed the 10,000 gu cauldron, he could control all poisonous gu, so tracking Zhuang Baifan wouldn't be difficult. Xiao Taijin also dashed after them, but before leaving, he turned to his last 4 trusted subordinates and solemnly instructed, "You are all survivors and elders of the Azure Robe sect. If anything happens to me from now on, you will follow the orders of the 2 holy maidens, no matter what they command." Understood. Here is the map to the Azure Robe sect's hidden treasure vault. If I meet an untimely end, you must deliver it to Daya and Xiaoya. If the opportunity arises, rebuild the Azure Robe sect. If not, let fate decide. His tone was heavy, as if he were preparing for death. His subordinates were shocked and confused. "Elder Xiao, what's this about?" Didn't young Master Yi already agree not to pursue you? Why? If Yi Fan truly wanted to kill Xiao Taijin, there would be no escape. But Yi Fan had already explicitly stated that he would spare Xiao Taijin. Even his subordinates were left unharmed. So why did their leader sound like he was about to die? Xiao Taijin waved his hand, cutting them off. Don't ask questions. Just do as I say. Yes. Though bewildered, the azure-robed sect members obeyed. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain, Zhuang Baifin was anxiously urging the Soul Palace's summoning envoy, Qing Yuan, to complete the soul contract, sacrificing his soul to forge a pact with the Soul Palace. But Qing Yuan was distracted, his eyes repeatedly darting toward the courtyard gate. Several times during the ritual he made mistakes. Each time he activated the seal, he had to stab Zhuang Baifin's body. Within minutes, Zhuang Baifin had already been pierced 7 or 8 times. Though his body was composed of poisonous goo, even he couldn't endure this much stabbing. Thousands of his goo had already died. If this continued, he wouldn't have enough left to maintain his physical form. Elder Qing Yuan, what's wrong? Please focus. My body can't take much more. Zhuang Baifin's face was twisted in distress. He wanted to lash out, but he didn't dare. His heart was pounding like an ant on a hot pan. Yi Fan had already subdued the Gu sect below. If Xiao Taijin had surrendered, they would soon come for him. If he didn't complete the Soul Palace's inheritance and reach the Martial Saint realm before Yi Fan arrived, escape would be impossible. Last time, he had managed to disperse into Gu and flee, but Yi Fan wouldn't be fooled twice. Yi Fan's terrifying flame of primordial fire would incinerate every last one of his Gu. Shut up. You think I don't want to? I'm scared too. Damn it. Who are you to lecture me? Qing Yuan's hands trembled as he performed the ritual, his seals flickering unsteadily. It wasn't that he wasn't concentrating. It was just that Yi Fan's bloodline, as a descendant of the Divine Gate, naturally suppressed the Soul Palace's members. This was an innate weakness of all Soul Palace experts. If they could directly oppose Yi Fan, why would they need to rely on puppets like the Sacred Envoys and the Gene King? Finally, Qing Yuan completed the contract formation. But just as he stabbed Zhuang Baifin's heart to extract his essence blood, his face suddenly twisted in horror. Shit! Not good. Yi Fan is here. Sect leader Zhuang. You're on your own. Without another word, Qing Yuan abandoned the half-finished ritual, scrambling out the courtyard's back door in a panic. He was so frantic that he tripped and fell, but he didn't even bother wiping the blood from his face. He just kept crawling desperately away. Huh? Senior Qingyuan, don't leave. The contract isn't complete. What am I supposed to do if you leave? Watching the Qingyuan herald flee in panic, Zhuang Baifin nearly lost his mind. The Soul Hall's contract had already activated, and Zhuang Baifin had received some arcane legacies from it. In just a short moment, he could feel his power breaking through to the Martial Saint realm. But the crucial problem was that the sacrificial ritual was only halfway finished. His current strength, though vastly improved, still paled against Yi Fan, who was already at the 5th tier or higher of the Martial Saint realm. Was there even a chance for him to win? And wasn't Qingyuan a mighty expert of the Soul Hall? Then why had he fled like a coward upon seeing Yi Fan, as if encountering the devil himself? It was as if he regretted not being born with extra legs. Was it really that terrifying? Before Zhuang Baifin could finish his thoughts, several figures flashed into the courtyard. Yi Fan, Su Wandao, Daya, and Xiaoya had already stormed in. Sect leader Zhuang, impressive tactics. Even the dead can be revived. Humph. The moment Yi Fan entered, his absolute domain flared to life, enveloping the entire space. At the same time, the demon-slaying formation activated, sealing off all possible escape routes. Zhuang Baifin instinctively wanted to flee, but he found his powers suppressed once more, with no chance of breaking free. Worse still, with a mere flick of Yi Fan's wrist, crimson threads of dominion condensed in the air like spider silk, forming an intricate lattice that trapped Zhuang Baifin completely. Each strand was impossibly fine. Even if Zhuang Baifin split his body into venomous insects, there was no crawling through them. Moreover, The primordial flames surged in Yifan's palm. Clearly, Yifan had learned from their last encounter. This time, none of Zhuang Baifan's tricks would work. Young Master Yi, Zhuang Baifan let out a bitter laugh, his hatred for Yifan burning to new heights. Why must Yifan exist alongside me? Yifan was his natural nemesis. For the first 30 years of his life, before Yifan's rise, Zhuang Baifan had thrived effortlessly. But in just a single month, Yifan had slaughtered Zhuang Baifan's third elder, second elder, and the 5th poison child. Worst of all, his beloved son, Zhuang Chao, had also died by Yifan's hand, shattering all of Zhuang Baifan's hopes. His grand schemes within the poison sect, utterly ruined. Damn it all. Let's talk, Yifan said coldly. His piercing gaze locked onto Zhuang Baifan as the heavenly punishment thunder crackled in his palm. Remove the vengeful spirits from Daya and Xiaoya willingly, and I'll spare your life, letting you rot in prison till old age. Having realized the situation earlier, Yifan knew that forcibly removing the spirits would be troublesome. For the sake of his women, he was willing to compromise. If Zhuang Baifan complied, Yifan truly intended to spare him. But would Zhuang Baifan surrender so easily? The vengeful spirits were deeply fused with Daya and Xiaoya, and their control mechanism was intrinsically linked to Zhuang Baifan himself. If Zhuang Baifan died, the spirits would backlash, killing Daya and Xiaoya along with him. It was this absolute leverage that made Zhuang Baifan so brazen. He shot Xiao Taijin a glare. Clearly, she was the one who had leaked the secret. Yet, even if Yifan knew, what difference did it make? This spirit-binding art was nothing like controlling puppets with paper talismans. Paper talismans could simply be removed, but the vengeful spirits had merged with their host souls. Only if the main spirit willingly manifested could the parasitic remnants be forcibly extracted and destroyed together. But would Zhuang Baifan ever reveal his last trump card? Yifan, never thought you'd see the day, did you? Though utterly subdued, Zhuang Baifan remained smug. He knew Yifan wouldn't dare kill him. Not if he cared for Daya and Xiaoya. I'd planned to use fake versions of them as bait, but you were faster than expected. Too bad for you. Their lives are in my hands now. Go on, try killing me. Come on. My neck's right here. Got the guts to strike. If you don't, you're a coward. Zhuang Baifan taunted wildly, even stretching his neck out theatrically. Bastard. Fury burned in the eyes of Frank and Su Wandao beside Yifan. They itched to slap Zhuang Baifan senseless. But without Yifan's order, they dared not act recklessly. Whoosh! Yifan blurred forward, gripping Zhuang Baifan's throat. Zhuang Baifan, stop pushing your luck. His grip tightened, cutting off Zhuang Baifan's breath. The man's face turned red, yet he continued laughing maniacally. Heh, or what? So what if I push it? Go on. Take a look at your women first. Yifan froze. Xiao Taijin had mentioned the spirits could synchronize pain and sensations, but he hadn't realized the extent. When he glanced back, his blood ran cold. Brother Fan. Cough. Daya and Xiaoya clutched their own throats, faces flushed and twisted in agony, as if an invisible force choked them. What? Yifan shot a questioning look at Xiao Taijin, who answered gravely, Young Master Yi, release him. The spirit arts share and transfer suffering. Whatever torment you inflict on Zhuang Baifan, he can redirect it to Daya and Xiaoya. What kind of absurd technique is this? Yifan immediately loosened his grip, his brow furrowed deeply. Recalling the mystic arts of the immortal realm, faint comprehension dawned. Perhaps these vengeful spirits had ties to that realm too. He tui. Breathing freely again, Zhuang Baifan inwardly sighed in relief. Though still unskilled with spirit manipulation, this pain transfer trick had proven effective. As long as Yifan cared for those two girls, he was untouchable. Now fearless, Zhuang Baifan boldly stuck out his tongue. Feels great, doesn't it? Tell me, Yifan, what happens if I stab myself or slash my own face? Wonder how Daya and Xiaoya will feel then. Yifan's martial energy erupted uncontrollably in fury. The sheer magnitude of his aura instantly made the very air whimper in distress. Yet, Yifan held back, fearful that unleashing it without restraint would harm Daya and Xiaoya. How dare you? Yifan took a furious step forward, closing the distance between himself and Zhuang Baifan. His eyes burned with intensity, yet he didn't dare lay a finger on the man, not even a single hair. Ha ha ha! Yifan, oh Yifan, I truly am a genius. Seeing you so helpless tastes sweeter than honey to me. Seeing that Yifan couldn't touch him, Zhuang Baifan became even more brazen. He drew his combat blade and traced it teasingly against his own cheek. If you don't want me to cut myself here and now, get on your knees and sing your surrender. Apologize to me. Apologize to my dead son. Damn it! At this moment, Zhuang Baifan finally felt like the oppressed slave who had turned the tables. Motherfucker. If only he had known back in the prison that these vengeful spirits could completely control Daya and Xiaoya, and even transfer all his injuries to them. Why would he have endured such torture and let his own body be shattered? You go too far. At Zhuang Baifan's words, Daya, Xiaoya, Frank, and Su Wandao roared in unison. Zhuang Baifan, are you seeking death? Zhuang Baifan actually wanted Yifan to kneel before him? What kind of joke was that? Yifan, the young marshal of the Grand Tutor's residence, heir to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, leader of the Fan Alliance, and chief commander of the Martial Suppression Division, held near-limitless power across the world. How could he possibly kneel to the man who had murdered his third brother? Yet Yifan was utterly helpless here. Daya and Xiaoya's lives were in Zhuang Baifan's hands. Though Yifan burned with the desire to crush Zhuang Baifan to ashes, he didn't dare touch the man. Instead, he could only endure watching Zhuang Baifan prance around, taunting him mercilessly. The feeling of being forced to hold back despite seething fury, something Yifan had always inflicted on others, was now being inflicted on Yifan himself by Zhuang Baifan. Yifan's mind raced, conjuring hundreds of strategies to deal with this loathsome enemy. Right now, eliminating Zhuang Baifan would be effortless, but if Zhuang Baifan died, Daya and Xiaoya would perish with him. Heh! So what if I'm seeking death? None of you dare lift a finger against me. With the vengeful spirit control technique in my hands, you're all puppets dancing to my tune. Zhuang Baifan sneered, though his eyes remained locked on Yifan's expression. He couldn't be entirely sure how much Yifan truly cared for Daya and Xiaoya. If pushed too far, would Yifan abandon them and strike him down regardless? That would be disastrous. Yet, fortune favored Zhuang Baifan. Yifan clearly valued their lives deeply. Despite his barely contained rage, he held himself back. Zhuang Baifan, you best recognize your situation. You might control Daya and Xiaoya temporarily, but your method isn't infallible. I will break this curse soon enough. Have you considered what awaits you when that happens? As he spoke, Yifan activated his demon eye to its fullest, meticulously analyzing the spiritual link connecting Zhuang Baifan, Daya, and Xiaoya. Initially, the connection seemed faint, but soon, Yifan detected a subtle web of psychic energy binding them. Moreover, the ancient energy fluctuations suggested that the exorcism array might partially counteract it. Meaning, if deployed correctly, this sacred formation could purify the vengeful spirits entirely. After all, Yifan had once used the exorcism array to cleanse the consciousness of Chuntang, the young master of the Netherworld Sanctuary. If it could erase a soul entirely, perhaps the vengeful spirits embedded in Daya and Xiaoya's spiritual veins could also be eradicated. Still, this was only conjecture. Yifan couldn't risk testing it carelessly. Ha! So what if it's temporary? In this time frame, I can do whatever I want. For instance, ordering Daya and Xiaoya to kill you. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhuang Baifan's eyes as he uttered a command. Immediately, the two sisters sprang into motion, their blades slashing toward Yifan without hesitation. Brother Yi, I can't control myself. Me neither. Run, Brother Yi. Daya and Xiaoya unleashed lethal strikes, targeting Yifan's heart and dantian with deadly precision. Behind them, Zhuang Baifan casually flicked his fingers like a puppeteer, delighting in their forced assault. Bastard! Though Daya and Xiaoya were only at the peak of martial sovereign realm, their catastrophic poison physique allowed them to weaponize their toxins. What made this truly unbearable was that Yi Fan couldn't fight back. He could only dodge. As he leapt backward to avoid their attacks, Xiao Taijin suddenly flashed beside him. "Young Master Yi, don't end this fight yet," she whispered urgently. "Lure Zhuang Baifan into keeping Daya and Xiaoya occupied. Buy me time." "Huh." Yi Fan frowned, momentarily puzzled. Seeing his confusion, Xiao Taijin hurriedly clarified, "I know a way to break the curse, but I need to get behind him to do it." Her expression darkened as she glanced at the two sisters before adding fiercely, "Yi Fan, I don't care how many women you have by your side, but if you ever betray Daya and Xiaoya, even as a ghost, I won't let you go." Her words struck Yi Fan like a thunderbolt. What the hell? Her tone was almost like a final testament, as if she truly saw herself as a mother to Daya and Xiaoya. "Brother Yi, watch out. They're coming again." Distracted, Yi Fan barely avoided another pair of vicious slashes from the sisters' blades. Left with no choice, he resumed dodging desperately. And so, an absurd scene unfolded in the courtyard. Yi Fan sprinting for his life while Daya and Xiaoya chased madly after him, blades in hand. Despite possessing the power to defeat them effortlessly, he dared not fight back. Zhuang Baifan couldn't have been more satisfied. "Ha! Go on, Yi Fan. Fight. Aren't they your women? Kill one, why don't you?" Zhuang Baifan mocked. "What's wrong? Too soft-hearted? Fine. If they can't kill you, maybe they should just kill each other instead." With another flick of his fingers, he prepared to issue a new command. Zhuang Baifan clapped his hands excitedly, then crossed his fingers, manipulating Daya and Xiaoya to swing their blades at each other. How ruthless! Watching Zhuang Baifan's actions, Yi Fan gritted his teeth in fury. Unable to handle Yi Fan directly, Zhuang Baifan had resorted to forcing the sisters to attack each other. Far more vicious than assaulting Yi Fan himself. If they struck at Yi Fan, given his overwhelming strength, he could control the pace of the battle. But the sisters were both at the peak of the martial venerable realm, nearly evenly matched. A single misstep and one could end up severely wounded. "Zhuang Baifan, once this is over, I'll carve you into pieces. Make sure you die in agony." Yi Fan roared, deliberately feigning rage while his eyes flicked toward Zhuang Baifan's rear. Amid the earlier chaos, Xiao Taijin had stealthily climbed a tree behind Zhuang Baifan, but she was still 10 meters away, too far to strike without alerting him. Spotting Yi Fan's glance, Xiao Taijin gestured subtly. "Lure him closer to the tree." Instantly grasping her intent, Yi Fan continued yelling while channeling his martial energy to its peak. He charged into the sisters' duel, forcibly separating them, then seized Xiaoya and hurled her straight at Zhuang Baifan. As Xiaoya sailed through the air, Yi Fan whispered a quick instruction and slapped a demon-slaying array onto her. Golden light pulsed, instantly severing the malevolent spirit's control over her. For a brief moment, Xiaoya regained freedom. Following Yi Fan's order, she channeled her martial energy into her blade and hacked at Zhuang Baifan's head mid-flight. "What the hell? You're supposed to kill each other, not me." Zhuang Baifan frantically tried to reactivate his control, but though the spirit's link remained, his movements felt sluggish, as if dragging through water. With no choice, he retreated 5 meters, just as Daya was flung at him next, her sword aiming for his neck. "Damn it! Again? Enough!" Despite his martial emperor-level power, approaching martial saint tier, Zhuang Baifan dared not block the attacks directly. Yi Fan's demonic methods were too unpredictable. What if he'd tampered with them? Another 5-meter retreat. Now he stood right beneath Xiao Taijin's tree, oblivious. "You're pushing me too far, Yi Fan. God damn it." Zhuang Baifan waved his arms, desperately reinforcing the spectral bonds to restart the sisters' mutual slaughter. But seeing Xiao Taijin poised to strike, Yi Fan acted decisively. 2 surges of gentle energy enveloped Daya and Xiaoya, numbs their meridians and knocking them unconscious. "Ha!" Zhuang Baifan gaped. His entire scheme collapsed with the actors abruptly removed. "What's your game? Panic crept into his voice. Yifan, a martial saint, could have incapacitated the sisters any time. Why wait until now after all that chaos? A trap. Ice shot down Zhuang Baifan's spine. His back, his sole vulnerability during spirit manipulation, was exposed. If struck there, the spirits could rebound on him. Only one person knew that secret, Xiao Taijin. Where is she? His frantic scan found no trace of her. Then realization struck. She must be right behind him. Instinctively, he lunged sideways. But Yifan's elaborate charade wouldn't allow escape. Stay right there, Zhuang Baifan. A demon-slaying array erupted, purging the malicious energies around Zhuang Baifan and severing his fleeting grip on the sisters. No! Zhuang Baifan's heart pounded. His control was slipping. Crimson threads of Yifan's red silk overlord body wove a net, pinning him in place. No direct attack, just immobilization to safeguard the sisters. What do you want? Zhuang Baifan twisted uselessly. Too late. From the branches, Xiao Taijin drove a peachwood stake into a vital point on his back. Thunk. Ancient energy flooded his meridians. Arg! A black specter burst from Zhuang Baifan's mouth, wailing as it dissipated. Humph! The wraith is finally forced out. Countless ancient auras continued to surge within the peachwood stake in Xiao Taijin's hand as she struggled to force the wraith out of Zhuang Baifan's body. Zhuang Baifan, I objected when you planted the wraith in Daya and Xiaoya back then. Now that you're facing death, you still want to drag them down with you? Dream on. Xiao Taijin was the only one who knew how to control the wraith. She also knew how to suppress and expel it, using specially crafted peachwood stakes engraved with sealing runes. While shouting, Xiao Taijin channeled her life force energy into the stake, pouring power into it endlessly. Screech. Though the wraith itself had little consciousness, it instinctively sensed danger as it was being forcibly expelled from Zhuang Baifan's body. A wraith's existence always required a host, either something deeply een, like a corpse, or a living body like Zhuang Baifan's. Once separated from its host, the wraith would quickly dissipate and vanish, especially now with dozens of demon-slaying arrays set up by Yifan in the surroundings. If the wraith left Zhuang Baifan's body, it would likely be purified into nothingness in an instant. Thus, while letting out a sharp, panicked scream, the wraith joined forces with Zhuang Baifan, struggling desperately to return to his body. If Zhuang Baifan had still been at his original strength, Xiao Taijin might have been able to stand against him. After all, at that time, both of them were martial emperor-level experts. But now, Zhuang Baifan had received part of the Soul Palace's inheritance, elevating his strength to the martial saint realm. His immense spiritual power was already beginning to suppress Xiao Taijin in mere moments. With Zhuang Baifan's assistance, the wraith, having almost been forced out, was now rapidly reintegrating into his body. Yifan, realizing the situation was dire, unleashed his martial saint-level power and pressed down on Zhuang Baifan with overwhelming pressure. He grabbed Zhuang Baifan's throat, fingers tightening. As the crimson silk overlord body's power awakened, threads of red energy slithered into Zhuang Baifan's meridians. However, Yifan hesitated to exert full force. He wasn't certain whether the demon-slaying arrays could still sever the connection between Zhuang Baifan and Daya and Xiaoya. If he attacked too fiercely, he might inadvertently harm the twins. HNNGH. No sooner had Yifan acted against Zhuang Baifan than Daya and Xiaoya let out pained whimpers, their chests heaving violently as if suffering once more. Haha! Yifan, you're overthinking it. Did you really think this was my only trump card? Zhuang Baifan sneered, his voice filled with venom. Forgot to tell you. My wraith can grow stronger. The more time I'm given, the more powerful it becomes. Did you seriously believe those measly arrays could stop me? In your dreams, I can even absorb Daya and Xiaoya's life force to replenish myself. Just wait. Once I fully reach the peak of the martial saint realm, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Zhuang Baifan could clearly feel that his wraith had grown stronger in those brief moments, strong enough to break free from the suppression of Yifan's arrays. Instantly, his confidence surged. If Yifan's demon-slaying arrays couldn't hold him back anymore, and Yifan himself didn't dare harm him. Didn't that mean he could easily control the situation? With enough time, even without Daya and Xiaoya as hostages, he would be able to deal with Yifan effortlessly. Ha! The Soul Palace's techniques and legacy truly were extraordinary. Seeing Daya and Xiaoya's condition, Yifan panicked slightly and immediately retracted all the Crimson Silk Overlord body's threads, releasing his suppression on Zhuang Baifan. Damn it! Yifan was utterly frustrated. He couldn't freely attack Zhuang Baifan, let alone kill him. Yet Zhuang Baifan held Daya and Xiaoya's lives in his grasp at all times. What could he do? His gaze shifted toward Xiao Taijin. Meanwhile, Zhuang Baifan, now unrestrained, started circulating his techniques, attempting to forcefully pull the peachwood stake out of his back. The black wraith had crept even closer to him. It was on the verge of merging completely again. Both Xiao Taijin and Yifan knew that this brief opportunity to force the wraith out wouldn't come again so easily. It seems there's only one way left. Xiao Taijin sighed heavily, casting a solemn look at Yifan. Yifan, remember my words. As she spoke, she pulled another peachwood stake from her robe and violently drove it into Zhuang Baifan's back once more. H! Again? Zhuang Baifan screamed in agony, nearly driven mad. Xiao Taijin, you insane hag. When the hell did you make so many soul-sealing stakes? You planned this from the beginning, didn't you? These soul-sealing stakes were the natural bane of wraiths. With the second stake embedded, the ancient aura erupted once more, shaking the wraith out of Zhuang Baifan's body. Humph! I prepared them the moment you insisted on targeting Daya and Xiaoya. Xiao Taijin scoffed coldly. Zhuang Baifan, you've lived far too long. Now it's time for you to die. But don't worry. I'll accompany you on your journey to the underworld. With a flash, she lunged forward and, to the shock of everyone present, grabbed Zhuang Baifan's face and pressed her lips against his in a fierce kiss. Then she inhaled sharply. What? Su Wandao, Daya, Xiaoya, and even Xiao Taijin's closest subordinates were dumbstruck. Master, why must you suffer like this? Cried one of her loyal followers, instantly understanding her intention. She's using her own body as a vessel to contain the wraith. Sure enough, when Xiao Taijin kissed Zhuang Baifan, the wraith immediately sensed a far more suitable host. It abandoned Zhuang Baifan's body in an instant, surging into Xiao Taijin instead. After all, Zhuang Baifan's body was now warded by the soul-sealing stakes, and outside, the demon-slaying arrays loomed. Xiao Taijin's voluntary approach made her the perfect receptacle. No, no, Xiao Taijin, have you lost your mind? Zhuang Baifan howled in despair as the wraith left him, his entire being shaking with fury. He tried to activate the wraith control technique to summon it back, but it was too late. Once the wraith settled into Xiao Taijin's body, a frigid, sinister energy erupted from her, blasting Zhuang Baifan away. Before Zhuang Baifan could retaliate, Yifan seized the opening without hesitation. Ist! 3,000 crimson threads of the Crimson Silk Overlord body shot out from Yifan's palm, wrapping around Zhuang Baifan like a tightly bound mummy. Some threads even pierced into his meridians, sealing them completely. Though Zhuang Baifan's body was composed of poisonous parasites, Yifan released the myriad goo cauldron's Goo Emperor. Its overwhelming pressure paralyzed all the parasites, rendering Zhuang Baifan incapable of disassembling himself further. Whoosh! To prevent Zhuang Baifan from escaping, Yifan wasted no time. He immediately unleashed the blazing ember flame, reducing Zhuang Baifan's limbs to nothingness, leaving only his bare torso wrapped like a zongzi before collapsing weakly to the ground, his face ashen with despair. Yifan, you! Xiao Taijin, you crazy bitch! You ruined everything for me. Finally, Zhuang Baifan understood the full picture, but he had miscalculated one thing: Xiao Taijin's affection for Daya and Xiaoya. From the moment he began tampering with the twins, Xiao Taijin had already been plotting today's move. Yifan's intervention merely accelerated her actions. Had he not been involved, she would have struck sooner or later anyway. Had Xiao Taijin chosen to act in the middle of the night while they still shared a bed, would he have stood a chance? Sigh. With Zhuang Baifan finally subdued, Yi Fan let out a breath of relief. Don't worry, Zhuang Baifan. We'll settle our scores slowly. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, his hatred so intense he wished he could tear the man apart. This bastard had threatened him with Daya and Xiaoya's lives, nearly forcing Yi Fan to his knees. Despicable beyond belief. Killing him outright would be letting him off too easy. Zhuang Baifan wanted to end his own life, but the opportunity was lost. And the Seoul Hall envoy Qing Yuan, whom he had hoped would intervene, fled faster than a rabbit the moment he heard Yi Fan was coming. Sigh. It was truly over. Perhaps this was a kind of release. Closing his eyes in despair, Zhuang Baifan's past flashed before him. Had all his heroic deeds amounted to nothing but a fleeting dream? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Fan dashed over and lifted Daya and Xiaoya, turning to Xiao Taijin. What about the phantom offspring inside them? Though the main phantom entity had transferred to Xiao Taijin's body, the remnants lurking within Daya and Xiaoya remained ticking time bombs. But as Yi Fan looked up at Xiao Taijin, shock coursed through him. In mere moments, her face had darkened to pitch black, her eyes swallowed by inky shadows. Elder Xiao Yu? Yi Fan frowned, stunned by her condition. Hurry! Xiao Taijin thrust out her wrist, seizing the twins. My mental fortitude is too weak. I can't suppress the phantom's power for long. Once my consciousness shatters, we'll all become its slaves. Assimilated. With a desperate surge of strength, she used the main phantom's authority to forcibly extract the two smaller phantoms from Daya and Xiaoya, merging them into her own body. With three phantoms now inside her, Xiao Taijin's entire body turned obsidian, down to her nails. Still clinging to her last shred of clarity, she weakly retrieved 8 soul-locking stakes and with trembling hands stabbed them into her chest, shoulders, dantian, and other vital points. Screech. As the archaic energy from the stakes pulsed, the phantoms within her sensed their impending doom, thrashing violently in an attempt to escape. But Yi Fan had already set up multiple exorcism arrays around Xiao Taijin's body, sealing all exits. Gradually, the relics eroded the phantom's forms, but at the cost of Xiao Taijin's body as well. Whoosh! Once all 8 stakes were embedded, the phantoms finally stilled. Xiao Taijin, now barely alive, gasped out her final words. Daya, Xiaoya, I'm your aunt. With that, she crumpled to the ground, her body and the phantoms dissolving into nothingness under a final surge of ancient energy. So that's why, Zhuang Baifan muttered resignedly upon hearing her confession. It had puzzled him before, why Xiao Taijin, while exploiting the twin priestesses, still shielded them at every turn. Now it made sense. She was their aunt. Their aunt. Su Wandao muttered in astonishment, eyes wide at the revelation. He had noticed a resemblance between Xiao Taijin and his departed wife. Was this the missing piece? His wife had a younger sister, yet he'd never known. Shifu, Daya and Xiaoya, now awake, cried out in anguish, lunging toward the fading remnants of Xiao Taijin's robes, only for the fabric to disintegrate at their touch, erasing the last trace of her existence. Yi Fan exhaled heavily as he watched phantom and woman alike vanish into the void. All mysteries were now resolved. Xiao Taijin had willingly become a vessel to absorb the phantoms before sacrificing herself to destroy them, saving Daya and Xiaoya, preserving what remained of her sister's lineage. As for her past deeds, Yi Fan harbored no illusions. She had deserved death long ago. Daya, Xiaoya, it's all right. You still have me, and your father. Embracing them gently, Yi Fan channeled soothing energies into their bodies, steadying their emotions. With Zhuang Baifan dealt with and the twins finally free of corruption, the next mission was clear. Locate the source of the Miaojiang Wraith resurgence. While Yi Fan had easily crushed the Flower City outbreak, the cursed sex disturbance would be far trickier, especially since they'd intentionally spread word of it, drawing swarms of powerful cultivators into a brewing storm. But before facing that battle, one last matter demanded his attention. Yi Fan, grant me a quick death. When Yi Fan's icy gaze landed on him, Zhuang Baifan shuddered, his plea thick with despair. Yifan's lips curled coldly. Do you really think that's possible? Had Zhuang Baifan stayed dead after the dungeon incident, Yifan might never have pursued him further. But this worm had crawled back from the grave, and nearly killed Daya and Xiaoya in the process. Did he expect mercy? Yifan was no saint. Revenge was best served immediately. That had always been his way. Sizzle. Yifan flicked his wrist, and surges of primordial flame erupted, instantly enveloping part of Zhuang Baifan's body. Originally, the primordial flame could have reduced Zhuang Baifan's entire body to ashes in an instant upon activation. But Yifan chose not to do so. Instead, he controlled the flame to scorch Zhuang Baifan's body inch by inch. Zhuang Baifan's body was unlike others, composed entirely of venomous goo worms, yet interconnected in such a way that every ounce of pain was felt as acutely as if it were his own flesh. Excruciating burns sent waves of agony to Zhuang Baifan's brain. His screams rang out violently, passing out only to be jolted awake, then collapsing unconscious again over and over. Ah! Yifan! You damned scourge! May you die a wretched death! Even as a ghost! I won't let you go! Zhuang Baifan's face contorted in agony as he howled curses, but all he could muster were empty threats, powerless to do anything else. At that moment, Zhuang Baifan's martial strength was entirely suppressed, and the vengeful spirits within him had been cleansed away. Although the Soul Palace had once bestowed him with techniques and energy, he was now immobilized by strands of crimson force, unable to summon even a fraction of his power. All he could do was watch in despair as his body was slowly incinerated and dismantled. That despair, that horror, it was worse than death itself. And what made it unbearable was that Yifan's primordial flame didn't just burn flesh. It scorched the soul as if it, too, were a flame. Who could endure such torment? Humph! Zhuang Baifan. Did you ever imagine this day while conspiring with Prince Jin to exterminate his clan? The Yi family, 10 generations of loyal martyrs, who shed blood and sweat for great Xia. Yet you sought their doom. Did you ever expect that a supposed fool from 5 years ago would rise to this point? Humph! This is your ordained fate. I gave you a chance, yet you dared lay hands on Daya and Xiaoya, threatening me? Every fool who's threatened me now lies beneath 2-meter-tall weeds over their graves. Yifan glared at Zhuang Baifan as he scolded, never pausing the flame in his hand. Inch by inch, it continued its relentless advance. Yifan's control over the primordial flame was precise to an almost divine degree. If he wished to burn an eyebrow, not a single strand of hair would be singed. Thus, under Yifan's meticulous manipulation, the primordial flame reduced Zhuang Baifan's shoulders, scalp, and outer flesh to ash while deliberately sparing his heart and head. He continued burning Zhuang Baifan's meridians, ensuring the man suffered the anguish of a living hell. Aya! Zhuang Baifan's tortured, despairing shrieks echoed endlessly throughout the valley where the Goose sect's headquarters stood. Nearly every core disciple in the valley heard his cries with crystal clarity. Although Kanglin had already received Yifan's authority as the sacred ancestor, fully consolidating control over the Goose sect remained difficult. After all, Zhuang Baifan had ruled the sect for decades. Yet, as Zhuang Baifan's agonized screams filled the air, even his most loyal followers who had yet to surrender immediately faltered. What was the point of fighting when their leader had already been captured and condemned? Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a courtyard opposite the Goose sect's headquarters, the Soul Palace's guide, Qing Yuan, wiped beads of sweat from his forehead, steadying his ragged breaths as he listened to the screams. Too damn terrifying. Had he fled even a moment later, he'd have been finished too. Qing Yuan had only ever heard rumors. Yifan's bloodline exerted suppression so potent that any Soul Palace member near him would have their strength halved. He hadn't believed it until today. Now, he knew the truth was worse than the legends. Even when Yifan had simply approached the courtyard from 500 meters away, Qing Yuan had felt his power wavering, forcibly restrained. But that wasn't the worst of it. The most horrifying realization came from his very marrow. An instinctive urge to kneel and worship Yifan, like a devout slave before his master. Hadn't the Soul Palace's higher-ups claimed they'd mitigated the bloodline suppression? Clearly, the upper echelons hadn't been entirely honest with their subordinates. There had to be some hidden connection between the Soul Palace and Yifan. The main reason Qing Yuan had fled so swiftly was that as Yifan drew closer, he felt his own life force and ancient martial energy being siphoned away silently, as though Yifan were a black hole, endlessly devouring the energy around him. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. To hell with the resurgence of evil. To hell with those worthless rewards. Survival mattered most. Since Zhao Ri loves stealing credit, let him have it all. Qing Yuan, now questioning his entire existence, made up his mind. Never again would he set foot in the Swallowtail Mountains of the southwest. He would flee far from this place, and preferably never handle Soul Palace affairs in Great Xia again. Senior Qing Yuan, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Has something happened? Beside him, a middle-aged man frowned, confusion in his eyes. This man was none other than Prince Christopher of Britannia. Though Christopher's joint operation with Prince Jean to exterminate Yifan and Great Xia's martial elites had failed, he hadn't left the country. After regrouping, he ventured into the Swallowtail Mountains, first for the temple fragments beneath the evil-sealing ruins, and second, to broker an alliance with Zhuang Baifan. Their deal was simple. Christopher's Dark Covenant forces would help Zhuang Baifan eliminate the last remnants of resistance in the Gu sect. In return, once Christopher made his move for Britannia's throne, Zhuang Baifan would send reinforcements. A minor urgency. A trivial matter within the Gu sect. Your expertise should suffice. Qing Yuan's cheek twitched slightly as he spoke, withholding the truth from Christopher. This Britannian prince was cunning. While liaising with the Soul Palace, he'd also been secretly negotiating with another faction. Playing both sides. He deserved this lesson. With Yifan here, Zhuang Baifan would die, and Christopher's plans would collapse. He might even lose his life. But what did that matter to the Soul Palace? If a Soul Reaper lurked among Christopher's retinue, they could seize his spirit upon death, adding another soul to the palace's collection. But that scream earlier sounded eerily familiar, almost identical to the Gu sect leader's voice. Senior Qing Yuan, could something have happened to Zhuang Baifan? Christopher frowned, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Qing Yuan's eyebrows twitched violently, but he concealed his emotional fluctuations and spoke indifferently. You're overthinking it. I just performed the soul sacrifice ritual on Zhuang Baifan. He's currently receiving the Soul Temple's inheritance, which may grant him strength at the martial saint level. However, the process is rather painful. That was probably his cries of agony. Qing Yuan's words were half true and half false. He shot a glance at Chris and said, Prince Chris, have you made up your mind about joining the Soul Temple? Should I help you break through to the martial saint realm right now? It's quite an extraordinary experience. He didn't miss the chance to tempt Chris further. After all, Chris represented the entire Britannian Empire. If he could control him, the future harvest of psychic rents and soul energy collection would be immensely profitable. No hurry yet, Elder Qing Yuan. We'll keep in touch, and I'll contact you the moment I need your help. Chris replied with a forced smile. However, the techniques you taught me last time were quite effective. Shame they still failed to stop Yifan. I wonder if Elder Qing Yuan has any similar techniques available. Chris was referring to the formation methods he had used against Yifan during the Vermilion Bird military competition. As for accepting the Soul Temple's inheritance through sacrifice, that was completely out of the question. Absolutely not. To break through to the martial saint realm, he'd have to sell his soul and offer it to the Soul Temple. After such a sacrifice, wouldn't he just become a slave to the Soul Temple? His cultivated psychic power, his spiritual energy, everything would be siphoned by the temple. What independence would he have left? If so, what was the point of possessing such formidable martial strength? I do have more, but they aren't suitable for you yet. Next time, when we meet again, if Prince Chris can procure a few young souls, I'll teach you another technique. Qing Yuan replied with a chuckle. After giving Chris a cryptic look, he kicked off the ground and swiftly fled from the Gu cult's headquarters. Prince Chris, enjoy your night. Qing Yuan sneered inwardly. Once Yifan finished dealing with Zhuang Baifan's situation, the entire Gu cult would likely be overhauled. What a pity. After all these years of planning within the Gu cult, the Soul Temple's efforts had been destroyed in an instant. Watching Qing Yuan's retreating figure, Chris frowned in suspicion. Elder Qing Yuan is acting strange today. Why is he in such a hurry? Wasn't the priority to strengthen Zhuang Baifan and ambush Yifan? Something's wrong. There must be another reason. Despite lacking clairvoyance, his instincts screamed that something was amiss. Tell me. He turned to one of the Dark Alliance's elite beside him. Is it possible Yifan has already infiltrated the Gu cult? That Zhuang Baifan was captured, and those screams earlier were from his torture. Since Chief Mike had died at Yifan's hands during the Vermilion Bird military competition, the Dark Alliance was furious. When Chris proposed joining forces to eliminate Yifan at the Gu cult's headquarters, they immediately dispatched several powerful experts to assist. Impossible, Your Highness. Yifan might be strong, but according to intelligence, he traveled to the Sea of Death. The dangers there are well documented in records. There's been no word of his return. Another Dark Alliance expert quickly dismissed Chris's suspicion. You're right. Maybe I'm just too wary of Yifan. Let's go. Chris set aside his concerns. The journey from Guangxing to the Sea of Death was vast, and the Soul Temple had other experts operating nearby. Even if they couldn't kill Yifan, they could at least cause him trouble. As he motioned for the Dark Alliance members to follow, Chris barked at one of his subordinates. Call Zhuang Baifan. Why hasn't there been any movement from his side yet? Their current location was near the Gu cult's helipad, where Zhuang Baifan had arranged for Chris and his group to be received. Originally, Zhuang Baifan had ordered his secretary to instruct Chris to head straight to the underground prison upon arrival, where they would have immediately realized something was wrong. Unfortunately, the secretary, sensing the shifting tides, had already defected to Zhonglan. Naturally, those orders were never relayed. Despite dismissing his earlier suspicions, Chris remained cautious. Wait here. I'm going to take a look around. With that murmur, he slipped away from the reception area and stealthily made his way toward the helipad. The air tonight carried an unsettling metallic tang, like the scent of blood. His intuition warned him of danger. None of the familiar Gu cult elders had come to greet them, nor was Zhuang Baifan anywhere in sight. His safest option was to stay close to the helicopter. If things turned disastrous, he could take off immediately, at least securing his escape. The path from the reception area to the helipad was only a few hundred meters, and everything appeared normal. But as Chris rounded a corner, thud, he slammed straight into a young man. Already on edge, Chris exploded in fury. You blind bastard! How dare you bump into me? Do you even know who I am? He raised his hand, ready to strike. I'm your sect leader's honored guest. Get on your knees and apologize. In the dim glow of the streetlights, Chris couldn't clearly make out the man's face. But then, whoosh, a floodlight abruptly switched on beside them, illuminating the young man's features with glaring clarity. Chris's insults died in his throat. Holy, am I seeing a ghost? His legs nearly gave out. Yifan, that's impossible. He's supposed to be at the Sea of Death. Stumbling back, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but there was no mistaking it. That was Yifan. Sure. With a strangled scream, Chris spun around and bolted. Of all the cursed luck, why did I have to run into this demon? Although Chris desperately wanted to kill Yifan, during the competition on the Vermilion Bird Desert Island, even with the help of the Soul Palace's Grand Formation, Chris had failed to capture Yifan. He knew that killing Yifan would not be an easy task. For this trip to the Gu cult, Chris had also considered that Yifan would likely participate. Chris still wanted Yifan dead, but being the cunning old fox he had never planned to act personally. Instead, he had always intended to rely on the Gu cult and other ancient martial family experts to do the dirty work. But despite all his calculations, Chris never expected to run into Yifan directly. Humph! Why are you running, Your Highness? Weren't you after the immortal palace map on me last time? Don't you want it anymore? Yifan smirked coldly at Chris, a surge of violent martial energy erupting from his hand and forming an invisible barrier in front of Chris, blocking his escape. During the Vermilion Bird military competition, Yifan had nearly been corroded and devoured by Chris's sinister Blackwater formation. If not for Jiang Jiwei's intervention, stabbing a hole through Chris's chest and dispersing the formation, Yifan would have surely perished. Yet, when Yifan took a closer look at Chris, he noticed there was no trace of a wound on his chest. Under normal circumstances, a spear strike from Jiang Jiwei to the chest would have left Chris either dead or requiring a long recovery. But now, it seemed Chris possessed some kind of self-healing ability. I was wrong, young Master Yi. Spare me. Chris had no courage left to oppose Yifan. During the Vermilion Bird military competition, Chris had mobilized immense forces, even using Chief Mike to exhaust Yifan first before making his move. Yet he still failed. Now, Yifan had escaped the Sea of Death and suddenly appeared at the Gu cult's headquarters. Connecting the dots with the screams he had heard earlier, Chris instantly understood. The agonized cries of Zhuang Baifan he had heard were no illusion. They must have been the sounds of Zhuang Baifan being tortured. Yifan had arrived at the Gu cult before him, and Zhuang Baifan's entire plan had been dismantled before it could even begin. Zhuang Baifan had spent years building the Gu cult, even secretly allying with the Soul Palace. His ruthless methods were no less than Chris's. Yet even he was no match for Yifan, so how could Chris possibly stand a chance? That bastard Qing Yuan. He knew about the Gu cult situation yet still set me up. Damn it. Once he returned to Britannia, Chris would have to accelerate his plans. He also needed to seriously consider the cooperation proposal from that other sex leader. After all, that person hailed from the immortal domain. Only by allying with an immortal domain powerhouse could he obtain stronger techniques and power, enough to stand against Yifan. Previously, Chris had hoped to collaborate with the Gu cult, using their strength to stabilize Britannia's political situation. But now, he had only one thought. That orphan mother and son in Britannia had better not have any connection with Yifan. If Yifan interfered in Britannia's royal succession, all of Chris's plans would be ruined. While wailing for mercy, Chris's eyes darted around, searching for an escape route. His powerful perception stretched outward, but to his despair, every possible path of retreat had been sealed off by Yifan. Yifan's strength had already reached the 5th grade martial saint realm. Against such overwhelming power, Chris had no hope of escaping through ordinary means. Humph! Spare you? Your Highness, you weren't so humble during the Vermilion Bird military competition. If not for Jiang Jiwei's intervention, I would have died by your hand. Did you ever consider sparing me then? Yifan glared coldly at Chris. Teaming up with Prince Jean to assassinate Great Xia's martial elites. You really thought this through, didn't you? You'd better pray I don't find any connection between you and the massacre of my family. As a core member of Britannia's royal family, Chris's fate required careful consideration. Though Yifan could easily kill him now, Chris's actions lacked concrete evidence. Killing him would be simple, but the international repercussions would be far harder to manage. Yifan held deep grievances against Great Xia's royal family, but he still loved his homeland. He refused to cause trouble for Great Xia. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of powerful martial energy rippled through the air. A dark aura erupted from Chris's body, and in an instant, the vast Blackwater spread once again, flooding the entire clearing. Again, the Blackwater formation from the Vermilion Bird competition was being deployed anew. Yifan, along with Dia, Xiaoya, Su Wandao, and the others tensed up, especially when they felt their life force being inexplicably drained. Young Master Yi? What's happening? Yifan had experienced this before during the military exercise. Back then, he had activated his demon eye and only partially deciphered the formation's nature. He knew that the Blackwater formation operated on principles similar to the 5 elements technique taught by Immortal Domain Elder Ding Xiu. It manipulated the properties of surrounding matter using the 5 elements, repurposing them for the caster's use. To enemies, it appeared as a terrifying Blackwater, devouring everything. Humph! Trying this again. Yifan snorted, swiftly circulating his 5 elements technique. Activating his 5 virtues body, he drew power from the earth, nearby trees, and surrounding water sources, using the principle of elemental opposition to resist the Blackwater Formation's corrosion. Hiss! In mere moments, the dark waters rippled violently, as if a massive boulder had been dropped into them, creating visible waves that spread outward. With each ripple, the Blackwater grew clearer, its devouring power weakening rapidly. Within seconds, the formation Chris had painstakingly set up was already losing its potency. At this rate, the formation wouldn't last 30 more seconds before collapsing. Damn it! Chris sucked in a sharp breath. Without hesitation, he dashed toward a nearby helicopter, firing it up in a desperate bid to escape. If the Blackwater Formation couldn't stop Yifan, staying any longer would mean certain death. As for those experts from the Dark Alliance, Chris couldn't care less about them anymore. Let them fend for themselves. Moreover, to eliminate any chance of Yifan pursuing him, Chris directly channeled his martial energy and smashed the other 7 or 8 helicopters into pieces. Boom! Boom! The helicopters exploded, sending massive fireballs lighting up the entire Goose Sect Valley. The deafening blasts also drew everyone's attention. At the reception area, the group of elite fighters from the Dark Alliance, along with Chris's entourage, turned their stunned faces toward the helipad in shock. Captain Carter, what the hell is happening at the helipad? Where has Prince Chris gone? A few of the Dark Alliance experts were starting to panic. The latest intel from the Vermilion Bird Force's martial competition confirmed that the Alliance's chief, Michael, had already fallen to Yifan's hands. This time, the Dark Alliance had dispatched over a dozen elites to lay a trap in advance within the Goose Sect, aiming to eliminate Yifan at its headquarters. But now, their leader, Prince Chris, had abruptly fled, while the helipad erupted in such violent explosions. They couldn't help but feel uneasy. How the hell would I know? Carter, the deputy captain, was equally flustered, a sense of foreboding creeping into his gut. As the longtime head of Chris's personal guard, he knew the prince's temperament all too well. The man had instincts sharper than a dog's. The moment he sensed danger, he'd bolt instantly. Thwop, thwop, thwop. A helicopter rapidly ascended, appearing directly above everyone. It wasn't just any aircraft. It was Chris's private chopper. Everyone froze. Prince Chris had fled without warning. Something disastrous must have happened. Young Master Yi, that bastard Chris escaped. Su Wandao, trapped within the Blackwater barrier, roared furiously as he watched Chris's retreating figure. The terrifying Blackwater Formation was capable of devouring one's vital energy. Yet, Yifan had the means to counter even such a sinister formation. In mere moments, the power of the 5 elements had completely neutralized the black water. Splash! In the blink of an eye, the black water receded, leaving the ground bone dry, as if nothing had happened. Relax. He won't get away. Even if he runs, I'll drag him back. Yifan's lips curled into a chilling smirk as he gazed at the helicopter now hundreds of meters in the air. Young master, how will you chase him? That bastard destroyed all the other helicopters. Beside Yifan, the vampire ancestor Frank snarled in rage. But don't worry. Once I return to Europa and reclaim my seat as ruler of the vampire clan, I'll personally shatter Chris's soul. Yifan chuckled faintly. Who said I need a helicopter to catch him? With a flick of his wrist, a weapon materialized in his hand, the inherited shadow blade, obtained from the Tiankue base. The blade bore 3,000 inscribed runes. Now at the 5th-tier Martial Saint level, Yifan's full-power strike could theoretically unleash a force 100 times his usual strength. At that level, not only could he obliterate Chris's fleeing aircraft, he could level all 10 mountains and the entire valley of the headquarters. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Yifan wouldn't resort to such a cataclysmic attack. For now, a gentle slash from the shadow blade would suffice. But, young master, how do you plan to? Before Frank could finish, Yifan flipped the shadow blade midair and hurled it toward the ascending helicopter with a piercing whistle. By now, Chris, already hundreds of meters in the air, finally relaxed as the goose's base shrank beneath him. Too terrifying. If even the Blackwater formation failed against Yifan, dealing with him would be a nightmare. Still, today was a victory. He'd escaped yet again. Once free, he'd devise new ways to crush Yifan. Ha! Yifan, didn't see this coming. Did you? This prince slipped away again. Come on, try and bite me. I dare you. Fueled by the pent-up humiliation he'd endured at Yifan's hands, Chris stuck his head out the window and taunted recklessly. From this height, even a fifth-tier martial saint couldn't fly up after him. His parting gift? Pure spite. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a glint of cold light streaked upward from below. His sword? Yifan actually thought he could strike the helicopter with a blade at this distance? Ridiculous. Chris's initial reaction was disbelief. Even if the throw had force, accuracy at this range was impossible. A slight throttle adjustment would render it useless. Yet, within milliseconds, Chris realized his mistake. The blade wasn't ordinary. Even after traversing hundreds of meters, it radiated overwhelming martial energy, along with an ancient, incomprehensible aura, pulsing with runic power akin to the soulbound what he'd once encountered. Could Yifan really? Not taking chances, Chris hastily engraved an emergency teleportation array akin to Gu Chongqing's, ensuring an escape route if the chopper got hit. Whoosh! A shrill screech later, Chris frowned. Had he imagined it? Maybe Yifan was powerless after all. That blade might have just been fireworks. Then the cockpit hissed. A hair-thin slash mark appeared on the windshield and controls, nearly invisible, yet sparks erupted instantly as wind howled inside. No, damn it. This can't be happening. Chris yanked the controls, but it was too late. The helicopter lurched violently. Swish, swish, swish. The shadow blade zigzagged around the aircraft, slicing it into fragments midair. Thud. Though Chris dodged most strikes, one arm was severed, along with something decidedly more vital. Boom! The shadow blade blasted into the helicopter's fuel tank, and with a final explosion, the last fragments of the aircraft were obliterated midair. It's over. His Highness the Prince is truly finished this time. In the reception area of the Gu cult's base, the elite warriors of the Dark Alliance and the remaining bodyguards of Prince Chris stared blankly at the sky in dismay. Prince Chris was dead and gone, taking the helicopter down with him, but what about them, the Dark Alliance's elite? Prince Chris' forces had allied with the Gu cult, the Dark Alliance, and even experts from the Imperial Holy Land to set a trap for Yifan. Yet before they could even make a move, His Highness had already met his end. What was the point now? Captain Carter, what do we do now? Should we run? The warriors from the Dark Alliance, though titled Grand Knights and boasting strength beyond martial emperors, had never faced such a dire situation before. Their nerves were frayed. Yifan had just torn Prince Chris' helicopter out of the sky from an impossible height. During the Vermilion Bird military competition, he had even killed Chief Mike. If they faced him alone now, they'd be walking straight to their graves. Run? Run my ass. Carter, the deputy captain, sighed in resignation as he watched the falling debris. His Highness couldn't escape even in a helicopter. You think we can outrun him just using our legs? But if we don't run, are we just going to wait here to die? I don't want to die. I haven't even gotten married yet. Same here. My sweetheart is waiting for me. The Dark Alliance Knights were in a frenzy, their discipline crumbling under fear. Have you all lost your damn minds? Carter snapped, his glare sharp as a blade. We have at least 8 martial emperor-level experts here. Even if Yifan is a martial saint, does that mean we can't put up a fight? Even if we can't kill him, we can at least tear off one of his arms. His gaze swept toward the outside. Besides, if we can't handle Yifan, we can still target Daya and Xiaoya, or his other subordinates. And let's not forget, hidden in the shadows, Imperial Holy Land experts are waiting to back us up at any moment. Life and death are just a gamble. If you're not afraid, then fight. As Prince Chris' right-hand man, Carter had some real skills. In just a few words, he whipped the group into a frenzy once more. Fight! We retreat and attack. Prince Chris' men and the Dark Alliance's warriors quickly rallied, regrouping for combat. Meanwhile, at the helipad, Yifan observed the remnants of the explosion high in the sky. Sensing no trace of life remaining, his lips curled into a cold smirk. Humph! Prince Chris had repeatedly provoked him in Great Xia. Now he could finally rest in peace. Brother Yi, Prince Chris, and the Dark Alliance's men are still over there. Do we proceed? They have at least 8 martial emperors guarding them. Handling them might be troublesome. Dia stared toward the reception area. Though she was only at the martial venerable level, she could still feel the terrifying surge of martial energy pulsating from there. Young Master Yi, should we wait for the reinforcements before making a move? Su Wandao hesitated, worry flickering in his eyes. After tonight's battles, even if Yifan was made of steel, his martial energy had to have limits. Yifan smirked. To him, 8 martial emperors, no, even 18, meant nothing. Sure, it'd be a hassle and take time, but nothing insurmountable. Before he could speak, however, Frank beside him suddenly bowed. Master, allow me to handle them. His crimson eyes burned with excitement as he licked his lips greedily. Decades of imprisonment have left me parched. I beg your permission. As a vampire progenitor, Frank had spent centuries suppressing his bloodlust. But when facing enemies, he occasionally indulged in his primal instincts. After being imprisoned for decades, his strength had yet to fully recover. The fastest way to regain his power? Devour fresh blood. At his peak, Frank himself stood at the martial saint level. Back then, if not for betrayal, a mere Gu cult would never have been able to imprison him. You sure you can handle them? Yifan arched an eyebrow skeptically. Frank was currently at the 8th level martial emperor stage, while the strongest among those warriors was only at the 7th level. Still, Yifan wasn't entirely confident Frank could take them all. No problem. Frank smirked confidently. Those guys talk big about unity, but when real combat starts, they'll turn on each other in an instant. As long as the martial emperors didn't coordinate perfectly, Frank could pick them off one by one with ease. Go! Yifan nodded. This vampire progenitor had impressive potential. He was curious to see just how powerful Frank truly was. By pure chance, Yifan had bound himself to this formidable subordinate through a soul contract. If Frank could become a true asset in the future, Yifan certainly wouldn't complain. Thank you, Master. Whoosh! Frank vanished like a shadow, flickering across the distance in seconds before plunging straight into the reception hall. Fuck. Who bit my neck? Damn it. Why isn't stabbing him doing anything? Wait. Where's Yifan? Who the hell is this? Frank, as a vampire progenitor, possessed terrifying innate abilities. Rapid regeneration, blood draining, and even bodily distortion. Even against multiple martial emperors, he was no mere prey. He was the hunter. Within moments, 2 of the 8 martial emperors had already fallen. The remaining warriors tried to flee, but Frank's aura had already locked onto them. There would be no escape. Yifan watched with satisfaction. Good. It seemed he had gained yet another fearless warrior under his command. Let's go. He turned to Dia and Xiaoya. Time to check out those evil spirits. But the two hesitated. Brother Yi, what about those martial emperors? Will Frank really be all right alone? Don't worry. No problem. As a vampire elder, Frank had fully unleashed all his latent potential. Moreover, as Frank continued to attack the Dark Knights and absorb their essence, his strength was rapidly increasing. With the power of a martial saint, crushing those Dark Knight elites was effortless. Good. The group quickly departed, rushing toward a village northeast of the Gusec's headquarters. According to intelligence, the recent signs of sinister energy outbreaks originated from there. Because the Gusect had deliberately allowed it, martial arts experts from all over Xia were converging there. By now, tens of thousands of martial artists had gathered around this small village. During the last sinister energy outbreak in Huadu, many martial artists who arrived late had no idea what had actually happened. But rumors suggested that Yifan had ventured deep into the core of the outbreak zone. Soon after, everyone noticed Yi Fan's cultivation skyrocketing, reaching the martial saint realm in an incredibly short time. This made other martial artists even more jealous. They believed Yi Fan must have obtained some extraordinary secret from the outbreak site. Otherwise, how could he progress so fast? That's why, despite knowing the extreme danger of fighting for the fragments of the divine gate sealed beneath the sinister energy, countless martial artists still came, hoping to get lucky. What if they stumbled upon an incredible opportunity? Meanwhile, the stronger factions not only sent their own people into the sealed zone, but also stationed forces outside to block other martial artists from entering. On the western entrance to the sealed area, four martial emperor experts from the imperial extreme sacred land guarded the passage. The four great sacred lands had stood above the martial world for centuries. Most historical records about martial emperors came from these sacred lands. Their supremacy was due to their connections with the immortal realm. The techniques and martial skills they obtained, though mostly inferior remnants from the immortal realm, were still thousands of times stronger than anything in the mortal world. Even martial emperors at the 8th or 9th rank could unleash combat power rivaling martial saints. Guard the checkpoint tightly. The Sacred Lord has ordered. No martial artist above the Grandmaster realm is allowed into the Forbidden Zone. Kill anyone who dares force their way through. Understood. At the checkpoint, one of Imperial Extreme's martial emperors barked orders at their elite assassins. These killers were all at least at the martial venerable realm. Armed with soul-corroding blades, their combat power could rival martial emperors. With them guarding the entrance, no one outside had managed to break into the sealed zone. Some ancient martial families and hidden clans were still observing, waiting cautiously. None dared act recklessly yet. From this vantage point, one could roughly see the situation inside the mist-shrouded valley. From a distance, the entire village was obscured by swirling black fog, exuding an aura of death. The mist had a terrifying corrosive power. Plants and living creatures caught within rapidly withered as their life force was drained. What no one realized, however, was that deep inside the mist core, a black-robed figure flitted about swiftly, hurling talismans onto the ground as he moved. Damn it! These seals are too sturdy. I've wasted so many talismans, and none of them work. This figure was none other than the Blazing Sun envoy. Previously, he had been aiding Prince Jin behind the scenes. But after Prince Jin's defeat in Guang City, realizing the Blazing Sun envoy's limited power, he turned directly to the Soul Hall, offering his soul in exchange for direct inheritance. The Blazing Sun envoy's soul-locking wood and parasitic pills had all failed. He himself had sustained severe backlash. Yet he refused to give up. If he could breach the Gu-Sec's base and break the seals, releasing the sinister energy, he might gain greater influence within the Soul Hall by harnessing its power. Screw it. I don't care. I'll spam these damn talismans until something gives. Even if I only speed up the evil's awakening, that's enough. Muttering to himself, he accelerated his talisman placements. Unbeknownst to him, another figure, a Taoist in sunglasses and red sneakers, was silently following behind, undoing the Blazing Sun envoy's sabotage. Trash! Trying to ruin my ancestors' legacy? Dream on! This Taoist was none other than Wang Bing of Maoshan. Knowing that Yi Fan's inheritance came from the Maoshan patriarch, Wang Bing had gathered all his sect's elites to assist him in the Miaojiang Mountains. Thus, a bizarre scene played out in the heart of the dark mist. The Blazing Sun envoy ran ahead, laying talismans, while Wang Bing chased behind, dismantling them. They pursued each other without ever meeting, rendering all the envoy's efforts useless. Around the mist's periphery, more martial artists lurked in hiding. Some couldn't sense the dark mist's abnormalities. Others sensed it but didn't dare act rashly. All of them were fixated on one thing, the divine fragments beneath the sinister seals. Nothing else mattered to them. Meanwhile, as Yifan, Dia, Xiaoya, Su Wandao, and the others traveled toward the village, they regrouped with Ho Tianji's elite forces and also reunited with Guoli, Wang Fugue, Yamada Keiko, and their companions. Young Master Yi, according to intel, tonight's situation is massive. Almost every elite in Xia's martial world has gathered here, If we clash head-on, it'll be tough. Guoli handed Yifan the analyzed intel, looking uneasy. During the last sinister outbreak in Huadu, Yifan had entered the core zone early and resolved the crisis. But this time, would the martial elites allow him to reach the heart of the outbreak so easily? Yifan smirked. We'll be tough where we must, flexible where needed. Heh. As long as I'm here, that sinister filth won't escape alive. Those martial arts experts? Yifan couldn't care less about them. Back in Huadu, it was only because Yifan had sneaked in ahead of time and laid numerous traps that those martial arts elites ended up humiliated. But this time, since they had already set up an ambush here in advance, Yifan naturally had to resort to other methods. Fighting them head-on. Ha! Yifan wasn't that stupid. Using minimal effort to overcome great force was the most effective strategy. These ancient martial arts families and factions that had come to attack were no saints. Letting them tear each other apart was the most efficient solution. Let's go! As Yifan motioned for everyone to move toward the nearby village, he used his soul contract to summon the netherblood worms beneath the earth. From Huadu to Guangxing, most of the netherblood worms had actually followed underground. Yifan simply hadn't resorted to this final measure until now. But with so many martial arts experts surrounding them, he still had an ace up his sleeve if necessary. Old Gua, don't forget to remind Gu Chongxing. Tell him not to let his guard down. After leaving Guangxing, Yifan had given the 8th grade medicinal pill to Gu Chongxing, allowing him to return and treat his father's illness. Originally, Gu Chongxing had planned to take a direct flight back. But Yifan stopped him, knowing full well that no matter what method Gu Chongxing used to return to the Scarlet Tiger domain, the Great Xia imperial family would interfere. Gu Chongxing was a decent man, so Yifan would rather see the pill stolen than watch him plummet to his death from a sabotaged plane. Understood. Northwest region. Gu Chongxing had assembled a convoy of over a dozen vehicles, guarded by a 300-man escort. Above them, helicopters from the Scarlet Tiger domain provided aerial support. After days of driving from Guangxing, they had finally entered Scarlet Tiger territory. At the border, the defending commander, a martial emperor-level expert, personally came to greet them. With the reinforcements, Gu Chongxing's forces grew even stronger. He let out a quiet sigh of relief and touched the pill hidden in his robe. This was the key to his father's recovery. He hadn't dared to sleep the entire journey. Fortunately, the trip had been completely uneventful. A faint smirk crossed Gu Chongxing's lips. Perhaps young Master Yi overthought things, he mused. We're already in the Scarlet Tiger domain. This is the Gu family's territory. My father has ruled here for years, with disciples and military garrisons everywhere. Would the imperial family really dare to strike here? Young Master, you finally returned. Congratulations! The border commander, Zhang Ping, bowed respectfully, his face wreathed in smiles. These veteran generals who had fought alongside Gu Tang on the battlefield held deep loyalty to the Gu family. Like the Northern Sky Dragon Army, the Scarlet Tiger domain also flew the Gu family's banner, though the Gu lineage was sparse, and their control over the region wasn't as absolute as the Yi family's. Thank you for your hard work, General Zhang. Gu Chongxing nodded. Zhang Ping quickly waved his hands. No, it's no trouble at all. Young Master, since we've already entered our own territory, and it's only half a day's journey to the Scarlet Tiger headquarters, why not rest here tonight? Gu Chongxing glanced at his exhausted men. From the moment they left for the military competition in the Vermilion Bird domain, his personal guards had barely rested. Many now had bloodshot eyes. After days of non-stop driving, even martial artists had their limits. Gu Chongxing nearly relented, but then he remembered Yi Fan's warnings. Gritting his teeth, he said, "No, everyone hold on a little longer. Once we reach headquarters tomorrow, I'll reward you all properly." Despite the late hour, Gu Chongxing refused to stop, ordering the convoy to press on. At his command, Zhang Ping's face twitched, his eyes flickering with disappointment as he glanced toward a nearby forest. Sigh. Zhang Ping exhaled inwardly. Forgive me, young master. It seemed blood would be spilled tonight, one way or another. Very well. Zhang Ping replied. Then allow me to escort you further. As he spoke, his gaze darted toward the forest again, this time with a clear warning. Good. The convoy set off again, officially entering the Scarlet Tiger domain. Gu Chongqing sat in his vehicle with Zhang Ping beside him. Once inside, Zhang Ping began gulping down water, one mouthful after another. Beads of sweat trickled down his face. Gu Chongqing frowned. General Zhang, are you feeling unwell? That was odd. It was already autumn and the northern climate was cooler. Most people wore long sleeves by now. Why was Zhang Ping sweating so profusely? And no, not at all. Zhang Ping wiped his forehead and quickly changed the subject. Young master, how is Lord Gu's condition these days? Father's health has remained the same since his injury, though the old wound has worsened over the years, suppressing his strength. It's never been life-threatening. Gu Chongqing's frown deepened. Despite being one of his father's most trusted subordinates, Zhang Ping was acting strangely. Gu Chongqing discreetly sent a message to his men through a hidden communicator. All units, maximum alert. As the heir of the Scarlet Tiger domain, his instincts were sharp. Though he saw no immediate threat, every fiber of his being screamed danger. Young master, have you ever considered that since Lord Gu's condition is irreversible, and you've already grown up, perhaps it's time for the Scarlet Tiger domain to change hands? If Lord Gu retired and you took over, wouldn't that be ideal? Even if you bring back this pill, it might not cure his injury. Zhang Ping's voice was strained, as if making one last plea. The moment he spoke, the air froze. Gu Chongqing was no fool. Zhang Ping's words were tantamount to revealing his stance. If Zhang Ping was urging this, it meant that despite being a Gu family loyalist, he had secretly aligned himself with the imperial family. What? Gu Chongqing's eyes widened in shock. General Zhang, you actually... During the journey back, Gu Chongqing had imagined countless scenarios. Ambushes, assassinations, raids, but never had he expected betrayal from within. Zhang Ping had once been his father's personal guard captain, a core retainer entrusted with commanding the border forces. Yet now he had become the imperial family's pawn? Betrayal from one's own faction hurts the most. I'm sorry, young master. I had no choice. It's all for the greater good. The Great Xia is no longer under the imperial family's control. The Dragon Army is lost, the Black Tortoise territory has fallen, and the Crimson Tiger territory can't go on like this. Even inside the moving car, Zhang Ping kept bowing frantically to Gu Chongqing. Besides, the imperial family secretly took all my family members to the capital. I had no choice. Forgive me, young master. Zhang Ping practically dropped to his knees before Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing, however, remained eerily calm. Before returning, Yi Fan had already warned him. If trouble arises, abandon the pill. Survival comes first. Yi Fan had assured him that his father's injury could still be treated. As long as Gu Chongqing lived, there was hope. All units, code red, converge on my position. Without hesitation, Gu Chongqing barked the order into his earpiece. Meanwhile, the driver and bodyguard in the front seats moved swiftly to restrain Zhang Ping. But despite their speed, Zhang Ping was faster. Boom! A spherical object in Zhang Ping's hand exploded, filling the car with thick smoke. A sweet, cloying aroma permeated the air. The driver and bodyguard collapsed instantly. Though Gu Chongqing had reached the martial emperor realm, even he felt dizzy, his strength draining away entirely. I'm sorry, young master. Zhang Ping muttered guiltily, his hands already rummaging through Gu Chongqing's robes. They promised they wouldn't harm you. They only want the pill. They won't let you bring it back to the Crimson Tiger territory. To put it bluntly, they won't allow Lord Gu to recover. They want to leave the old tiger toothless. Finding the 8th grade medicinal pill, Zhang Ping sniffed it briefly before exhaling in relief. Boom! Boom! Deafening explosions erupted across the highway. Gu Chongqing's convoy, hundreds of men strong, vanished under a storm of fire. While martial masters at the grandmaster level or above might survive such blasts if they reacted quickly, Many still perished in the sudden onslaught. Those weaker than grandmasters died instantly, and even a few martial kings sustained injuries. Worst of all, one of the martial emperors among them turned traitor. Staring through the car window, Gu Chongqing felt like he was trapped in a nightmare. Uncle Wang, the man father trusted most, was bribed by the imperial family? How is this possible? How many people in the Crimson Tiger territory can still be trusted? The blow left him utterly devastated. For years, he had believed himself destined to inherit the Crimson Tiger territory without issue. As the young master, he'd been groomed since childhood alongside his father on the battlefield, revered by generals and soldiers alike. Now, he couldn't even distinguish ally from foe. The imperial family's infiltration ran terrifyingly deep. No, this isn't right. Clutching the pill, Zhang Ping frowned at the unending explosions outside. They promised they wouldn't detonate the bombs if I succeeded. So why? The blasts showed no sign of stopping. Were the imperial assassins planning to wipe out every witness? Kaboom! Kaboom! Before Zhang Ping could react, 2 Crimson Tiger helicopters overhead exploded midair, plummeting to the ground like fiery meteors. The deafening blasts jolted Zhang Ping to grim realization. They lied to me. The imperial faction didn't just want the pill, they wanted Gu Chongqing dead. Like Yi Fan, Gu Chongqing was too talented, too much like his father. Given time, he'd surely become a second Gu Tang. So the safest move? Kill him now. If the imperial family could betray Zhang Ping, why would they spare his life? Acting fast, Zhang Ping yanked Gu Chongqing from the car just as, boom boom boom, a salvo of artillery shells shredded the vehicle into scrap metal. Though Zhang Ping narrowly escaped, the shockwave left him battered. Under cover of darkness, he dragged Gu Chongqing behind cover and stuffed an antidote into his mouth. Young master, swallow this. When you get the chance, run. I'll buy you time. As for my sins, I'll repay them in my next life. Zhang Ping finally understood. He'd been nothing but a pawn. His role was simply to delay Gu Chongqing long enough for the killers to move in. But if not him, they'd have used someone else. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment they hit the ground, martial artists swarmed them, encircling Zhang Ping and Gu Chongqing. Zhang Ping, what the hell are you doing? A hunchbacked old man at the forefront glared in disgust. You were supposed to come out alone. Did you really think you had a way out? His lips curled into a sneer. After tonight, the Crimson Tiger territory will cease to exist. You could have climbed higher, yet you throw it all away. Fools like Zhang Ping never grasped their place. Did they honestly believe the imperial family cared about them? Elder Xie, please, Zhang Ping pleaded, raising the pill. I've got the 8th grade pill. Take it. Just spare the young master. His naivety was almost pitiable. Did he truly think the Empire's elaborate scheme revolved around one pill? TCH? Pathetic. Elder Xie sighed, nodding sideways. Bang! A sniper's bullet tore through Zhang Ping's heart without hesitation. You can't have both loyalty and profit. Today, Gu Chongqing dies, you're just the first to go. As a martial king, Zhang Ping stood no chance against the shot. Collapsing, his eyes burned with bitter regret. Liars! I was a fool. Young master, run! The imperial family truly kills without batting an eye. Zhang Ping had guarded this pass as a local authority, yet they killed him without hesitation the moment they decided to. As Zhang Ping's body was about to collapse, a surge of powerful energy erupted from him at the last moment. With a desperate reversal, he flung himself at Elder Xie's feet, clutching his legs tightly. Young master, run. I'll hold him back. Blood spilled from Zhang Ping's mouth as he spoke, his eyes filled with regret and despair. If he had known this would be the outcome, he never would have agreed to the imperial family's demands. They had promised to let Gu Chongqing leave unharmed, to spare the Gu family. Yet here they were, breaking their word. At least he had already given the antidote to Gu Chongqing. The teleportation array Gu Chongqing had prepared could be activated with just a stroke of a brush. He still had a chance to escape. TCH, even in death, you insist on being their dog. Elder Xie sneered, glancing down at Zhang Ping with disdain. If you're going to be a dog, at least be a loyal one. Let go. Boom. Elder Xie's fist smashed into Zhang Ping's arm, shattering it instantly. Arg! Even on the brink of death, Zhang Ping could still feel the pain, his anguished screams tearing through the air. But he knew Gu Chongqing had no one left. If he didn't buy him time now, escape would be impossible. So even with one arm shattered, Zhang Ping clenched his remaining hand around Elder Xie's legs, refusing to let go. Ugh! Blood choked his words, but his eyes locked onto Gu Chongqing's with unwavering determination. Run. Watching this unfold from afar, Gu Chongqing was torn between fury and shock. Moments ago, he had relaxed, believing the imperial family wouldn't act. Yet now they had struck, and they meant to slaughter everyone, himself included. How ruthless! The antidote had already cleared the dizziness from the poison, and while Elder Xie was distracted, Gu Chongqing had quietly drawn his escape array. Everything was ready. Yet, stifling his rage, he held still. He needed to be sure, were there more imperial experts lying in wait? Only then could he choose the right escape route. You stubborn fool. Very well. Be reduced to dust. Elder Xie's eyes darkened as he unleashed the full might of his emperor-level cultivation. A crushing wave of energy exploded outward, pulverizing Zhang Ping's body into nothingness. Snap! Crack! Bones shattered like dried twigs, flesh and blood scattering like ashes in the wind. Against Elder Xie's barrier, Zhang Ping's strength hadn't stood a chance. No wound, no retaliation. Humph! Too naive, Zhang Ping. Did you really think we'd leave any survivors? Elder Xie strode toward Gu Chongqing, his voice dripping with mockery. Originally, His Majesty wished to mercifully spare you and your father. But alas, our plans in the Scarlet Tiger domain have encountered setbacks. So regrettable. Gu Chongqing, speak your last wishes. If I can grant them, I will. Elder Xie continued with false sincerity, though his malice bled through. Perhaps a lover left behind? Or an illegitimate child? The imperial family would be happy to take care of them. His meaning was clear, this was no kindness. He meant to exterminate every trace of Gu Chongqing's bloodline. With Gu Chongqing and any potential heirs dead, all that would remain was Gu Tang, a toothless, wounded old tiger, left to rot, powerless to resist. The Scarlet Tiger domain's fate would then lie solely in the imperial family's hands. Gu Chongqing's gaze turned glacial. Remember this, trash. You'll regret this day. He stretched his senses again, his suspicions confirmed. The imperial family had spared no expense. 10 emperor-level experts lurked nearby, ensuring his death. Were they that afraid he might survive? TCH, spare the threats, young Master Gu. You're finished, Elder Xie jeered. As a courtesy, since you're still a noble of the Gu clan, I'll let you kill yourself. A clean death. Your corpse returned intact to your father. Clang. He tossed a blade at Gu Chongqing's feet. Take this chance while you can. Soon, even suicide will be beyond your grasp. His smirk widened. We'll tell your father you fell to bandits on the road defending your convoy. The imperial family, ever sorrowful, will vow justice, sending investigators to exterminate every last bandit in the Scarlet Tiger domain. Or perhaps we'll say Zhang Ping turned traitor and slew you. Which tale do you prefer, young master? Elder Xie was a snake savoring his prey's despair. Killing a genius, truly exhilarating. None of his fabricated stories would hold up to scrutiny, yet truth hardly mattered. Once Gu Chongqing was dead, even if Gu Tang knew everything, what could he do? Prefer this. Gu Chongqing's patience snapped. His emperor-level aura detonated in full force. Earth trembled as the discarded blade whipped upward, streaking toward Elder Xie's chest with lethal precision. Having trained under Yi Fan, Gu Chongqing's strength eclipsed that of an ordinary emperor. The blade's speed forced Elder Xie's hairs to stand on end. Death approached too fast to dodge. What? You weren't poisoned? Panicked, he flung himself backward, chi erupting into a desperate shield. Though arrogant, Elder Xie was no fool. He knew better than to block the attack head-on. The blade grazed past, missing by a hair's breadth. Yet he barely had time to wipe his sweat before, whoosh, behind him, the same blade materialized from thin air, plunging straight toward his heart. Poof! Elder Xie hadn't even realized what was happening when the battle saber forcefully pierced through his skin, impaling his heart from behind and leaving a gaping hole in his chest. Blood trickled steadily from the wound. Elder Xie suddenly felt his chest strangely drafty, as if a cool breeze was passing through. Staring down at the hole in his chest with utter disbelief, Elder Xie froze. What is this? How had a hole inexplicably appeared in his chest? And why was he bleeding? This must be an illusion, right? Yet the next moment, excruciating pain surged through his nerves, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. His martial energy and life force rapidly dissipated, and his body collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. Gu Changsheng Yu. Only then did Elder Xie realize he had suffered a fatal blow, a strike meant to kill instantly. His heart had been pierced, and his dantian destroyed, both nearly simultaneously. How had Gu Changsheng done it? He had clearly dodged the saber, so how had it suddenly appeared from behind and impaled him? Humph! Elder Xie. This is the price for daring to attack me. Gu Changsheng sneered, inwardly marveling at the effectiveness of the talisman young Master Yi had given him. While Gu Changsheng could indeed inscribe formations with a brush to achieve spatial displacement, the process took time. He couldn't yet execute it instantaneously. But before parting ways, Yi Fan had given him several talismans. Among them was one that altered spatial positioning, enhanced by the 3,000 runes of the Shadow Blade. Just now, Gu Changxing had used that talisman to make the battle saber teleport through space, appearing illogically behind Elder Xie. Only after the blade had pierced his chest through spatial displacement did Elder Xie notice its presence. Save me, Elder Zhou. As Elder Xie collapsed weakly to the ground, he cried out in despair toward the nearby woods. Though his dantian and heart were destroyed, if a martial emperor were willing to expend their own vital essence to sustain his life force, he might still survive. But doing so would inflict irreversible damage on the rescuer's own cultivation. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for Elder Xie? Whoosh! 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 10 powerful martial emperor auras erupted from the forest as the 10 hidden experts deployed by the imperial family emerged. Leading them was a masked elder. Gu Changxing, did you think killing Xiefei would let you escape? Too late. Now that we've made our move, you won't leave here alive. Whoosh! The 10 martial emperors moved swiftly, forming an encirclement to trap Gu Changxing. As for Xiefei, Elder Zhou didn't even spare him a glance. No one cared whether he lived or died. Elder Zhou. Xiefei convulsed on the ground, blood seeping from his eyes, nose, and ears. One of the martial emperors even stepped on his head without hesitation. Such was the cruelty of the strong. Gu Changxing smirked at the scene but inwardly marveled. Young Master Yi is truly incredible. Is he a god? He predicted every possible scenario. In addition to the talismans, Yi Fan had also given Gu Changsheng 10 paper puppets, each imprinted with his aura. Whoosh! 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 Before the encirclement could fully form, Gu Changxing acted, hurling the 10 puppets in different directions. Each emitted a surge of martial energy and life force indistinguishable from a real person. For a moment, Elder Zhou and the 10 martial emperors were stunned. What was happening? Gu Changxing couldn't possibly move fast enough to leave afterimages in 10 directions at once. Yet they couldn't afford to ignore any of them. If even one was the real Gu Changxing and he escaped, his unpredictable formations would make recapturing him nearly impossible. This was Qi Hu's territory, after all. The imperial family had expended immense effort just to win over Zhangping. The other border lords of the Qi Hu domain remained beyond their control. If Gu Changxing fled beyond the border, the imperial family would be powerless. And if tonight's operation were exposed, the Qi Hu domain would openly break with the imperial family, creating endless complications. Everyone attack. Leave no survivors. Don't let him escape, or we'll all lose our heads. Elder Zhou's heart tightened with dread. If Gu Chongqing escaped, and the Qi who domain severed ties with the imperial family, they would likely be scapegoated. Moreover, the emperor's orders had only been to seize the pills. The decision to eliminate Gu Chongqing had come from the Elder Council. Boom! Boom! The 10 martial emperors split up, chasing the decoys in all directions, shattering their carefully laid encirclement. Meanwhile, Gu Chongqing remained at the center, activating several pre-prepared formations. I owe young Master Yi an enormous debt this time. With a final glance, he targeted the weakest point in the formation, activated his escape array, and vanished. Reappearing atop a small hill hundreds of meters away, he swiftly painted another formation in the air. After a few more teleportations, he was already kilometers beyond the encirclement. The moment he escaped, Gu Chongqing pulled out a backup phone and dialed his father. "Dad!" At the first word, coughing echoed from the other end. "Chongqing, you're alive. Thank heavens. I can finally breathe again." Relief washed over Gu Chongqing, followed by confusion. Given the imperial family's methods, they should have targeted his father simultaneously. Though they wouldn't dare act openly within Qihu's headquarters, they would have at least eliminated some of his father's loyalists or stirred up trouble. "Dad, is everything all right on your end? You're unharmed." Gu Tang's voice was grave. "A mysterious benefactor warned and prepared us in advance, averting disaster for the Qihu domain. My greatest fear was for you, but the benefactor assured me you'd likely be safe. Hearing your voice now confirms it. He arranged a secret escape route, not managed by Qihu's people. Return first, then we'll talk. This benefactor saved our entire family. The debt we owe is immeasurable. Yet even with Qihu's intelligence network, we still don't know who he is." Gu Chongqing smiled wryly. "Who else could it be but Yifan? Such an immense favor, how can I ever repay it? Perhaps the only way is to offer myself in return." Deep in the 100,000 Miao Mountains, Yifan, along with Guoli, Wang Fugue, Songyang, and others, swiftly advanced toward the evil spirit's sealed grounds northeast of the Gu cult base. Soon, they could already see the remote mountain village nestled among the peaks in the distance. However, though it was within sight, reaching it was another matter. Given the challenging terrain, even martial arts experts would need at least half an hour to arrive. Now, at the nearest checkpoint leading into the village, warriors from the Imperial Extreme Holy Land had already sealed off access. "Young Master Yi, we've just received word. The Imperial Extreme Holy Land, one of the 4 great holy lands, has mobilized into Miao territory. They've blockaded the evil spirit's village, prohibiting entry while allowing only exits. The Imperial Extreme Holy Land is no easy opponent." Guoli frowned as he relayed the latest intel. "Rumor has it they've dispatched 2 ancient monsters, both at martial saint level or above. At the same time, forces from the mysterious Heaven Holy Land have arrived, along with numerous secluded ancient martial families." Summarizing all the intelligence gathered that day, Guoli drew one unsettling conclusion. This operation was nothing like the previous incident in Flower City when the evil spirit seal had loosened. Back then, the anomaly had occurred abruptly, catching many ancient martial families off guard. Especially among the truly reclusive clans and superpowers, none had intervened in time. As a result, Yifan had seized the initiative, purifying the evil spirit with Yamada Keiko's assistance, securing the divine fragment and soul bone. But this time, countless hidden elites had joined the fray. Though Yifan had reached martial saint level, he remained the only one within Fan Alliance at that tier. If all these adversaries united against him, what if 2 martial saints showed up? Yifan chuckled coldly. They wouldn't waste such elite fighters just to guard a checkpoint, would they? The Imperial Extreme Holy Land's grand blockade was undoubtedly a show of force. Their eyes were set on the divine fragment and soul bone beneath the evil spirit. If Yifan's guess was right, those 2 martial saints were likely already lurking near the village's core, biding their time. Based on fluctuating Qi signatures from the village, he could sense no fewer than 5 martial saint-level experts hiding in the shadows. Everyone was waiting for the moment the evil spirit broke free, and the scramble for the fragments would begin. Imperial Extreme's blockade is just theater, pretending they're dead set on monopolizing the prize. If someone powerful really forced their way through, they probably wouldn't resist too hard. A sly smirk played on Yi Fan's lips. The infighting among the 4 great holy lands had reached a fever pitch. The Imperial Extreme, Mysterious Heaven, Netherworld, and Jade Pool holy lands were locked in a cutthroat race for resources, desperate to strengthen their factions and gain leverage. Though these holy lands wielded immense influence in the mundane world, they remained subservient to the immortal domains above. Even minor envoys from those realms were treated like revered ancestors. The 4 great holy lands yearned to break free from this subordination, meaning talent and martial prowess were indispensable. The slightest weakening of any faction could tip the scales. Would Imperial Extreme willingly bleed its elite forces over a checkpoint? Will it really be that simple? Ho Tianji muttered skeptically beside him. Young Master Yi, if possible, it's better not to provoke Imperial Extreme directly. As a representative of the great Xia royal family, I doubt they'd obstruct my entry. Yet worry gnawed at him. Yi Fan's meteoric rise had placed him in a life-or-death struggle with Prince Jin, while the subordinate factions of the divine sect clamored for his head. In such a short time, he had made far too many enemies. Ho Tianji hoped Yi Fan would conserve his strength, saving his full might for the inevitable battle over the divine fragment. Little did he know, Yi Fan had already formulated a plan. Today's events demanded chaos to break the stalemate. If everyone continued lurking in the shadows, Yi Fan would be forced to confront them all, one by one. Even if victorious, exhausting himself against so many wasn't ideal. With his growing strength, Yi Fan had also grown wary. Hidden families teeming with martial emperors and even dormant martial saints lurked unseen. If he could refine his bones with the sacred flame, surely others had their own secret methods to transcend martial saint limitations. Let's scope it out first, he decided. At the checkpoint, tensions boiled among the hundreds gathered. Chief Lu, what's the meaning of this? The 4 great holy lands govern the martial world. How dare you bar our passage? Yeah, does Imperial Extreme intend to hoard the divine fragment for itself? Chief Lu, if you keep blocking us, we'll have no choice but to storm through. Amid the clamor, surges of martial energy battered against Imperial Extreme's defenses. Yet for all their bluster, few dared to act. Humph, try it, Chief Lu sneered. Though his rank was merely a minor overseer for external affairs, in the mundane world, he commanded awe. Imperial Extreme has patience, but do not mistake it for weakness. Suddenly, 2 martial venerable experts attempted to slip past unnoticed. Whoosh! With a mere flick of his palm, Chief Lu summoned a vacuum vortex, yanking them into his grip like puppets on strings. Crack! In an instant, 2 martial venerables were crushed into dust. The next fools who try will share their fate, he declared, relishing the horrified silence that followed. You heard right, Imperial Extreme does intend to claim the fragment. Do you insects have any objections? No? Good. Because your opinions are worthless. Among the 4 great holy lands, pride ran deep, ordinary martial artists were beneath their notice. Yet this arrogance only stoked the crowd's fury. Damn it! That's too much. Screw this. Even if I die, I'll carve a piece of him first. Brothers, charge. They've only got a few dozen. They can't kill all of us. Exactly. Those fragments can elevate someone beyond martial saint level. Why should Imperial Extreme hog them? Like a spark to tinder, the mob erupted into frenzied motion. Hundreds of martial artists, from grandmasters to martial emperors, surged forward in a desperate, roaring tide. Chief Steward. Beside Chief Steward Lu, another middle-aged expert looked at the situation before them, visibly panicked. Chief Steward Lu frowned and snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? Our Imperial Extreme Holy Land has dominated the great Xia martial world for so many years. What kind of storm haven't we weathered? Just because the Imperial Extreme Holy Land has gradually faded from the stage doesn't mean our blades have dulled. Humph! Since they're seeking death, let their lives serve as the sacrifice. Kill! With a wave of his hand, dozens of martial venerate-level experts from the Imperial Extreme Holy Land brandished their crimson war blades and charged toward the oncoming martial artists. Thud! Rip! The weapons wielded by these martial venerate experts were specially forged blood-melting blades from the Imperial Extreme Holy Land, enhanced with runic power and imbued with sinister secret techniques. A single cut from these blades was fatal. Even a minor wound would cause the victim's entire body to rapidly dissolve into a pool of blood. This was precisely why Chief Steward Liu was so arrogant. He had the capital to be. Earlier, Chief Steward Liu had assessed the situation. Among the hundreds of martial artists causing trouble, most were below the martial venerate level, and fewer than 10 had reached the martial emperor realm, several of whom had barely crossed the threshold. Meanwhile, Chief Steward Liu had 4 martial emperor experts standing guard. Dealing with these weaklings would be effortless. The blood-melting blades possessed such overwhelming power, yet these martial artists remained completely unaware. So this is the mighty Imperial Extreme Holy Land? Just a bunch of martial venerate guards trying to stop us. Exactly. What's the big deal about a few cuts from those flimsy blades? The 4 great holy lands aren't as terrifying as the legends say. Most of the martial artists charging forward were young or middle-aged, inexperienced with the true might of the 4 great holy lands when they once ruled Great Xia. Their ignorance made them fearless. But soon some were slashed by the blood-melting blades. Ah! My arm. Why does it hurt so much? What the hell? My arm is rotting away. No, my shoulder, my chest. Their blades are poisoned. Everyone, be careful. Ah! Ack! In mere seconds, agonized screams erupted across the battlefield. Dozens of the charging martial artists collapsed, their bodies rapidly dissolving into blood before vanishing completely, right before everyone's eyes. Among the fallen were even martial emperor-level experts. The sight left the entire crowd dumbfounded. What the hell was happening? In the ordinary martial world, the Tang clan's hidden weapons were indeed laced with poison, but those toxins only corroded the blood and darkened the skin. They didn't melt flesh into blood like this. Hiss! Instantly, the remaining martial artists halted their charge, some even retreating several steps in fear, their eyes locked onto the martial venerate guards. The mere thought of those blades grazing their skin sent chills down their spines. Even though the strongest among these guards were only at the martial venerate level, with some even weaker, barely at the Grandmaster stage, their blood-melting blades were too horrifying. No one dared risk even a scratch because that meant certain death. Who else has a death wish? Step forward if you dare. Seeing the crowd cowed, Chief Steward Liu smirked triumphantly, his arrogance swelling. The Imperial Extreme Holy Land's prestige and dominance were not to be challenged by mere martial artists. Though seething with resentment, the remaining martial artists dared not act recklessly. They exchanged glances, their spirits crushed. The strongest among them was only a 5th-grade martial emperor, utterly incapable of countering the blood-melting blade's monstrous power. Who would dare charge now? And this was just the first of the Imperial Extreme Holy Land's methods. Who knew what other horrors they had in store? Damn it! He was getting away with it. Despite their fury, there was nothing they could do. If you value your lives, get the hell out of my sight. The Imperial Extreme Holy Land is handling official business. Any trespassers will be executed without mercy. Chief Steward Liu barked, his smirk widening. His overwhelming aura pressed down on the crowd, forcing the martial artists to retreat further. Some were so terrified they nearly turned and fled. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Before stepping into the world, they had all thought themselves invincible. But now they realized just how dangerous the outside world truly was. Their so-called strength? In the eyes of others, they were nothing but trash among trash. Just as the crowd's fighting spirit crumbled, a lazy voice drifted from behind them. The Imperial Extreme Holy Land is being rather tyrannical, don't you think? Sealing evil spirits is supposed to be your responsibility. Yet not only have you neglected the seal, you're trying to monopolize the fragments beneath it. That doesn't seem right, does it? As the voice spoke, a tall, slender figure flashed to the front of the crowd, standing like a razor-sharp sword, his aura piercing the heavens. An expert, an absolute expert. The moment the young man appeared, the very atmosphere shifted. Chief Steward Lu's oppressive presence was instantly suppressed. This newcomer was none other than Ifan. So what if it's not right? What are you going to do about it? Chief Steward Lu sensed the young man's extraordinary presence. But in this situation, even if he felt wary, he couldn't back down. If it's not right, then I'll change it. Ifan snorted. With a flick of his wrist, 3,000 crimson threads of the overlord physique shot forward. These wicked guards have no right to exist. Who the hell do you think you are? You decide whether they exist or not. Chief Steward Lu, still oblivious to the danger, roared furiously. Everyone, kill him. This young man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, and he looked somewhat familiar, though Chief Steward Lu couldn't place him immediately. Whoosh! The crimson threads lashed out, instantly ensnaring the blood-melting blades in the guard's hands. With a mere thought, Yifan wrenched the blades away, sending them flying toward himself. It happened so fast that the guards barely registered what was happening before their weapons were torn from their grips. Some, too slow to let go, had their arms severed along with their blades. You dare! You thieving bastard! Stealing our weapons? You're dead! A few enraged guards, refusing to accept reality, drew spare blades and lunged at Yifan. Yifan raised his head, his gaze icy. A flash of light erupted from his palm. Heaven's judgment thunder. Boom! With a single motion, a cataclysmic bolt of lightning reduced the guard to nothingness. Hiss! An arcing lightning bolt? Can kill people? Everyone at the scene was stunned. Among them were some who had attended Shin Mange's concert in Guangxing. Recalling what had happened there, some martial arts experts immediately reacted. It's Yi Fan, that monstrous genius from the Yi family. Ah, so it really is that foolish genius of the Yi family? Haha, pretending to be an idiot for 5 years. And now he's finally done hiding. Damn it, today's going to be a good show. So it's that freakishly talented lunatic. Haha, this just got interesting. The Imperial Extremity sect thinks they're so great, right? Let's see how they deal with young Master Yi. Whoosh! The martial arts experts on site immediately erupted into excitement as soon as they recognized Yifan. Young Master Yi, kick their asses. Damn it, the Imperial Extremity sect is too arrogant. Why should they hoard the fragments all for themselves? Yeah, young Master Yi, we're all with you in spirit. Not holding back their words, the martial arts experts vented all the frustration they'd endured earlier, and they were clearly there for the show. Yifan's reputation had recently shaken the entire secular world as he dismantled so many of Prince Jin's loyalists and power structures. From the Crimson Sparrow Army's drill to the elite families of Huadu and Guangxing, anyone involved in the Yi family extermination plan had met a terrible fate. Rumors even claimed Yifan had reached the martial saint realm. Surely he could go toe-to-toe with the Imperial Extremity sect, right? Young Master Yi, you'd better not back down now. Yifan merely smiled faintly at their encouragement. Whether they cheered him on or not, he was going to act either way. Eradicating evil and protecting Great Xia was the duty of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, and also the Divine Gate's mission. But more importantly, the divine fragments beneath the evil seal were tied to another powerful seal behind the Divine Gate. Yifan needed to collect every last one of these fragments to fulfill his mother's grand undertaking. Missing even a single piece would jeopardize the entire plan. So, for justice and for humanity, Yifan had to claim the fragments, no matter what. Young Master Yi, killing someone outright like this might not be wise. Ho Tianji stepped forward worriedly. If we burn all bridges with the Imperial Extremity sect, things will get messy later. Yifan sighed. Elder Ho, did you honestly see them giving us a chance to talk? They came at me ready to kill. Whoosh! Mid-conversation, one of the Imperial Extremity sect's guards suddenly fired a crossbow bolt straight at Ho Tianji. Though Ho Tianji was a martial emperor-level expert, the bolt came too fast and too close, and while he dodged a fatal hit, the projectile still grazed his thigh, drawing blood. Half an inch to the side, and Ho Tianji would have lost his manhood. Holy hell. These You're insane. Crimson Sparrow Division. Ready for battle. Slice these bastard. Arg. How dare they disrespect the royal family's authority? Ho Tianji completely lost his temper, roaring orders at his subordinates. The Crimson Sparrow elites drew their blades, poised for combat. Yifan couldn't help but smirk. Elder Ho could be quite adorable sometimes. But Yifan's earlier display, the 3,000 crimson threads overlord body combined with heaven's wrath lightning, had already intimidated most of the Imperial Extremity Sex guards. Even Steward Lu was now squinting at Yifan warily. Humph, that was just a warning. Get out of my way, or next time I won't be so merciful. Yifan stood with one hand behind his back, his tone icy. To him, for martial emperors and a bunch of sect guards were nothing. With his overlord body, absolute domain suppression, teleportation, demon-slaying arrays, and sacred flame, these people were insignificant. But the Imperial Extremity sect had grown too arrogant. Even though whispers of Yifan's deeds had reached them, they still underestimated him. Ha! Yifan, you overestimate yourself. Sure, you've made waves in the secular world, even crushed Prince Jean effortlessly. But the Imperial Extremity sect isn't afraid of you. Steward Lu spat. The might of the four great sects isn't something you can challenge. Listen here, trash. Step aside now or every last cockroach here dies. And you, Ho Tianji, you think being the Crimson Sparrow commander means we owe you respect? The four great sects reign above all secular royals. Why should we bow to you? The fact that we let peasants like you stand in our presence is already mercy. Steward Lu didn't hold back, his words a barrage of disdain. Ho Tianji stomped in fury. Ah, they've lost their minds. The great Xia royal family has endured enough. Every year, you leeches extort tributes from us under the pretense of offerings. Like bandits, the royal treasury barely has enough left because of your looting. Yifan's brow furrowed. The royal family had to pay annual tributes to the Imperial Extremity sect. That was new to him. And what if we are bandits? What can you inferior weaklings do about it? 2 martial saints from our sect could obliterate your entire pathetic royal family. You wouldn't dare provoke us. Steward Lu gloated, growing bolder by the second. Go on. Kill us here if you have the guts. Let's see if the Imperial Extremity sect lets any of you live. A lone stray dog from the secular world actually dares to bare its fangs at us? Pathetic. Lost in his tirade, Steward Lu didn't notice Yifan's expression darkening. Dogs acting fierce only under their master's shadow. Humph. Since you're begging for it, I'll oblige. With a cold snort, Yifan unleashed a surge of energy. Frost-laden air exploded outward like a blizzard, engulfing the Imperial Extremity guards. Boundless frost seal. Crack, crack. In an instant, the dozens of guards froze solid, crystallized into ice statues. Some mid-swing, others in defensive stances. A biting chill swept through the area, dropping the temperature by several degrees. Ha! The hundreds of martial artists present gaped in disbelief. Is this a sci-fi movie? Isn't this the kind of power you only see in films? Young Master Yi can actually do this? Holy shit. Imagine what'd happen if you touched those ice sculptures. Serves them right. Damn it, the Imperial Extremity sect struts around like they own martial arts, as if they're untouchable. They had it coming. The group of martial artists was seething with anger. Several of them, unable to restrain their impulses, rushed forward and reached out to touch one of the frozen Imperial Extreme guards. Damn it! When the guards were still moving, no one dared to lay a finger on them. But now that they were frozen solid and their blood-melting blades had been confiscated by Yifan, what was there to fear? Crack! The moment one martial artist poked a finger at one of the ice sculptures, a crisp, shattering sound rang out, and then the entire sculpture crumbled into a pile of ice shards before vanishing into nothingness. Huh? What the? The martial artist who had touched the sculpture was instantly dumbfounded. With a panicked expression, He waved his hands at Imperial Extreme's chief steward Lu. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I swear. I barely touched it. How did it just shatter? He had only meant to taunt the frozen guards, not actually harm them. After all, these were Imperial Extreme's men. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Yifan could afford to act recklessly against Imperial Extreme's forces, but small fry like them? They had just witnessed the terrifying power of Imperial Extreme firsthand. One wrong move, and the blood-melting blades would reduce them to puddles of blood. Before the martial artist could finish speaking, another series of cracking sounds erupted from the remaining ice sculptures. Crack, crack, crack. The shattered ice from the first sculpture collided with another, triggering a chain reaction. Like dominoes, the frozen guards toppled one after another, collapsing into heaps of ice before dissolving into nothingness. The once intimidating Imperial Extreme guards, the very same killing machines that had dominated the scene, had now vanished without a trace. Under the harsh glare of the searchlights, the sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. What kind of sorcery was this? Could Yifan really wield immortal magic? With a mere wave of his hand, he had frozen all those Imperial Extreme guards in ice, only for them to disintegrate into nothingness moments later. Not even a trace of flesh or blood remained. Where had their bodies gone? Holy hell! Thud! The martial artist's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground, staring in horror at the scene before him. Now, he finally believed the recent rumors circulating in the martial world about Yifan. Yifan had risen from obscurity in Yunqing. 5 years ago he had been a fool, though most suspected he was merely pretending, biding his time. Now, awakened, he had swept through Yunqing, Huadu, Guangqing, and even the Vermilion Bird military tournament in an astonishingly short time. His strength was no exaggeration. Too strong. Sigh. This trip to Miaojiang was a waste of time. Yeah, with a monster like Yifan here, we won't even get a sip of the broth. The crowd erupted into murmurs. While the hundreds of gathered martial artists felt a sense of vindication, they couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. With such terrifying power on display, even if the old monsters at the martial saint level in all of Daxia were to step forward, how many could actually stand against Yifan? Imperial Extreme had clearly kicked an iron plate this time. All eyes turned to Chief Steward Lu and the few remaining martial emperors by his side. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The 3 martial emperors beside Lu trembled uncontrollably, their legs shaking like leaves. Chief Steward, maybe we should just call it quits? This is too terrifying. I heard even Chun Tang, the young master of the 9 Nether Sacred Land, was somehow subdued by Yifan. If we charge in now, we're just throwing our lives away. Yeah. Chief Steward, Yifan really doesn't hold back. Chief Steward Lu frowned deeply at the situation. He had never imagined that a mere young master from a mundane family in the secular world would dare to strike against Imperial Extreme. What gives him the right? No matter how powerful a secular family might be, they were still just that, secular. Even the imperial family of Daxia paid tribute to Imperial Extreme. Did the Yi family truly have no fear? Had he failed to properly convey the might and legacy of Imperial Extreme? Look at you cowards. So what if he's strong? He's still just a secular brat. If he wants to keep advancing, he'll have to rely on one of the 4 great sacred lands or the ancient martial families. Maybe encountering him now is actually an opportunity. Lu's eyes gleamed with calculation. The 4 great sacred lands were all desperate for talent. Perhaps he could offer favorable terms to recruit Yifan? As for the dead guards, well, soldiers were expendable. An army is easy to raise, but a true general is hard to find. Having made up his mind, Lu forced a smile and bowed respectfully to Yifan. A splendid kill. Truly the work of a heroic young master. Today, I've finally witnessed the might of young Master Yi firsthand. Ha ha ha. His sudden fawning attitude left the entire crowd baffled. Had Lu lost his mind? Or was he mistaking Yifan for someone else? His own subordinates had just been slaughtered, and he was praising the killer? Every single guard Imperial Extreme had brought, aside from the 4 martial emperors, had been wiped out, yet Lu wasn't the least bit angry. Instead, he was applauding Yi Fan. The martial artists on the scene were utterly confused. I despise you. What a spineless coward. Can't win. So he licks the winner's boots instead. Pathetic. Yi Fan had been ready to continue his assault on Lu and the others, but this sudden groveling made it hard to proceed. Humph. At least you know your place. Now get out of my way. Don't block the entrance. With that, Yi Fan motioned for Dia, Xiaoya, Guoli, and the others to follow him past the checkpoint. But Lu quickly stepped forward again, blocking their path. Young Master Yi, just one small request on behalf of Imperial Extreme. A hero like you, with limitless potential, has a future brighter than the sun. Imperial Extreme is rich in resources and in dire need of talent. What a fortunate coincidence. I hereby extend an invitation on behalf of Imperial Extreme for you to join us. Aside from the position of Sacred Lord, any role is yours for the taking, even Vice Sacred Lord. What do you say? Care to consider it? With you on our side, Imperial Extreme is sure to become the world's greatest sect. You'd be second only to the Sacred Lord himself, reigning over countless others. Gasp! Lu's words sent waves of envy through the crowd. Vice Sacred Lord of Imperial Extreme. That was one of the 4 great sacred lands, a millennia-old institution whose power eclipsed even the secular world's royal families. Most ancient martial clans bowed before them. And now, Imperial Extreme was willing to offer the position of Vice Sacred Lord just to recruit Yi Fan? So that was it. No wonder Lu had been so obsequious earlier. He had been setting the stage for this. With the immense resources of Imperial Extreme at his disposal, who could possibly refuse? This world really does come down to strength and talent after all. Sigh. Everyone turned their gazes toward Yi Fan, including Ho Tianji, Dia, Xiaoya, Guoli, and the others around him. All fixed their eyes on him. Now that Yi Fan had broken through to the martial saint level, the resources available in the mundane world were no longer sufficient for him to progress beyond this realm. If Yi Fan wanted to ascend past the martial saint stage and enter the immortal domain, the fastest way to come into contact with true immortals was through the Imperial Pole Sacred Land. Once the Immortal Sect Conference was held and disciples were recruited from the mundane world, Yi Fan's chances of being chosen would be significantly higher if he held the position of Deputy Sacred Master of the Imperial Pole Sacred Land. No one could resist such a temptation. But if Yi Fan really chose to join the Imperial Pole Sacred Land, what would happen to the people around him? The Fan Alliance had just been established. Would they have to follow Yi Fan into the Sacred Land as well? At this moment, everyone's eyes on Yi Fan were filled with tension. Yet none of them knew that Yi Fan's cultivation method was entirely different from others. The fastest way for him to grow stronger was by absorbing the fragments of the divine gate and harnessing the warm energy fluctuations from the flickering flame of life. As for conventional cultivation resources like pills and herbs, Yi Fan didn't care for them at all. Deputy Sacred Master? Ha! What a generous offer. Yi Fan spoke indifferently, causing Steward Lu to secretly sigh in relief. Had Yi Fan finally relented? It seemed even he couldn't resist the overwhelming temptation of the Imperial Pole Sacred Land. But then, Yi Fan's next words made Steward Lu's jaw drop. However, these conditions still aren't enough for me. If you truly want me to join the Imperial Pole Sacred Land, go back and tell your Sacred Master to step down and surrender his position to me. Then I might consider it. Yi Fan's tone was calm, and he didn't sound like he was joking. What? Steward Lu was dumbfounded for 3 full seconds, wondering if he had misheard. Yi Fan becoming the Sacred Master of the Imperial Pole Sacred Land? The audacity! If Yi Fan ruled the Sacred Land, would it even remain the same Imperial Pole Sacred Land anymore? Might as well hand the entire institution over to him outright. Damn! The Yi family's prodigy really doesn't follow the rules. Now I want to see how Steward Lu deals with this. Ha! The Imperial Pole Sacred Land really kicked an iron plate this time. This is getting more and more exciting. The martial artists present, who had initially felt disappointed, now watched with renewed interest as Yi Fan escalated his confrontation with the Sacred Land. Even if they couldn't obtain the divine gate fragments, witnessing this drama was still an entertaining experience. Young Master Yi, surely you must be joking. The position of Deputy Sacred Master is already highly esteemed. If the Sacred Master's seat were given to you, the Imperial Pole's sacred land would lose its essence. Steward Lu forced a smile, though inwardly he sighed in resignation. Slap! Without hesitation, Yi Fan struck Steward Lu across the face. Do I look like I'm joking to you? If you can't handle this game, don't bother playing. Trying to recruit me without showing real sincerity, expecting me to serve you for free? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Yi Fan chuckled disdainfully, paying no heed to Steward Lu's status. If you don't want to end up like those corpses over there, go back and tell your sacred master not to provoke me. You, Yi Fan, don't mistake my tolerance for weakness. Steward Lu clutched his stinging cheek, his eyes blazing with fury. This humiliation was unbearable. How outrageous. He, the esteemed steward of the Imperial Pole sacred land, was being slapped around by Yi Fan like a misbehaving child. Did Yi Fan truly have no fear of the sacred land's might? Listen to me clearly. A mere waste from the mundane world like you dares defy the entire Imperial Pole sacred land? Do you have any idea the storm you're inviting? Granted, you are strong. But no matter how strong, you're just one man. In all the mundane world, no organization would ever dare oppose a sacred land. You still have a chance to regret. Slap. Before Steward Lu could finish his tirade, another sharp crack echoed across the clearing. The other side of his face swelled in perfect symmetrical redness. Who says no mundane organization dares challenge a sacred land? My Heavenly Secrets Pavilion does. A graceful figure flashed to Yi Fan's side, looping her arm affectionately through his before planting a kiss on his cheek. You brute! You haven't even thought about me these past few days. Her slender waist swayed like a serpent's, almost lethally mesmerizing. The newcomer was none other than Iwansu, leader of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's Vermilion Division. Back in the heart of Huadu's evil outbreak, Iwansu had quite literally pinned Yi Fan down and claimed him. Wife Wansu. Yi Fan grinned at her arrival, especially when he sensed her cultivation level had reached Martial Saint. Stage 2. Another powerful ally. The best part? Iwansu still only possessed mortal-grade bones. If he refined her foundation with the flame of life into spirit grade, her progress rate would skyrocket. Just as he reached out to embrace her slender waist, Iwansu smacked his hand away. Humph, didn't I say it before? If you want to touch me again, you'll have to defeat me first. When they had parted in Huadu, Yi Fan was only at Emperor Realm 9th layer. Though she knew he must have broken through to Martial Saint by now, instinct told her he was no match for her. So if I knock you down, I can do whatever I want? Fine by me. A spark of desire flickered in Yi Fan's eyes, a fierce urge to conquer. No taking it back later, wife Wansu. Once we settle matters in Miaojiang, you and I will have a proper match. He smirked wickedly. Fighting his own wife? Of course he wouldn't go all out. But there were other kinds of fighting he wouldn't mind indulging in. With his current Emperor 5th layer strength and hidden cards, subduing his beloved should be child's play. Last time, on Huadu's grassy fields, Iwansu had pinned him down and dominated. This time, he would be the one on top. Humph! A man's pride wasn't something to be trifled with. Deal. Beat me, and I'll let you do anything. Their exchange sounded innocent enough, but the sheer speed their verbal sparring escalated left even Ho Tianji breaking into a sweat. Arg! Have you no shame? My face you! Steward Lu, having endured 2 brutal slaps, could no longer stand watching. A choked sob escaped him as he howled. You're flirting right in front of me. Have you no respect? His martial energy erupted in agitation. He longed to lash out, yet despite raising his hand, he didn't dare take a single step forward. He really didn't dare. Fear of death was just a small part of it. The real issue was that if he dared to lay a hand on Yi Fan, he would likely face something far more terrifying than death. Behind Yi Fan stood merely a mortal world family, one that the Huangji sacred land might have been bold enough to challenge. But now, it turned out that Yi Fan was actually the master of the Tianji Pavilion. That changed everything. Back in the day, that entity had dominated the entire martial world, hailed as the fifth sacred land. The sheer terror it inspired was not something a typical faction could hope to withstand. It was nothing like that enigmatic organization, the Divine Gate. The Divine Gate might have been too high and mighty, rarely bothering with trivial matters. Its structure was more like an alliance, a coalition of countless powerful factions. The Tianji Pavilion was different. It was an independent force, self-contained and formidable. Admittedly, due to certain upheavals in the past, the Tianji Pavilion had temporarily withdrawn into the shadows. Yet, within the martial world, no one dared to underestimate its name. Envoy of the Yaoqi sacred land greets young Master Yi. Our sacred maiden has tasked me to bring reinforcements, fully at your command. Should anyone dare to harm you, they shall face the full wrath of the Yaoqi sacred land. Steward Lu was still standing there in shock when another young man arrived, accompanied by several peak-level martial emperors. They bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. These were the reinforcements dispatched by Ji Ningxuan of the Yaoqi sacred land. With her wedding to Ji Yuchen just 2 weeks away, Ji Ningxuan couldn't personally join Yi Fan's expedition to Miaojiang. But as Yi Fan's woman, she naturally worried for his safety. So, leveraging her status as sacred maiden, she mobilized several of Yaoqi's elite warriors as his backup. As the young man spoke, his sharp glare briefly swept over Steward Lu. You! Steward Lu clutched his swollen face, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Hadn't the Yaoqi sacred land always preferred neutrality in conflicts? Why were they now openly supporting Yi Fan with such overwhelming force? And wasn't Ji Ningxuan supposed to be the imperial consort of Great Xia? There had been whispers recently, claims that Yi Fan had the audacity to seduce her. At the time, no one took it seriously. But now, it seemed the rumors might actually be true. Hiss! Steward Lu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Dealing with the Tianji Pavilion alone was already beyond the Huangji sacred land's capacity. Now, with the added backing of the Yaoqi sacred land, how could they possibly fight? Even if Huangji threw everything they had, suppressing 2 supreme factions at once would be impossible. Today, the prestige of the Huangji sacred land would be crushed beyond recovery. Godfather, I finally found you. Haha, it's been so long. I've missed you to death. Before Steward Lu could regain his composure, another familiar voice echoed from behind the crowd. A young man in dark robes stormed forward, leading a horde of over 100 warriors. Their auras reeked of malice. The leader? None other than 9 Nether Valley's young master Chen Tang. Back in Huadu, Chen Tang had come alongside Zhang Feng to ambush Yi Fan, only to have his mind purified into unwavering devotion, swearing lifelong fealty as Yi Fan's adopted son. Yi Fan had ordered him to return to the 9 Nether Valley and stir up trouble from within. Who would have guessed he'd show up here now? Tonight really was a spectacle. Thud! Chen Tang charged before Yi Fan, dropped to his knees, eyes brimming with worship, submission, even a hint of sycophancy. Holy shit! The young master of the 9 Nether Valley, one of the 4 great sacred lands, kneeling before Yi Fan. What the hell did Yi Fan even do? Didn't you hear? He called him Godfather. I'm gonna pass out. Most of the martial artists present had no prior knowledge of these events. Witnessing this scene, their shock turned to sheer awe. Yi Fan had reached a level of prestige beyond comprehension. Godfather, I just heard some fools dare to mess with you. Who are they? These guys? Hold tight. I'll slice them to ribbons right now. Chen Tang's demeanor shifted instantly, smug and fawning toward Yi Fan. But when he turned to Steward Lu and his men, his gaze sharpened like daggers, ready to pierce their souls. Whoosh! Chen Tang was a man of action. Without another word, he unsheathed his blade and lunged at Steward Lu and the 3 martial emperors. Boom! Boom! As the 9 Nether Valley's young master, Chen Tang's strength matched the martial emperor realm, and his followers were no weaker. They gang-rushed the 4, overwhelming them instantly. 3 against 1. Steward Lu tried to flee, but there was no escape. Within seconds, his buttocks had been slashed multiple times, from 2/2 to 8. Wailing like a banshee, he clutched his bleeding rear and screeched, "Mama! Spare me! Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Have mercy." Defeated. Utterly defeated. Slash. Slash. Within moments, 2 of his martial emperor subordinates had been hacked apart, twitching on the ground, barely breathing. Next up, him. Damn it. Regret engulfed Steward Lu like a tidal wave. If only he could turn back time. Had he known Yi Fan had the backing of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, the 9 Nether Valley, and the Tianji Pavilion, why the hell would he have provoked him? Now, his only hope of survival rested entirely with Yi Fan. Dodging another relentless assault, Steward Lu scrambled toward Yi Fan and collapsed to his knees, kowtowing madly. "Young Master Yi, spare me. I was blind. I was an arrogant fool." Years of grueling cultivation, reaching the martial emperor realm, he couldn't let it end like this. No matter how futile, he had to beg. As Chun Tang and his men closed in, Yi Fan raised a hand, halting them. His voice was ice. "Steward Lu, now. Do you think I have the qualifications to challenge the Huangji Sacred Land?" "Yes. More than enough. I was just too short-sighted. Young Master Yi, please, treat me like trash and let me go." Thud. 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 Steward Lu pounded his forehead into the ground, abandoning all pride. "This was all planned by my superiors. We were just following orders. If you knew this would happen, why provoke me in the first place?" Cold amusement flickered in Yi Fan's eyes as he studied the groveling man before him. This Steward Lu seemed spineless now, crumbling at the first sign of danger, but that only made Yi Fan warier. After all, the quietest dogs bite the hardest. His life could be spared, but not his martial prowess. "I was truly wrong. Young Master Yi, I promise to go back and relay your words faithfully to the Holy Master, ensuring the entire Huangji Sacred Land never opposes you. From now on, I will strictly follow any order you give." Seeing that Yi Fan did not immediately strike, Steward Lu thought he had narrowly escaped death. Relieved, he continued kowtowing desperately, begging for mercy. "Good. Admitting your mistakes makes you a good boy. However, punishment is still necessary." Yi Fan glanced at Chun Tang and said lightly, "You can keep your life, but not your martial prowess. From now on, live as an ordinary person and experience how they live." "What?" At Yi Fan's words, Steward Lu froze in horror. Keep his life but not his martial arts? This, Yi Fan intended to completely cripple his cultivation, leaving even his dantian ruined. From then on, he would never be able to practice martial arts again. For someone who had been a steward of a Huangji Sacred Land branch, a powerhouse at the martial emperor level, to suddenly lose all his cultivation and become an ordinary person, this was worse than death. "No, no, young Master Yi, please don't." His voice trembling, Steward Lu clung to despair, reaching out to grab Yi Fan's leg. But Chun Tang and several martial emperor-level subordinates, already waiting nearby, gave him no chance. They pinned him to the ground. Thud, thud. Chun Tang's blade ruthlessly shredded Steward Lu's dantian, twisting the knife inside before withdrawing only after sensing his martial energy dissipate entirely. "No, I'm such a fool. I'm such a fool." Feeling the hollowness of his ruined dantian, Steward Lu murmured deliriously, trembling on the ground. In an instant, he seemed to age decades. The martial artists witnessing this scene felt mixed emotions. Some pitied him, some felt vindicated, while others merely sighed. Just minutes earlier, Steward Lu had stood proudly as the representative of Huangji Sacred Land, domineering above the martial world, a figure everyone bowed to in respect. Yet within moments, he had been reduced to a cripple. How unpredictable fate was. "Steward Lu, now, tell me, can everyone here enter?" Yi Fan smirked faintly, staring down at him with an inscrutable gaze. "Yes, all of you can enter." Sigh. Steward Lu no longer had the will to argue. Though he still lived, his martial energy was gone. His death was now only a matter of time. As a steward of Huangji sacred land, he had made countless enemies over the years. Back when he held power as a martial emperor, none dared challenge him. But now, stripped of his strength and surely abandoned by Huangji sacred land, it was only a matter of time before enemies ensured he met his end in some unfortunate accident. Yifan glanced at the dark mist swirling over the distant village and decisively called out to the hundreds of martial artists present. Everyone who wishes to witness the remnants of the demonic seals underground, follow me inside. Huangji sacred land's checkpoint defenses had been utterly destroyed. The bloodthirsty blade warriors lay dead. Of the 4 martial emperors, 3 had perished and Steward Lu, now crippled, was the only survivor left. The blockade had collapsed. The martial artists beyond the checkpoint erupted in excitement. They had expected Yifan to bar their entry. After all, the remnants beneath the demonic seals were treasures everyone coveted. With fewer competitors, their own chances would increase. Let's just go in for the show. I won't even try to compete. Same here. With young Master Yi here, it's hopeless. Even Huangji sacred land's elites couldn't stand against him. Trying anything would just mean suicide. Having witnessed Yifan's brutality, even peak martial emperors among them abandoned any thoughts of resistance. With Huangji sacred land's checkpoint defenses obliterated, the martial artists surged forward like a tidal wave, flooding into the village. Meanwhile, deep within the village's core area, Huangji sacred land's 2 martial sage-level experts, already concealed in ambush, noticed the disturbance at the checkpoint. What happened? Could Steward Lu and the bloodthirsty blade warriors not even handle a bunch of martial trash? Useless. One martial sage sneered in disdain. The other peered through the grass and muttered, "Forget it. Last time, during the demonic outbreak in Huadu, no one got anything. This time they won't give up so easily. It's already impressive Steward Lu stalled them this long. Besides, what can these cannon fodder do in the core zone? The real contest is among the top players here, especially that Sunscorch Saint Envoy. He's got tricks up his sleeve." The Sunscorch Saint Envoy had been busy planting talismans to weaken the demonic seal, attempting to free the entity beneath. Yet every time he placed one, Mao Shan's sect master, Wang Bing, swiftly tore it away. By now, despite exhausting his talismans, the seal remained intact. What the hell? I just placed 3 talismans here. Why are they gone already? The Saint Envoy stared blankly at the marked spot. No talismans, no effect on the seal. This wasn't working. I can't delay any longer. I must break the seal before Yifan arrives. After a moment's hesitation, the Saint Envoy slashed his palm open. Golden blood dripped onto the seal as he chanted, "With my blood, I break the divine seal. By the laws of the universe, release." Unlike the ineffective talismans, his blood immediately triggered a reaction. White smoke erupted as the earth trembled violently. In the entire village, the previously turbulent black mist, hindered by the sealing array, pulsed in erratic waves. But now, as the blazing sun envoy's golden blood spread across the ground, swiftly forming a bagua trigram pattern, the earth itself seemed to tremble faintly, and the black mist churned even more violently. A sinister, malevolent aura began to permeate the air. At last, is the evil entity about to break free? A glint of triumph flashed in the blazing sun envoy's eyes. Once the evil entity was unleashed, he would be the greatest contributor. By serving at its side, even if the soul palace above didn't reward him, the benefits he could reap from those ancient evils would surely be immense. If all else failed, the blazing sun envoy was even prepared for a corpse possession revival. The evil entity had always clung to the skeletal remains of ancient beasts, but once freed from its seal, it would need a new host. To grow stronger, the blazing sun envoy had no qualms about offering his own body for symbiosis. Across the canyon, martial experts hidden in every corner sensed the evil entity's restless stirrings beneath the earth. This entity seemed overwhelmingly powerful, Even its faint black mist distortions could influence their emotions. Don't confront the evil directly later. Our target is the fragment beneath the seal. Snatching a soul bone from it and gaining some heaven-defying talent wouldn't be bad either. Stay especially wary of the Shaman clan to the west. They might seize this chance to ambush us. If we can't grab the fragment below the evil, let's at least target weaker clans and loot their treasures. We can't leave empty-handed. Though the true battle hadn't yet begun, the martial experts lying in ambush were already scheming. In the world of martial arts, strength was absolute. Nowadays, what everyone sought were resources. Only with ample resources could a clan grow powerful enough to claim more influence, and thus even more resources. Ultimately, when the Immortal Gate Assembly convened, only then would they have a chance to obtain an Immortal Path token and be chosen to join its ranks. Beyond the crowd, behind a hill, a golden-robed man and his group lurked, observing the blazing sun envoy's movements from afar with a furrowed brow. This man was none other than Xian Ming, the same golden-robed figure who had secretly targeted Yi Fan in the Death Sea of the Southern Ocean. Like the blazing sun envoy and Qing Yuan, Xian Ming was also an envoy of the Soul Palace, their status roughly equal. However, years ago, during a critical mission, the blazing sun envoy had deliberately withheld crucial information from Xian Ming, leading to the annihilation of his entire team. As punishment, Xian Ming had been banished to the Southern Wasteland's Death Sea to stand guard. But Xian Ming had sworn vengeance. So when Yi Fan escaped the Southern Wasteland's Death Sea, against odds even the four supreme experts couldn't overcome, Xian Ming made sure not to report it to the Blazing Sun Envoy. While the Blazing Sun Envoy idled in the capital, reaping endless rewards, Xian Ming had drifted aimlessly in exile for decades. This score must be settled. Boss Xian Ming, the Blazing Sun Envoy's got skills. If he keeps dismantling the seal like this with his blood ritual, won't the evil in Miaojiang really break free? Then, his subordinate's words stalled mid-sentence as the air abruptly turned frigid. Glancing up, he saw Xian Ming's face darken like forged iron. Humph! On such a joyous occasion, while the Blazing Sun Envoy toils so diligently, how can we stand by idle? We must lend a hand. Ha! The subordinate froze. These two were mortal enemies. Would Xian Ming truly help the Blazing Sun Envoy release the evil, gifting him such glory? Impossible. But one look at Xian Ming's chilling smirk, and understanding dawned. Help him? Never. With a cold snort, Xian Ming ignited a crimson talisman and hurled it toward the distant ground. Upon impact, the talisman birthed a phantom golden rat that devoured the Blazing Sun Envoy's spilled blood with vacuum-like efficiency. SSSZZT. The Blazing Sun Envoy earlier had used his golden bloodbagua array to tear a rift in the seal, allowing the evil's black mist to seep out and begin consuming the village's life force. But now, as his blood was stolen, the array fractured, and the seal's power resurged. Boom! Golden energy erupted, crushing half the black mist in an instant. The very air seemed to howl in fury. Since the array was tied to the Blazing Sun Envoy's lifeblood, its destruction dealt him a direct blow. Blood sprayed from his lips. Aya! Who the hell? Who dares sabotage me? Watching his blood vanish, the Blazing Sun Envoy nearly exploded with rage. That gold was his core essence. Losing it would cripple his strength. Forgetting all dignity, he dropped to the ground, frantically lapping up the remaining blood like a starved beast. Damn it! If I don't slurp fast, that damn thing will drain every drop. Slurpy, slurpy. Mid-guzzling, he spotted the culprit behind a bush, the golden rat, now pig-sized from gorging on his essence. The bloated rodent even had the audacity to burp at him. Xian Ming, you backstabbing bastard. Show yourself. No wonder my talismans kept vanishing. Fury consumed him as he smashed a fist toward the rat. Only Xian Ming could command talisman-driven golden rats. That bastard stole my blood, and now Xian Ming gets the spoils. You dare pull this shit now? Sabotaging the evil's release. Do you want the Soul Palace to execute you? No matter how viciously the Blazing Sun Envoy cursed, there was no reaction from the surroundings. Meanwhile, the golden rat moved with incredible agility. The blazing sun envoy's punch missed entirely as the creature continued absorbing the essence blood from the ground, infuriating him to the point of rage, but he had no other options. At this moment, the blazing sun envoy could no longer afford to hesitate. He dropped to the ground, frantically absorbing the essence blood alongside the golden rat, fighting over every drop. Outside the gorge, halfway up the mountainside, Yifan, Guali, Daya, and Xiaoya observed the scene, their lips curling into sly smirks. Heh, so they've already started fighting? Perfect. Split into smaller squads. Your targets are the various sects and families. Hit them, but don't push for a lethal fight. Especially near the borders where sects lie in ambush. Keep your faces covered. Understand? After Yifan finished speaking, Ho Tianji's subordinates on the scene were still baffled. What is the young master getting at? Attacking without going all out? What's the point? Guali took only a second to grasp Yifan's intention. The boss means these sects and families all have their own schemes. Our job is to pour oil on the fire, ignite battles between them, making them slaughter each other. A single move to tip the scales. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Old Gua's comprehension was sharp as ever. He had perfectly captured Yifan's true plan. Old Gua, handle the squad divisions. Make sure to designate the rally points. Understood. Before Guali had even finished responding, Yifan's figure blurred as he shot toward the village in the gorge. That golden-robed man, Xian Ming. Yifan certainly remembered him. If they had already begun suspecting each other, Yifan wouldn't mind fanning those flames. In the gorge, Xian Ming hid behind a hill, watching the flustered Blazing Sun envoy with a dark sense of satisfaction. Damn it, Blazing Sun. Never thought you'd have a day like this. Huh? Today, I'll make sure you suffer. Xian Ming knew Yifan had already reached the Miaojianggu sect, and he would undoubtedly target the evil spirit seal. All Soul Hall envoys shared one fatal weakness. If Yifan got within 10 zhong, almost equals 30 meters, of them, their power would be suppressed. That was why the Azure Origin envoy had fled in such a frenzy upon sensing Yifan's arrival. Still, due to the Soul Hall envoys' unique bodies, masking their presence was effortless. But what if Xian Ming ensured Blazing Sun couldn't conceal his aura? Once Yifan arrived, Blazing Sun would be completely exposed. Would Yifan let him off? Back when Yifan was still in Yun City, Blazing Sun had manipulated Shen Yufei through Zhou Ming. Later, he even assisted Prince Jin in unleashing 10 martial emperors against Yifan. At this point, their feud was beyond reconciliation. Just as Xian Ming finished planting a marker on Blazing Sun, a surge of violent energy erupted beside him. Xian Ming's here, Blazing Sun. Hurry over and beat him to death. Boom! Before Xian Ming could react, a dark figure, fists blazing, slammed a punch straight at his chest. The sheer force of a martial saint's power seemed to warp the very air. Dodging frantically, Xian Ming inwardly cursed. What the hell? Attacking me is one thing, but shouting like an idiot. The assailant, of course, was none other than Yifan. Yifan had deliberately masked his presence. When the Azure Origin envoy fled, Yifan had realized his bloodline suppressed the Soul Hall envoys. So now he concealed his aura, preventing Xian Ming and company from detecting him prematurely. Xian Ming was also a martial saint. Killing him would require effort, but it was feasible. Yet Yifan wasn't here to kill him, only to expose his location and watch the envoys tear each other apart. Boom! Boom! Xian Ming and Yifan exchanged punches, their martial energy sending debris flying and darkening the sky. Xian Ming staggered back 3 steps, staring in shock. Who the hell are you? Xian Ming tried to see past the shroud of death energy masking Yifan's face but failed. The man who ends you. A smirk curled Yifan's lips as he threw another punch. Blazing Sun envoy, if you don't hurry, I can't hold him off. Mid-strike, Yifan coated Xian Ming in swirling darkness, marking him like prey. Holding back his full strength, Yifan let Xian Ming dodge the second attack effortlessly. Though the battle seemed under control, Yifan's instincts screamed. Someone far stronger lurked in the shadows, watching. The unseen gaze sent chills down his spine, a silent warning of danger. The shock waves from their clash rippled beyond the hill, instantly drawing the blazing sun envoy's attention. Having just finished scavenging the golden blood, Blazing Sun's eyes lit up at the news of Xian Ming's location. He charged toward them like a tempest. "Xian Ming, you bastard! I should have killed you years ago. Today, ruining my plans. I'll make sure you regret it." A martial saint in motion defied speed. In the blink of an eye, Blazing Sun was upon them, swinging his saber into the fray without hesitation. Though he wondered who this unexpected ally was, one thing was certain: the enemy of my enemy is a friend. Blazing Sun, screw your ancestors. You dare bring up the past? Then let's settle this here. Xian Ming, enraged by Yifan's attacks, redirected all his fury toward Blazing Sunday. Boom! Boom! The two martial saints erupted into an earth-shaking duel. Their crushing aura split the ground, crater after crater forming beneath their blows. Above, the heavens churned, the sheer force of their battle warping the elements, plunging the gorge into chaos. Every martial artist hiding nearby sensed the disturbance. What's going on? Why are they fighting already? Amid a dense forest, a sex elder frowned at the battle. Before he could ponder further, a young man beside him remarked, "I heard they already retrieved divine fragments from the evil spirit's seal. Now it's a fight to the death." "Oh, really?" The elder nodded, then jolted. "Wait, you're not from our sect. Who are you?" "Hee. I'm an assassin from the Jean family next door, here specifically to kill you all." The shadowy figure smirked sinisterly, thrusting his combat blade straight toward the chest of a sect expert. Thud. Though the strike didn't kill the sect expert, it successfully enraged every member of the sect. "Holy shit! Damn those Jeans! We haven't even attacked them yet, and they dare strike first. This is outrageous! Kill those bastards!" Just as the sect members were erupting in fury, a voice suddenly rang out from the Jean family's hiding spot a few hundred meters away. "The Jean family has seized the divine fragments, along with the treasures beneath the seal. Don't let them escape." The sect's experts were instantly drawn to the shout. So that's how it is? The Jeans had already secured the treasures, and fearing retaliation, they struck first. "Brothers, they've shown no mercy. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Charge. Kill them all." Without hesitation, the sect's 100+ experts abandoned stealth and stormed toward the Jean family's position. As for the shadowy assassin who had struck earlier, he vanished without a trace after landing his hit. Not that the sect cared anymore. This time, virtually their entire force had mobilized with one goal: the divine fragments and the ancient fiend's soul bones beneath the cursed seal. Truth be told, few among the major clans and sects had ever actually seen these soul bones or fragments. Most only knew them from legends. But since the rise of the great clans, sects, and even the 4 legendary sacred lands was rumored to be tied to these divine fragments, they'd rather believe it was true than risk missing out. Now that the Jean family had allegedly seized them, how could they sit idle? Some doubts lingered. How had the Jeans pulled it off? But with fighting already breaking out, skepticism lasted only seconds before they wholeheartedly bought into the deception. Boom! Boom! Within 10 seconds, full-scale slaughter erupted between the sect and the Jean family. A desperate, blood-fueled battle to the death. Meanwhile, across the canyon, whether to the west, northwest, north, or any other direction, every hidden clan and sect inexplicably found themselves spiraling into similar clashes. Energy surges ravaged the canyon, turning it into a complete hellscape. By this point, Yifan had already regrouped with Guoli, Wang Fugue, Songyang, and Ho Tianji in the village's central area. From a vantage point overlooking the chaos below, Ho Tianji couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Young Master Yi, your methods are truly brilliant. Ah, anyone who crosses you is cursed for 8 lifetimes. A masterstroke of leverage." using the martial faction's own greed and paranoia to pit them against one another. In truth, the cursed seal hadn't fully ruptured yet. Yi Fan had even secretly reinforced it using an anti-fiend formation, quietly purging the black miasma that had seeped out earlier. This deception made the martial factions fully believe the seal had been broken. Yi Fan's plan was a chain of schemes, each feeding into the next, impossible to dismiss. More crucially, it exploited the innate distrust among these factions. Like hunters in a dark forest, each armed and uncertain whether the others would shoot first. The only solution: fire first, eliminating every potential threat preemptively. You flatter me, Elder Ho. At least you and I aren't enemies, right? Yi Fan replied with a meaningful smile. He had always respected Ho Tianji, but Ho's mind was inflexible, blindly, unwaveringly loyal to the imperial family. And since the massacre of the Yi family had to have involved the imperial court's tacit approval, given Prince Jin's unchecked actions, Yi Fan's eventual reckoning with the royal family was inevitable. Yi Fan worried that when the time came, Ho Tianji might side with the throne against him. That's why his words now carried a subtle warning. Yi Fan hoped to avoid conflict with Ho Tianji, but that didn't mean he lacked the means to deal with him. Within the Vermilion Bird Battalion, 3 of the 4 war kings had already been subdued, and Wei Hang was dead. With Wang Fuguei and Jiang Xiuming fiercely loyal, combined with Yi Fan's covert infiltration of the battalion via the Mystic Intelligence Pavilion, if Ho Tianji tried rallying the Vermilion Bird forces against him, it was unclear how many would even heed his call. Ahem. Indeed. Sigh. Ho was no fool. He understood the implication. Having witnessed Yi Fan's meteoric rise and his ruthless yet flawless tactics, Ho Tianji knew better than to trivialize his warning. Even though the imperial court had compensated the Yi family with pills, techniques, and titles after their massacre, what could ever truly repay such a loss? Sigh. He'd have to wait and see how things played out. Yi Fan said nothing more, extending his senses to monitor the canyon. Though most factions were already tearing each other apart, one concern remained. Apart from the Radiant Saint Envoy and Dark Abyss Envoy, who were battling each other, none of the other 5 martial saints, from the Imperial Extreme Sacred Land and elsewhere, had joined the fray. Like cautious old dogs, they refused to budge. This was troublesome. Even with his 5th-level saint cultivation, facing 5 martial saints at once would be risky. Iwansu might hold her own against one, but that still left 4 unaccounted for. Boss, are the remaining factions still inactive? Guoli asked, reading Yi Fan's expression. Yi Fan nodded. Exactly. Without those absolute powerhouses taking the bait, it's hard to make our move. The anti-fiend formation was already working, not only wiping out the miasma but gradually purifying the fiend's true form underground. Yi Fan knew its exact location, but if he personally intervened to break the seal, the dormant martial saints would pounce instantly. Then why not add another layer of deception? Guoli's lips curled into a smirk. Blend truth with lies. Keep them guessing. What do you think? Yi Fan gazed at his sworn brother, Guoli, noticing how rapidly he had grown lately. Guoli's grasp of Yi Fan's intentions was both precise and swift. Initially, Yi Fan had chosen Guoli as the chief strategist of the Fan Alliance primarily due to his loyalty and righteousness. But now it was clear that Guoli's intelligence and strategic mind were more than up to the task. These martial sage experts are after the location of the evil presence's seal. But obviously, none of them actually know the exact spot yet. If they did, they would have already acted, charging straight down to seize whatever lies beneath the seal. Since they don't know, we can set up a decoy. Our group can use the aura of those fragments to dig in 6 different locations, drawing the attention of the real martial sage experts. Meanwhile, boss, you infiltrate the actual underground site to purify the evil presence and retrieve the fragments and soul bones. Guoli's explanation left Ho Tianji sighing in admiration once again. This Yi Fan, not only was he formidable himself, but even his brothers and subordinates were extraordinary. Ho Tianji couldn't help but wonder. What were Prince Jin and his faction thinking back then? How could they have overlooked a monster like Yi Fan? Moreover, even back then, Yi Fan already had brothers like Guo Li and Wang Fugui by his side. By sparing him 5 years ago, they had planted the seeds of their own downfall. Now, with Yi Fan's personal prowess and the combined strength of his allies, the rise of the Yi family was unstoppable. Could anyone in the entire Great Xia Empire resist them now? With the Mystic Pavilion, the Imperial Martial Bureau, the Fan Alliance, the martial families backing the Tiankue base, and even 2 of the 4 Great Holy Lands openly supporting Yi Fan, sooner or later, the conflict between young Master Yi and the Imperial family would erupt. Sigh. In that instant, Hou Tianji seemed to have made his decision. One might offend the Imperial family, but offending Yi Fan is absolutely out of the question. Because, from another perspective, by betraying the Imperial family and siding with Yi Fan, Hou Tianji would actually be preserving the royal household's lifeline. Lao Guo's idea is indeed clever. However, you won't need to handle the decoys personally. Yi Fan nodded faintly to himself. Guo Li's strategy had genuinely enlightened him. Using fake auras to divert the attention of the 5 martial sage experts would buy him the opportunity he needed. Those martial sage experts weren't concerned about whether the evil presence's seal would truly break or whether it would threaten the world. Their only interest lay in the divine fragments beneath the seal and the soul bones hidden within the skeletons of the ancient beasts. If we don't act, how can you operate in 6 places simultaneously? Yi Wansu looked at Yi Fan with confusion. Honestly, her participation tonight wasn't strictly necessary. But ever since their intimate encounter back in Huadu, an inexplicable emotion had taken root in her heart. Yi Wansu had never fallen for anyone before. Yet now, she found herself missing Yi Fan every day. Moreover, during their last intimate moment, that mysterious warm energy had helped her break through to the martial emperor realm. An experience she had grown addicted to. Right now, she craved more. Of course, Yi Wansu was also worried about Yi Fan's safety. This time, she had deliberately set a condition. If Yi Fan could defeat her again, she'd let him have another intimate moment. In truth, this was merely an excuse to give him the opportunity. Worst case, I'll just lose to him on purpose again. This little wolf pup, you can be my man, but if you think I'll willingly submit as your woman, you've got a long way to go. Hee, I have my methods. With a wicked smirk, Yi Fan scattered puppet paper slips from his sleeves. A surge of energy rippled through the air, and in an instant, they transformed into 7 or 8 humanoid silhouettes, identical to Yi Fan in clothing, posture, and even the fluctuations of their aura. Go! Yi Fan infused each puppet with a wisp of his consciousness and imprinted them with traces of divine fragment aura. Then, with a mental command, he sent them charging toward 8 different directions around the village. Ha! Guo Li, Wang Fugui, and Song Yang barely reacted. They were already used to such displays. But Yi Wansu gasped aloud. She had heard of the puppet sex techniques from the Shaanxi region, but their methods were limited to controlling corpses or influencing the movements and thoughts of living people via puppet slips. Never had she imagined Yi Fan could push such techniques to such an extreme, where a mere slip of paper could mimic a living person. A scandalous thought suddenly struck her. Last time on the grass, when we were so intimate, what if Yi Fan had secretly replaced himself with a puppet slip? Just imagining it sent a shiver down her spine. No. Next time we're together, I'll have to ask him some private questions or set up a secret signal first. Otherwise, what if I accidentally end up with a paper puppet? Wouldn't that mean I unknowingly cuckolded Yi Fan himself? Noticing Yi Wansu's rapidly changing expression, Yi Fan had no idea the twisted fantasies swirling in her mind. Whoosh! As the 8 puppet clones rushed out, they immediately began excavating the ground with martial energy, causing massive disturbances at each location. At the same time, traces of their divine fragment auras periodically flared outward. Such blatant exposure of these explosive signals forced the lurking martial sages to finally abandon their hiding spots. Finally making your move. Near the spot where the 2 martial sages from the Imperial Pole Holy Land lay in wait, Yi Fan had intentionally dispatched a puppet clone to dig with exaggerated speed, even deliberately detonating ancient talismans to simulate primal energy fluctuations. Soon enough, the 2 Imperial Pole experts locked onto Yi Fan's puppet. Fuck! We almost fell for it. That little bastard actually tried to trick us. Too bad for him, we're too patient to bite so easily. Big bro, should we make our move now? The leaner martial sage whispered to the portly one beside him. The fat martial sage hesitated, casting his sensory net wider to confirm the other experts weren't converging here. Relieved at the lack of activity, he made his decision. No need to rush, but let's close in discreetly and monitor Yifan's every move. The moment he shows any suspicious behavior, we strike. Right? After agreeing, the duo unleashed their full spiritual pressure, firmly locking onto Yifan's puppet as they advanced. Meanwhile, the other 3 martial sages had also been lured out by Yifan's decoys, each beginning their own maneuvers. Convinced they had seen through Yifan's scheme, none realized they were still pawns in his layered trap. As for the other martial arts families, driven by Yifan and his companions' embellished actions, they had completely lost themselves in frenzied battle. Each family believed the divine fragment beneath the evil spirits was in the hands of their rivals. Almost all martial emperor and martial venerable tier experts were deeply engaged in the conflict. Within the mountain valley village, violent energy surges stirred the heavens, churning the clouds into chaos. The martial arts families initially blocked outside by the Imperial Zenith Sanctuary were the wisest. They had followed Yifan in not for the fragments or soul bones, but merely to witness the spectacle and learn. Thus, they never approached the village's core area, avoiding entanglement in the fights. Standing calmly at the outskirts of the battle, they watched the scene unfold with shock. Sigh, have these people lost their minds? They haven't even found anything yet. Why are they already fighting? Do they truly not understand how terrifying Yifan is? Even the mighty Imperial Zenith Sanctuary was crushed by him. After these martial families and sects finish slaughtering each other, how will they face Yifan? Most martial family elites grasped the situation only at this level. However, sharper minds among them observed for a while longer before finally realizing the truth. You're all thinking too simplistically. Do you honestly believe this chaotic battle erupted for no reason? The timing is far too coincidental. Think harder. Under this pointed reminder, the remaining family elites took a few seconds to ponder before swiftly uncovering the reality. Holy shit, the sheer horror of it. All of this was secretly orchestrated by Yifan, using minimal effort to manipulate these families into slaughtering one another? But then, where was Yifan now? What was he doing? Heading straight for the true burial site of the evil spirits? Phew, what a masterful diversion. After realizing the truth, the martial elites inhaled sharply in fear, some even stumbling backward a few steps, terrified that merely observing further would bring calamity upon them. This Yifan had overwhelming strength, a brilliant mind, a powerful background, and monstrous talent. Who in all of Great Xia could possibly rival him? Though these martial elites were the cream of their families, cultivation prodigies in their own right, compared to Yifan, they felt only an overwhelming sense of futility. No matter how hard they trained in this lifetime, it seemed impossible to ever catch up to him. The group released their spiritual senses, sweeping across the entire village in search. Their probing yielded nothing at first, until those at the martial emperor level suddenly froze in disbelief. What the hell? Why were there 8 Yifans simultaneously present in the village, each digging frantically into the ground in different locations? Were they searching for the burial site? But how could 8 Yifans exist at once? This defied logic. They were certain only one was real. The rest must be decoys meant to confuse the martial elites battling below. Yet the crux remained. Which one was the true Yifan? Apart from those sharp-witted martial families on the valley outskirts, another figure observed the chaos silently from atop a cliff on the valley's flank. A man cloaked in black. Tsh. Yifan has beaten us here again. Another attempt to unleash the evil spirits wasted. Damn it! A trace of resentment flashed in the black-robed man's eyes as he clenched his fists. Prince Jin's soul sacrifice was successful. Hopefully, he can swiftly devour enough souls now, and raise his strength to peak martial Saint tier soon. As for Zhuang Baifan, he was just a step away. But alas, this black-robed man was none other than Qing Yuan, an envoy of the Soul Hall. During the sacrificial ritual for Zhuang Baifan orchestrated by the Goose sect, Qing Yuan had fled halfway through upon sensing Yi Fan's approach. The result? Zhuang Baifan's incomplete soul sacrifice left him only half-strengthened, ultimately leading to his crushing defeat at Yi Fan's hands. After escaping, Qing Yuan had planned to accelerate the evil spirit's release at their sealed site. But before he could act, Yi Fan arrived yet again, forcing him to keep his distance in fear. Pathetic fools, Zhuori and Xianming. Should I warn them? Qing Yuan smirked sinisterly at the two Soul Hall envoys still embroiled in battle below. No, your deaths will free up your positions in Great Xia. Then the soul beads and the chance to enter the soul pool will belong to me alone. Human nature was like this, utterly untrustworthy under trial. Though Zhuori, Xianming, and Qing Yuan were all Soul Hall envoys jointly overseeing Great Xia, each harbored their own treacherous agendas, forever wishing for the other's demise. Boom! Boom! Across the valley, martial elites clashed in a world-shaking melee. Even the 5 martial Saint-Tier experts had taken the bait, lured by Yi Fan's 8 puppet doppelgangers scattered throughout. Yi Fan checked the time, it was almost the moment. Turning to Yamada Keiko beside him, he said, Keiko, you're coming with me. Gualao and Ho Lao, you two handle backup. Though all 5 martial saints had been drawn away by the decoys, an inexplicable unease pricked at Yi Fan. It felt as though multiple hidden eyes were watching him. Despite activating his demon pupils and unleashing his utmost spiritual perception, he couldn't pinpoint any traces. Had more experts from the celestial realm descended? Back in Guangxing's outskirts, when accompanying Yu Linglong to visit her father, the celestial realm powerhouses they met had shown restraint due to their connection with her. But the celestial realm figures lurking in Miaojiang would likely show no such mercy toward Yi Fan. A prodigy of his caliber appearing in the mortal world? The celestial realm's elites would rather slaughter him preemptively than risk letting him grow unchecked. Yi Fan's brow furrowed. Despite tonight's seeming victory, a surge of restless dread suddenly gripped him. Master, you seem troubled. Want me to help you unwind in a quiet place? Yamada Keiko, noting his tension, pressed closer, her generous curves swaying freely beneath her loose collar. Her body-hugging miniskirt exuded temptation, and her glossy lips parted slightly. A deadly allure no man could resist. Yamada Keiko is the descendant of one of his mother's maidservants, and the fragmented jade pendant has been verified with a kiss. Yamada Keiko had already confirmed that Yi Fan was her master. According to her traditional mindset, everything about her belonged to her master, including her own self. Back in Huadu, Yi Fan had even spanked her, and he had never rejected her intimate gestures. Later, in Guangxing, he had entrusted Daya and Xiaoya, the twin holy maidens, to Yamada Keiko, asking her to corrupt them and act as their teacher. This was clearly the treatment of a true insider. Thus, Yamada Keiko's conviction only grew firmer. Most importantly, whenever she engaged in intimate acts with Yi Fan, she would receive a strange, warm energy that rapidly enhanced her martial power. Seeing the others around Yi Fan swiftly breaking through to the martial emperor realm while she remained stuck at the martial venerable level made her increasingly anxious. While speaking, Yamada Keiko paid no heed to the surrounding crowd. Her shoulder straps slipped down, and she pressed her entire body against Yi Fan. Shameless! From behind, Yi Wansu watched their embrace and angrily stomped her foot. Humph! Still daring to mess around. Do you believe I won't just grab my blade and cut them all down? Despite her domineering attitude toward Yi Fan and her claims of indifference, deep down, Yi Wansu still harbored the heart of a tender woman. It was just that the strong, assertive facade she showed to the world had yet to be conquered by Yi Fan, so he hadn't seen her vulnerable side yet. Standing beside Yi Wansu, Daya and Xiaoya hesitated briefly before stepping forward to greet her. Sister Wansu, hello? We're Daya and Xiaoya. Sister, you're so beautiful. How do you take care of your skin? Could you teach us? As twin sisters, they shared a profound connection, and possessed an irresistibly cute, pitiable charm. Faced with such gentle words, even Iwansu's anger couldn't flare up. You two are too kind. Honestly, I don't do much, just some moisturizing every day. Among women, skincare discussions were always the easiest way to break the ice. Moreover, Iwansu noticed that Daya and Xiaoya possessed considerable talent. None of the women around Yifan were weak. Realizing that she couldn't stop other girls from gathering around him, Iwansu quickly deduced that if she wanted to live more comfortably in the future, she would have to reconsider her approach. For instance, forming alliances. And these two pure, innocent sisters seemed like the perfect candidates. As for the others, Yifan's 7 sister-in-laws would naturally stick together, and the girls from Huadu and Guangqing had gone through life and death trials together, so they were already united. Which left just her. An alliance is necessary. Don't mess around. Yifan scolded as he felt Yamada Keiko squirming in his arms, nearly undressing him right there. His restraint wavered for a moment. This enchantress had tempted him like this countless times before. He had held back for so long, but sooner or later, she would be his anyway. Ripe like a honey peach, bursting with juice. And there would be no consequences if he indulged now. Had it not been for the complications at hand, Yifan wouldn't have minded going along with her suggestion for a brief distraction. While speaking, he gave Yamada Keiko's but a light smack. There might still be hidden powerhouses lurking nearby, the kind capable of dimensional suppression. He couldn't afford reckless behavior. But Yamada Keiko misunderstood the slap. What does master mean? Is he telling me to get into position? Although she lacked real experience, she had read plenty of instructional materials. Without hesitation, she obediently slipped out of her skirt, leaned over a nearby boulder, and arched her back. Hiss! The provocative pose, accentuated by that snow-white silhouette in the darkness, was unbearably tantalizing. Even as someone who was no longer an inexperienced youth, Yifan couldn't help but lose control. This woman is going to be the death of me. But he still resisted. What are you thinking? I meant for you to stop fooling around. Someone's watching us. With a stern reprimand, Yifan hastily adjusted her clothes and expanded his spiritual sense. Thanks to the divine fragments amplification and the psychic enhancements from the Tiankue base, he had briefly sensed several formidable presences lurking nearby. Northeast, southwest, and north. I felt their existence, as if they were right in front of me, yet I can't pinpoint their exact locations or see them. The sensation was mystical but also terrifying. To ordinary mortals, such beings might as well be gods. But as a top-tier martial artist, Yifan knew better. These weren't deities, just hidden experts existing in ways beyond ordinary comprehension. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yamada Keiko immediately straightened up, her eyes widening. She quickly pulled up her loose collar, turning it into a high-necked top that concealed all traces of her earlier boldness. Her outfit had been meant solely for Yifan. She wouldn't expose so much as an inch to anyone else. Master, what do we do? Should we continue? If we push forward now, won't we just become pawns in someone else's scheme? She leaned closer, trying to detect the hidden enemies, but her strength was too low to sense anything. Yifan exhaled bitterly. We've come too far to retreat. Even if we don't act, those experts will force our hands. Everyone was after the fragments beneath the evil seal. If even celestial beings were hunting them, then the divine fragments must be invaluable. All right, then we proceed, Yamada Keiko declared with unwavering resolve. Master, if there's any real danger, I'll shield you. I won't let you get hurt. Yifan chuckled. If those experts truly attacked, even he wouldn't stand a chance, let alone Yamada Keiko. Ho! This youngster's quite sharp. Almost exposed me. A few dozen yards away, concealed within the void, an elderly man in white robes adjusted his posture and sighed to his companions. As expected of the divine maiden's inheritor, remarkable indeed. Indeed, at the goddess's request, we came to assist in case the evil spirit's eruption proved too powerful. But now, it seems our help isn't needed. Beside the white-robed old man, a portly figure stroked his beard and remarked with a sigh, "Old Hu, have you noticed? There's a faint trace of the immortal realm's aura around Yifan, and some of his techniques bear its signature. Another heaven-defying prodigy, it seems." The white-robed elder nodded slightly. Indeed, there are traces of immortal energy. If not due to the goddess's bloodline, then surely another major power from the immortal realm has already made contact with him. Since young Master Yi requires little assistance today, our priority should be those old friends in the other regions. Those exiled by the immortal realm's sanctions have now set their sights on the sealed evils of the mortal world. Have they? Well, under our watch, they won't get a single chance. As he spoke, the white-robed elder flicked his wrist. A surge of invisible force descended, enveloping the entire village. Yifan's true body seemed to sense something. He glanced upward, but even with his demon eye activated, he detected no anomalies. Yet his instincts told him the unseen power bore no ill intent. If anything, it seemed to be shielding him covertly. Then again, putting his mind at ease, Yifan refocused. Within the valley, the thousands of martial artists from various factions had turned on one another in frenzied battles. His puppets kept the 5 martial saint-level experts occupied, and now, with silent protection from the immortal realm's elites, no external forces would disturb him. Boom! Boom! Yifan's chi surged violently as he lashed out with martial energy, carving deep trenches into the earth, digging toward the depths. Simultaneously, arrays of the evil-slaying formation materialized into visible 8 trigrams patterns, pressing downward to suppress the malevolent entity below. The ancient power of the formation pulsed, purging the evil's core. Gruel! Gruel! Unlike the spirit he'd encountered in Huadu, this underground entity radiated far greater strength. Yifan hurled multiple smaller evil-slaying arrays, but their damage proved negligible. Deeper underground, he discovered patches of black corruption along the edges of the existing seal. Shadows clung to the weakened spots, each a nexus of the evil's corrosive power. Some lesions were thumb-sized, but in areas where the seal faltered, smaller blotches merged, swelling to fist-sized masses. Around these larger patches, the dark energy thickened, accelerating the seal's decay. Despite Yifan repeatedly reinforcing the arrays, the primary seal's energy dwindled rapidly, as though nearing its limit. If small arrays failed, he'd deploy a larger one. Cold determination flashed in Yifan's eyes. Channeling archaic martial essence, he conjured a colossal Tenjong-wide evil-slaying formation midair. Before it fully formed, the atmosphere twisted into a roaring vortex. The formation's sacred aura pulsed with overwhelming suction, draining ambient spiritual energy dry. Nearby martial artists shuddered. Their very souls seemed gripped by dread. What's happening? I feel something seizing my consciousness. Same. This is unnatural. We should retreat. Below, the evil entity sensed the threat. Previously dormant black mist erupted into writhing tendrils, coalescing into serpentine dragons that lunged at Yifan. Halting just 3 zhang away, the mist contorted into a ghastly face, 2 crimson eyes gleaming in the dark. Wretched human, I bear you no enmity. Why pursue me so relentlessly? The face snarled, its voice dripping with malice. Cease now, and upon my revival, you shall be richly rewarded. Seeing the sentient apparition, Yifan's heart clenched. The evil can speak. Even while imprisoned, its manifestation radiated terrifying power. If fully unleashed, the carnage it could wreak would be catastrophic. Release you, Yifan sneered, never breaking his hand seals. You belong in oblivion. What purpose would your freedom serve? Moments later, the gigantic formation blazed to life overhead, rotating with golden radiance. The spectacle drew the 5 martial saints' attention, but ensnared by Yifan's puppet decoys, they lacked the focus to investigate. Fool! You scorn mercy. Remember this, the evil shrieked as the sealing array's energy bore down. Your kind will pay dearly. Just then, several martial masters blundered into the black mist's reach. Look out! Yifan's warning came too late. The fog swallowed them instantly, their flesh dissolving into skeletons within seconds. Devouring their vitality, the entity's power visibly surged. Damn it! Yifan realized the truth. The Yunnan evil was already awake. The outer seal had nearly collapsed. Escaping wasn't difficult. Then, why hadn't it fled? Unless an icy realization struck. This thing deliberately lured martial artists here as nourishment. Hiss! Realizing this, Yifan couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. These evil spirits were downright terrifying. They weren't just brawny brutes with martial arts prowess. Their intelligence was also formidable. Now, Yifan somewhat understood why his mother had left behind the divine gate, as well as so many tools and resources at the heavenly Kuei base for him to use. The enemies he would face were simply too powerful. Whether it was the holy envoys backed by the Soul Hall, the supported Gene King, other sects in the mortal world, or these evil spirits sealed away for millennia, each was a troublesome foe. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Yifan swiftly directed the evil-slaying array to suppress the evil spirit's main body from above. Woo! The evil-slaying array was a technique inherited from the fragments of divine artifacts, specifically designed to target evil spirits. It could suppress, purify, and restrain them, possessing a natural bloodline suppression ability. The evil spirit's main body glared at the situation before it, its eyes filled with resentment as it snarled viciously, "Yifan, this lord will make sure you live a fate worse than death." As it bellowed, the evil spirit unleashed surges of powerful energy, trying to escape from beneath the array. But Yifan had already made meticulous preparations when setting up the formation. In addition to the massive descending evil-slaying array, he had deployed countless smaller formations in all directions, completely enclosing the area like a cage. Originally, Yifan had planned to enter the underground space, force the evil spirit out, and eliminate it within his prearranged trap. But now that was no longer necessary. The evil spirit's main body fled westward about 30 meters before smashing into an evil-slaying array, causing a large chunk of its black mist to corrode away. It then attempted to escape eastward, only to suffer the same fate. Next, the north, then the south. After testing every possible escape route, the evil spirit realized in horror that it had been thoroughly trapped. "Damn you, treacherous human! Yifan, may you die a wretched death. Release me at once." The evil spirit roared furiously, charging at Yifan in a frenzy. However, the ancient, oppressive waves of energy emanating from the arrays surrounding Yifan made it hesitate, too fearful to approach. The evil-slaying arrays acted like electrified fences. Every contact inflicted severe damage on the evil spirit's main body. Additionally, there was still an invisible barrier over the skies, placed by a powerhouse from the immortal realm. Because of this, none of the other martial artists could get close either. The evil spirit had originally planned to absorb the life force of those martial artists or the nearby villagers to strengthen itself, but that idea was now impossible. Truthfully, the evil spirit had only just broken free from its seal, barely reaching the martial saint realm in strength. Earlier, when Wang Bing and the Blazing Sun Holy Envoy had been lingering nearby, the evil spirit had considered making an appearance to devour them. But at that time, it hadn't fully detached from the restraints of the ancient beast skeleton. Fearing that rash action would alert the martial artists nearby, it hesitated for just a moment. Yet, that brief hesitation had given Yifan the chance to strike first, trapping it with a single overwhelming move. Due to the suppression and purification powers of the arrays, the evil spirit's strength rapidly weakened, barely holding at the martial emperor level. And Yifan showed no signs of stopping. Controlling the arrays, he swiftly compressed them inward. Within seconds, the evil spirit's available space shrank to less than 3 meters in diameter. In such a confined space, the purification effect became even more terrifying. Under the combined assault of dozens of arrays, the evil spirit shrieked in agony, completely powerless. Damn it! At this point, my original plan is ruined. Sigh. Guess I have no choice but to take the alternative. With a final hate-filled glare at Yifan, The evil spirit's spectral form abruptly surged its black mist toward the arrays in a suicidal charge. Amid the momentary chaos caused by the arrays destabilizing, the evil spirit rapidly condensed into a thumb-sized black dot before stealthily attaching itself to a surviving rat and burrowing underground, suppressing its aura before fading away completely. Meanwhile, outside, Yifan, who had been channeling his energy into dozens of arrays simultaneously, was on the verge of mental exhaustion. Sensing the evil spirit's weakening presence, he finally let out a relieved breath. And it was in that brief moment of lowered guard that the evil spirit seized its chance, successfully hiding underground unnoticed. Did it vanish? Yifan felt the disappearance of the black mist and the evil spirit's aura inside the cage, a surge of joy washing over him. After purging the space once more with the arrays and scanning the surroundings with his demon eyes' enhanced perception, confirming no trace remained, he finally dismissed all the formations. Done at last. Next, it was time to enter the underground space, to retrieve the divine artifact fragment and the soul bone of the ancient beast. Thanks to the white jade tablet in Yamada Keiko's possession, navigating the underground area proved effortless. Within minutes, the divine fragment and soul bone were secured, and under the surge of Yifan's powerful energy, he instantly fused with and absorbed the soul bone. This soul bone contained far greater power than the ones he had obtained before. His strength skyrocketed once more, ascending 2 stages to reach Martial Saint, 7th tier. The ability within this soul bone was also extraordinary, divine concealment. Simply put, it allowed him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. By suppressing his aura, he could achieve complete invisibility. Currently, the effect lasted less than a minute, but this skill was capable of evolving further. Invisibility, if used in the modern world, this would be completely broken. Just imagine sneaking in while his wives were showering. Ahem. Yifan quickly shook off those improper thoughts. Was he really the kind of person to fantasize about such things? Besides, if he wanted to see his wives, did he even need to sneak around? He could just look openly. Mission accomplished. Inform Old Ho, Old Gua, and the others. Prepare to withdraw. Yifan's objectives here had been twofold. Reinforce the evil spirit's seal, and suppress it if necessary, while collecting the hidden divine fragments to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Now that everything was settled, staying here any longer would only make him a sitting duck. Moreover, his instincts warned him that multiple auras resembling those of immortal realm powerhouses were still faintly locking onto him from the shadows,